Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Hello, everyone. Dun, dun. Hey, let's go. Beautiful. All right. Hello, everyone. I am feeling better from yesterday. I don't think we'll have migraine issues or headache issues today. I was basically useless after stream. And you know how I say all the time that I never get bored? Let me just tell you, there is a level of boredom when you can't do anything and you're just sitting there. And I was just sitting there, girl. And I was like, girl, the way I made food recipes up in my head until my, head felt better. I was basically just like sitting on the couch in the dark. So we're here. We are ready. I just made me some popcorn. I feel like it's all in my teeth. It was delicious. Got a little salt, got a little honey, popped my own popcorn. Very delish. Okay, today, Couples Therapy with Dr. Drew, Frenemies, episode number 7. We're going to get to episode 8 today. I'm excited, nervous, but before we begin, Cass Brittany did leave a comment on this video. And it so the comment says the following. I was diagnosed, this is 4 years ago. I was diagnosed in 2017 with borderline, and this video is amazing. DBT saved my life. I haven't had any triggers or symptoms for over a year, and it was hard, but it is still possible to get better. I am proof you can get better. I'm happy every day now. No suicide, no mania, no depression, no anxiety. I was uneducated on BPD. I don't know why I thought we experienced mania. So that's incorrect. Pasperty just did not realize that. I literally thought that was a symptom of borderline. That's how uneducated I was about my own diagnosis, which makes sense. It's not like everybody knows everything about their cancer just because they're diagnosed. So that was a misunderstanding. No depression, no anxiety. My anxiety's still present in my life now. I actually will say I've been more anxious the last couple years than I was when I wrote this comment, because I've noticed my anxiety has gotten more as I've aged, which is very interesting. So I'm trying to see if I can go back to a less anxious existence, but I assume it comes in waves, The comment says it was either get better or die for me, which was true. And DBT was the tool that I needed to control and become healthy, which was true. I hope it works for Trisha and everyone else. Please research the woman who created DBT, Marsha Linehan. She also has BPD, and she has YouTube videos. So that is the message that I wrote to them at the time. And now we're here revisiting this very special episode of Frenemies with Dr. Drew. Hopefully it goes well. Just a reminder from a quick Google search, Dr. Drew is actually not a psychologist or therapist. He is a primary doctor, like a regular doctor. So I'm a little confused why Dr. Drew was asked to come on this show, and it's called Couples Therapy with Dr. Drew. Obviously, because of the title, I always thought Dr. Drew was a psychologist, but I'm not finding anything on Google that says he is. So if somebody wants to correct me, please do. And remember, we're not here to criticize Ethan or Trisha specifically. We're here to learn from two people who were raw and vulnerable on the internet at a time where it was so iconic for what it was. And so we're here to observe it, maybe re-examine our opinions of the time, maybe go back and revisit it, maybe apply it to parts in our real life, right? So I'm very excited. I was so sad we couldn't go over this last night. So let's get to it, because I want to see what happens, see if my memory is still clear from this episode. Just a reminder, they're still in Halloween. So they're still in costumes. So just keep that in mind. And there was one last thing. What else did I want to say? Shoot, I can't remember. But Chet says no migraine. No, I really kept that headache in check yesterday. It did not turn into a migraine. I was fine. I think I might have a little bit of a bug. I am feeling still a little sick today, but not a headache. I think I'm just a little sick. I think that's probably what it is, guys. No biggie. What was the other thing I wanted to tell you? Now I can't remember. Shoot. Oh, it's on 1.2 speed. That's what it was. It's on 1.2 speed. Okay, let's go.
Welcome everybody to Frenemies. We're back again, and this is the Halloween extravaganza.
This is so iconic. Them dressed as each other, iconic.
The finale.
The finale.
Mm-hmm.
The 4th week running, it culminated in us dressing as each other.
Who would have guessed? Everybody on the internet.
Everybody. But I gotta say, I'm really enjoying having these big, juicy knockers.
You look really good. You look like me. We look like each other. And I cried a little this morning when I realized that. I was like, wow, we really have the same body type. The fact that my dress fits you is making me sad.
Well, it kind of doesn't really. It's
I
more
love
like a shirt.
it.
But I guess guess you were kind of naked when you wore it.
Yeah. I always have my ass out too.
Your mustache is falling off.
It is, well, because someone uses my glam team and I have to get up at 6 a.m. to do this, so it's been
It's
on
my
for 4
fault that
hours.
your mustache is falling off?
Yes, because I've had this for 4 a.m. I had to film videos. I ate. I did
Oh my
TikToks.
God.
But you would have put it on at that time anyway, because you're like all TikTok obsessed.
No, I do it right before, but you get the glam priority before me by coming on the show, and so then I have to just sit around and the stuff falls off.
Yeah, well, I am the priority. So that
I
makes sense.
know,
like
trust me, I know. Everything is on your time. They said you got up late, so then I went to go get food, and then like everyone's ready, and I
You
was
were
like,
late. You were like super late, by the way.
because you got up late. Ari's like, he's not even up yet.
What?
You weren't up.
You're always here at 11:30. Dr. Drew, by the way, Dr. Drew's
yes.
with us today.
Oh, I'm so excited.
He's with us. He was with us since 12, which is when we usually start. And you've kept this poor doctor.
You
A
got up
doctor's time
late.
is so valuable in this world.
You
my
got up
God.
late. I know.
I was sitting here
Starting off fabulously. Oh my gosh.
ready. Who told you I got up late?
Our makeup artist. She's like, she's
That's
not
none of her
yet.
business.
Yes, it is, because I was going to come early.
I'm on time.
Oh my God.
So Dr.
Shall
Drew
we
is-
begin? Shall we begin?
I'm so excited. And we had
I'm seeing a lot of
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think I'm seeing a lot of room for improvement. already.
I'm so nervous. Is this like real? Is this comedic? What
No,
is
this
it?
is
What's
real.
happening?
Okay, here's what we're going to do today. First of all, Dr. Drew, the acclaimed doctor, is with us today. Dr. Drew After Dark on your mom's house. He also has a daily stream show on YouTube and pretty much everywhere. He today is going to be our marriage counselor, our couples therapy counselor, because as you guys know, we've been through a lot of drama. There's been lots of fights. And I thought it would be good to have fresh eyes, professional eyes, to go over our history of friendship together and kind of help mediate our feelings, right?
I'm so down. I love Dr. Drew. People have told me my entire life to go on Dr. Drew because I have like everything wrong with me. I have
Right.
my BBT. I have my trans issues. I have eating disorders. I have sex addiction. I have everything that, and everyone's like, you should
All right,
go to
calm down,
uphill
calm down,
problems.
calm down.
I can be on every show.
Calm down. Okay, so you know what's funny? We were talking before you.
It says he's an assistant clinical professor of psychiatry at is it KECK USC School of Medicine. Dr. David Drew Pinsky, better known as Dr. Drew.
Arrived that we want to do personality tests
Okay, I
in
don't know.
a future episode.
Oh,
You
cool.
can do like a narcissist person.
Yeah, I'm sorry, not Discord, but chat says I remember Dr. Drew saying he had on a podcast once that he residency, he practiced both psychiatry and general medicine. Yeah, that's after I'm Googling as we watch it, that it seems like he's technically qualified.
Personality test.
Oh, I'm not that.
Well, we'll find out.
I'm too empathetic for that. I know all of it. Like, I don't know all of it. I go to a lot of therapists and
So,
psychiatrists.
Dr. Drew, what do you think about this situation so far?
Well, a couple of observations. Interesting how you play with that hair all the time. That's interesting. That is a distinctly feminine trait.
I'll tell you what, before you try to make any psychoanalysis of it. It's in my face, right? So I'm
Right.
trying to just get it out
Right.
of my face.
I understand, Dr. Freud, that sometimes a cigar is just a good smoke. But I'm just saying that perhaps there's some little
All
more
right,
to
do you
it.
notice anything about Trisha?
so hold on. And what I love about you guys is that you're playing with gender, which is really very much topic of the day. You know, it's very top of mind topic for a lot of people. Let me just, there's some things I want to say about your interaction. But first of all, I want to know how it feels to adopt another gender. Trisha, how does that feel? What's it like?
Well, obviously, last year, one of the reasons they came for me was I had issues
for you?
thinking. You came for me saying I wasn't transgender.
Oh, well, he needs some
So
context on that
the point
one.
of all this is like last year, I've well, not just last year, my whole life I've had gender identity issues. I've gone to a really good therapist. He's in West Hollywood. He's amazing. Who specializes in gender identity and stuff like that. And like I've always struggled with it. I thought I was trans, but I never wanted to do surgeries to to transition. But yeah, like to me this feels comfortable. Like I love being a guy. Like not just a guy, but just not having to be the female body, not going out and being like scared like people are gonna follow me and shit. So
yeah. So it's interesting. So I don't know you well, and I don't know whether there's gender issues. It's kind of interesting that here you are playing around with it. But women like yourself that sort of accessorize their femininity, like exaggerate it a little bit. Sometimes you can look at that as a female crossdresser. Does that make sense?
Yes, 100%.
Like that's the gender expression is excessively female. And what you're saying is, and I'm not sure if that's me. Do you also have other kinds of identity questions? Is it just gender?
I've
So generally,
always had.
identity is kind of not really clear. Okay. So interesting. So we're playing around with that stuff today.
Yeah.
Ethan, you?
I feel like I'm surprised how great these titties feel.
Right.
Like,
So-
I could get down with that.
Some people, there is such a thing as getting really excited by taking on a female exterior.
You're saying like I would have a boner? I don't have a boner.
Okay.
I haven't been
Just
erect
asking.
yet.
He
Just
loves
asking.
dressing as females. He's been doing girl makeup this whole time.
I think
Like, he's only
you
done
are
it.
super upset that I come on here and look better than you every single time.
First of all, I'm not upset. I just know
my
you really are
God.
into it. You love the nails. You love doing the
no,
makeup.
I like when I'm doing the costume, I like to go all out. And I have a theory, Dr.
I feel like Ethan is comfortable in his gender identity and sexual orientation, and so he likes just being good at things. Like, I think Ethan actually just likes being good at putting on a show. He likes being good at entertaining. He likes being good at what he does. I actually think that's more or less what it is. I'm not getting any like queer gender vibes from Ethan. I'm getting more like, I love being good at stuff. But Ethan is like not even slightly threatened with gender or expectations or orientation. Like, this man is so unthreatened by the idea that people might think he's gay. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That says the leather girl. It's faux leather, just like for the record. Trying not to buy animal products here. Okay, it's faux leather. But thank you. Yes. I wanted to look cute today because they look cute today. And I was like, okay, we got to look cute today, you know?
Drew, that part of the reason we've been fighting is because you're upset that every week we come out here, I look way better than you.
God.
And by the way, all the comments say Ethan outdid Trisha again. And part of her identity is like, she even said in a previous episode, I'm the girl who does the hair and makeup. This is my whole thing. And when I come out here looking like this, she gets upset. And
well, she did come in the room saying she's upset that the shirt fits you. She's upset your makeup looks good. She was very clear about that.
No,
yeah.
He uses my hair and makeup people because they couldn't find their own. I gave them so many people and they're like, we don't have anyone. So finally I was like, here, use mine. I gave them that. And they go after me every single time. So I come on here looking like shit every
I go
time.
after you.
You always go after me. They come to me at 5:30 in the morning.
She's never mentioned that.
I've always said it. Okay, so that's it. I
But you do your stuff at that time anyway.
Because we shoot earlier. We always shoot at 9 anyways. I'm not upset. If I was upset, I wouldn't have given my hair and makeup people. I would have been like, oh, here, just use some shitty people that you already used for Teddy Fresh or whatever. And that's not the case.
Rude. See how she has to like pick on you when she insults you? She's like, I didn't have to give you my guys. I could have given you someone shitty, like whoever does Teddy Fresh. Why does she have to be rude?
Is my bomb ass glam team.
Isn't it make our show better when I look good?
Yeah, I'm not mad. That's why I gave you them. That's why I gave you my accessories and my wigs and everything.
True. This is her, by the way. This is her dress.
What was that sigh all about? You were sighing.
My sigh? I'm exhausted every day, every week, Dr. Drew. I don't think the show is good for my mental health, to be honest.
What? Come on.
Every week. Oh my God, my mustache is coming out. Every
That's
week.
ridiculous.
We go through fights. It's the craziest, most
Okay, you know what? Let's just
Okay, let's get in it.
Here's what I want
But
to
I love him too. Like, I honestly look at him as like somebody I've known forever. Like, I feel like he's my best friend. Like, it's weird. We have this weird like soul connection, but also he like irritates the shit out of me. I don't get it.
Well, there's something about your interaction that you can immediately change, which is the blaming.
Oh, okay.
Right? You blame each other for everything, and every statement begins with you and that finger point. You.
You're
Why don't you use? I'm going to bug you. I'm going to bug you for the next however long we're together to start with, as opposed to you. I've noticed.
Okay.
I've noticed. Okay?
I've noticed everything's about you. I've
You noticed
noticed
he's an asshole?
It sounds worse. That's more passive aggressive. I don't like it. Okay, here's what I want to do before we get stuck too much on this. Let's go through the chronology of our relationship, okay? We first were interacted when I made a video. Here, Ian, pull up the thumbnail, first of all. I made a video called Instagram versus reality, which is, you know, on Instagram, people put on these makeup and Photoshop and filter, and they look so much different than how they look in real life. And so here was the thumbnail of Trisha. I put her in the thumbnail. And then here, before we talk about it, pull up the timestamp, the next timestamp, and we can watch that together.
Yes! This girl is the spokesman of Instagram reality.
Classic Ethan.
Why are you even a model if you're going to modify your looks that much? It's like from beauty queen to WWF wrestler in 2 seconds. You cannot Photoshop your heart and soul. Remember that. This girl tried to use a face filter on Instagram and her phone blew up. Here's another one of her.
Oh my God.
She is the best. Isn't she not the best? Would people even recognize her if they saw her on the street? I mean, she is unrecognizable. This is Coachella versus throwing down in the McDonald's parking lot at 3 a.m.
I do remember laughing my ass off at this video. I do remember thinking these were so funny. And to be fair, I will be honest with you. I do a lot of this humor with like my siblings, and I do like a lot of this humor. There's a part of me that does it, that thinks it's like actually funny because it's kind of true. But then there's a part of me that like knows it's mean. But then there's a part of me that's like, but we have to know there's some part of it that's like done in good faith is like so funny, because it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of the same energy as like what my husband he thinks he married versus who he actually married. And it's like your glammed up version versus like you in sweats. It's kind of on the same vein as that. But at the time, Ethan also hated Trisha, or like didn't like her. The internet hated her. So maybe it was coming from like a really negative place, but it's also kind of funny because the filters are out of control, guys. Like, I didn't realize this. I didn't realize like people were just using filters on videos. It took me the longest time to understand that like you guys weren't using filters on TikTok because you thought it was funny. You were using it because you thought it was cute. And I didn't know that. Like I was like, oh, they're doing it to be funny because they know it's stupid. And I was like, oh, my bad. I did not know people were actually using filters because they thought they looked better. You never look better in a filter. No matter how much these filters convince you of it, you do not. You do not look better in a filter ever. And so it's just like so funny to me, like realizing that, you know what I mean? As like an autistic person, maybe I just thought like it was, maybe I missed the social understand. I don't know. I never know. What is the autism? What is an autism? Is it always autism since it's always you? I don't know. But yeah, like I just don't think the filters look better. Like I think the filtered version of Trisha is like fun. Like it's fun. But like give me normal makeupless Trisha any day. You know?
This is Coachella versus World Star Hip Hop. No, that cannot be the same person. Dude, Coachella versus Open Casket Funeral.
Also, there's a way to obviously, like, one is setting up to look glam and one is setting up to look the ugliest. Sometimes my sister and I will just send videos of us contorting our face and body into like the most unflattering positions. And then sometimes I even like, I do it for my partner and I'm like, am I attractive? Are you into me? And it's like, you know, sometimes it's like funny, but you're just contorting your body into the like least attractive version of self versus you trying to be like, you know, maybe, you know, we're like birds. We're like birds and like you're judging me when I'm being like a little bird instead of like when I'm ready to like perform for you. Do you know what I'm saying? These are that's why it's funny. But obviously like these are two extremes of Trisha. Neither is like her normal self, if that makes sense.
Oh damn, Tana's looking.
Okay, stop it. Okay.
Oh my God.
So Emma,
Oh
I didn't know
my
her at all. I
goodness.
didn't even know her name. And then I did that.
You're one of those people on the internet, my man.
Wait, me?
No, he is.
Oh,
But feeling free
Okay.
to attack people he doesn't know.
Exactly.
Okay, wait. What do you mean, one of those people?
One of those people that I'm swatting off every day that doesn't understand that people that are out there on the internet are actually people.
Exactly. And can I just tell you too, for the record, he took that side by side I posted on Instagram, and I said I'm both. I purposely took myself looking ugly, like not ugly, but just like as myself, like before I go to bed. And the other one was Maui on a photo shoot with Fabio. Like those were exact two different things. And I posted it myself with the caption like, "Hey, I can be both." Like that's the thing. That was my caption, my everything. And he turned it as like, "Wow, they're really tricking us, guys." And I was like, "But I posted that side by
And the most
side."
extraordinary thing about it is that she was on a photo shoot with Fabio.
Oh my God, Fabio, what a throwback. So yeah, that's something to consider is like they're both the extremes. She's saying she posted it herself. And that's the point of the internet that just like bags on women or bags even on men. Like the internet that specifically bags on women though, they just kind of twist all of the stories to fit the narrative they're already pushing to their audience, which is again like what bothers me about that type of content is that they're not looking for the nuance. They're looking for like the quickest, easiest joke, which sometimes I love. I do love a shallow joke, but also it does fit. It ends up too misogynistic on the internet, which Ethan knows because his audience at the time was misogynistic and racist. And so him and Hila made a point to move away from that kind of humor because they noticed it was inviting really gross people into their sphere.
That's the part that's
music video.
extraordinary.
He was in a music
Okay,
video.
can I add?
So here's the deal. It's just a terrible place to begin a relationship. Have you ever apologized for that?
So let me just make a
Have you
statement.
apologized for that? Yes.
I think I did.
You
when,
did not.
when you came on the show.
You definitely
Okay.
never apologized.
I will say that the fact that you now that I know you are very upfront about how you look without makeup and the whole process of being quote unquote beautiful and all that. And so there are a lot of people who I think are deserving of the criticism because the whole theory of the video was like, there's these, I'm getting to a point, is that there's these women both genders who do this thing and it makes young impressionable people who are on Instagram all day think that that's the beauty norm, which is
Right.
something
Point taken, right?
Yeah.
The idealization through technology is not good for developing minds.
Correct.
We all three agree on that, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so
okay.
the
we have a
point,
common ground.
The point that I got wrong when talking about you is that you are very upfront.
Well, Trisha was actually making an effort in that moment to actually dispel that, to remind people that, hey, I'm both these things. And one is using a filter and a lot of makeup and I'm on a photo shoot. So funny enough, by Trisha posting these posts, she is continuing to help people deconstruct that idea of like, why aren't I pretty enough? Why don't I look like them? One, because you're poor. Okay, my retinol that I've been buying, I bought it on November 25th. I keep track of when I make big purchases. It was €40. It's a big purchase for me. And when I purchased it, I was like, how long will this last me? It's really helped. I think it's been beneficial to me. And it's a good brand. I use it like once to twice a week. And I'm still using it. So it's lasted a bit. And I still have lots of it in there. But it's like one of those things where that was a huge deal for me. Like that was a huge deal for me to spend the money on something like that, because I'd never done it really before. And I'm finally in my mid 30s. And I was like, I think I'm going to try retinol. And I've been loving it and everything, but that was like a big purchase for us. Like I was like, can I spend money on this? Like, do we want to put this in the budget? And it is like hair routines, makeup routines, skincare routines. Like that's something that should be budgeted in, but it definitely is like a luxury in a lot of ways, right?
About how you look without all that. And so I was wrong about that.
Trisha, this is Ethan offering an apology.
But it's not an apology. It's him like trying to be like.
It is. Keep going, Ethan.
Well, I was wrong about you. I think some of the people there are deserving of that criticism. But now that I know you, I don't think that you are a person who should. So yeah, I do apologize, because I do think that that's not who you are, because you were very forthcoming about
thank you.
that issue.
And I accept the apology and I love it. Can I just say one other thing to stand up for the other girls in the video? One being
Well,
Nikita.
before you do, I think that apology really moved you.
Like, yeah, no. Ethan,
Because you said you loved it. You really do love it.
No, I do. Like Ethan, like never apologizes, and when he does, it's like one time you apologize to me, like okay, that means a lot. And so
Really?
it does.
I feel like I apologize readily when I'm wrong.
But I feel like he owes, and can I just say, like, I do appreciate it, I love it, but there's other women in that video that he owes an apology to. One being Nikita Dragon, who's very forthcoming
Nikita
about
Dragon?
her. She's a transgender. She's very upcoming about. She showed
She's a transgender, everybody.
butt picture of her before when she hadn't gotten the surgeries versus a butt picture of her after, but she's very open about that
Can
too.
you show that clip, because I don't remember what it said.
Yeah, and so you need to
What
apologize
picture?
to that, like to all them.
Well,
you
let's
know,
see. Let's rewatch.
it's a big thing.
I'm afraid I'm going to interfere too much with the conflict between you guys, and the magic of the show is going to go away.
No, we need help.
No, you're
because
doing great.
I could
Yeah.
quit today. You know what I mean? Like it's just one of those things that I'm still irritated by stuff that happened last week. I'm still irritated
She
just
walked
so
off
much.
recently, and it was like,
I-
Let's get into it.
I
Let's
have
talk
a lot
about
of
it.
we have to save the relationship. So
Let's get into it. We'll get into
Okay.
that. If that's
Okay.
what's on your mind now. We should start where you are. But first, let's watch this video.
Okay.
yeah, I want to see how. Let's see. Oh, that's me making fun of myself.
This girl apparently is
Okay,
not-
pause it. So like, I mean,
That's her before. That's before she
that
had
looks like,
surgery.
but like she's so, it's so Photoshop.
No, she transitioned into that. I've seen Nikita in person. She's
That's
literally
plastic
that.
surgery. That's plastic
Can you go
surgery.
back? I want
Yeah.
the whole scope of what I was saying.
That's her BBL.
off as rude, but I don't like what she's doing, but that's not right. I'm ugly and fat, okay? You gotta work with what you got here. We're not fooling. So this girl apparently is known on Instagram for having like being thick, you know? And my goodness, just looking at this, there's nothing real. It actually breaks my heart, you know? Because I know plenty of guys out there that would look at that girl on the left and be like, boom, you know what I mean? Well, guys, we put our dick in a meat grinder if it, you know, had a chance of feeling good. Little known fact is that
pause.
Jesus.
It's a little funny. It's a little it's the physical humor. I'm a Three Stooges fan, okay? I just like the physical humor. I think it's funny. Like I do ugly laugh at like my partner always says like, man, you ugly laugh at all the boy jokes. I do. I really do. I think they're so funny. Oh man. Anyways, I will just say the thing I would say for Ethan in that moment is anytime I hear men say, take her swimming before you marry her, I want a real girl, I like my girl with no makeup on, I just like ignore. Like that's just like a boy red flag of saying that I haven't deconstructed beauty standards. You know? Oh man. Whew.
So, I feel like it wasn't that offensive.
That was before her surgery, and she's so open about getting surgery. She's a trans spokesperson. She's super open about it. It's not fair
But
to
I
be like,
feel
those are
like-
two different
I just feel like Trisha does not care about this. I don't actually think Trisha cares about anything she says in this era of her life. Like, you don't care about Nikita Dragon. Like, you don't care about Nikita. At the end of the day, like, you might be upset for your own sake, but I think she doesn't actually. I don't believe that she cares. The way she goes for women and the way they look and calls people fat in text messages during this era, which we all say things insultingly when we're upset, but like, that's why when I say like, do you care or do you pretend to care? Sometimes we care, you know, sometimes we don't care. You know, sometimes we really are in our feelings, so we say things we don't mean. Sometimes we describe people physically in a way that like we mean to be insulting in a way that we don't actually feel, but it sounds like we know will be mean and hurt their feelings. I don't know what Trisha really believes about all of this, but I'll say that Ethan probably falls into that normal boy category again, that thinks like, why would you want to get plastic surgery? Men will love you anyways. Maybe we just want it for ourselves. Maybe it's not about a man. you know?
People, it is two different people.
But I do feel like it's hurtful to young girls to see like an ass like that and be like, why doesn't my body look like that? Dr. Drew, fix this.
Yeah, it's an issue, right? And it's something that it's not exclusive to Instagram, right? I mean, it's happening all over the place, and people are doing things to enhance themselves all the time. It's my profession that's offering those services. And
Actually, great point from Maiden. Says Trisha could really take her own advice on apologies. To be honest, if she was consistent in this, she'd have apologized to a lot. If not only people, but the whole communities as well. If not only just people, the whole community. Listen to Trisha talking about how Ethan's never apologized when Trisha literally never apologizes. Never, ever. So, and remember when Gabby Hanna came back recently to apologize, she didn't make personal apologies. She just said, if I hurt you, I'm sorry, my bad, moving on. Jesus, rain down on me, Jesus, come on me, Jesus.
And then Instagram just essentially previews what's going to happen under the surgeon's knife.
Yeah, but I also to that I say like I'm very open too about having like surgery. I feel like as long as you're open, I think the worst thing is when you're not open and girls just think like people look like that, you know. But you got it wrong. Like everyone's very open about their stuff.
So
what was your intent, Patricia, in getting all that?
In my surgeries?
Yeah, for yourself. What was that?
Oh gosh. Well, for me, I always talk about this. Like it was just like a self-hatred thing. Like I just wanted to look skinny, so I got liposuction. I needed big boobs to look like girlier, you know, just like all this stuff that I thought I needed. And I'm still unhappy and miserable. And like right now, I'm all depressed. I'm like, oh, I should get more surgery. And it's like it fucks you up. But I feel like I'm very open about it, and I feel like a lot of those girls are too. Like their psychological like torment through going to plastic surgery, like it kind of fucks you up. And I feel like a lot of people are open about it now. But then to have like a straight guy,
keep talking about it. Yeah, keep talking about it. That's all I'm saying. And he sounded a little jealous too, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. He's like, I'm fat. I don't Photoshop. It's like, well, like that's self-hatred into itself. Like you're self-deprecating yourself.
Don't you think it's like a vicious cycle where you're like, I want more surgery because I feel this way and that way, and then but like it's this vicious cycle.
Yes, it is. She said that.
Yeah,
she said that.
I'm still that
exactly
way.
That. She said that it does not fill the void.
No, and I still feel
it's supposed to solve problems. It doesn't solve the problems.
Exactly.
Maybe it does for a few weeks, but then it just becomes who you are, and then you still hate yourself or
I
whatever.
apologize to you. I don't apologize to Nikita Dragon or whatever her name is.
Okay, I'll take that. I guess.
Tana, I said she looked like a Twinkie, but she was wearing a yellow swimsuit. You want to pull up the Tana comment, Ian? We could just close the case on that one. Drew, you could tell me if I need to apologize or not on this one. I'll let you decide.
All right.
This is such a funny way to do the show. Like to be like, watch this clip of me talking about women's bodies 3 times in a row. I mean, you know.
I'm glad we have someone here that has a reason. Ethan always thinks he's right about everything.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Well, with you, I generally am always right.
My
Yeah, you can.
gosh.
Thank you. I mean, you know what I mean.
And by the way, I'm generally in favor of apologizing for online excess.
Thank you.
I think it's the direction we need to be going.
No, he's saying in favor of apologizing, right? Or what did you say? What did you say?
Yes.
Oh,
If you've been excessive online, it's okay to apologize.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Well,
you don't think you've been
let's not wear
excessive?
it out. Let's not wear the apologies out.
I think the dilemma, and this is definitely autism. I remember getting so frustrated with Stephen Colbert and The View and all these liberal shows I would be watching during the body positivity movement, making fun of Trump's body. And I got really frustrated because I was like, I thought we're not making fun of people's bodies. And then I realized nobody really cares about this. All of us make fun of people's bodies. Are you guys following the poly topic that's trending on TikTok right now about how all poly people look the same way? And like, at the end of the day, we are physical people that judge people. Whether you're Demi or Ace or whatever else, like people judge you. They judge the way you look. They judge the way you keep your form. Like human beings are judgy. The difference is like we shouldn't judge to condemn. We shouldn't be able to look at people's bodies and say, because you look like this, you're to be ignored, or like you're not a good person because you're fat or skinny or something. Like at the end of the day, how you keep your vessels, your business. But I will say, I think we're all kind of in denial of this because I genuinely was so confused. And I realized, okay, Brittany, they're not literally saying we should make fun of people's bodies. They're saying we should make fun of people's bodies we like. And I'm like, oh, well, if we're making fun of people's bodies, let's make fun of people's bodies, I guess. But if we're not doing it, let's not do it. And then it's a subjective. There's not a moral objectivity to this. And I would argue everything's kind of contextual. Like, I don't have a problem with people making fun of people's bodies as long as they're like in on the joke with you. Like Ethan, him and I feel like we could have humor where we're both in on the joke, right? Like even my partner, my brothers, they make fun of my nose. I make fun of my nose. We make fun of our bodies. I make fun of but it's all in good faith. And then if anyone ever came to us and was seriously trying to make fun of me over it, we'd be like, what did you say? What did you say? Like, it's one thing for us to make fun of somebody in a safe space. And it's another thing for somebody to come into our space and actually use it to like cause somebody to kill themselves or something. And I think that's the line here. Are you making humor that's like funny? Like, I would love to see somebody roast me on the internet in a good-hearted way. Because that's what I try to do, like, for the most part. Genuinely, when I make comments about people, I'm mostly trying to do it in good form. But I sometimes don't hit the mark, and I apologize. Like, I don't always hit the mark. But I think there's, like, a good, hearty, wholesome way to do it. But I just think you should be careful about who you're doing it with. And I also think there's a justification. People feel like if we hate this person, we're allowed to make fun of their body. How many people make fun of Myron's hairpiece? I love to see men embracing hair pieces. I think it's great that Myron's doing that. Do I think he's rich enough to afford a better one? I do. And I do think he should afford a better one. In the same way that I think Hollywood movies should pay for better wigs. Why do Hollywood films have the worst wigs I've ever seen? Girls on TikTok could literally give you better wigs, you know? And so there's something to be said about, like, I want you to step up your game, and I'm literally making fun of you for what you're able to produce for yourself. Because I also don't want people going for other people's, like, you know, hair or nails or way they look, because they might not have the money to produce a better quality item. And I think that's something else we have to be careful of as well, is when you make fun of somebody for not dressing well, like, do they even have the money to dress well? And so, again, we have to be very careful about the nuance around this. But I can see both Ethan and Trisha's perspective. I don't know. I think there's much more nuance here than we like to believe. But I think Ethan changed his ways, because remember, that era of Ethan is over. Let me rephrase. He now targets it towards misogynists. Ethan no longer makes fun of women on the internet. Now he focuses on Myron. And I think that's, you know, yeah, there's something there.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Okay.
my God.
Yeah, you want it to mean something. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Dan, Tana's looking pretty good these days. Oh. Oh, I can't believe it's the same day. She looks like a Twinkie.
All right,
this is
pause,
what
pause.
TanaCon was promoted as.
Apology warranted?
Actually, I think what we have to pay attention to there is, look, you look different in the morning than when you do a few hours later and at night. If you, like, I weigh myself in the morning before I've been, like, hydrated, right? Like, you weigh yourself in before liquids. But by the end of the evening, like, I'm a pudge ball. Okay, I've eaten, you know what I mean? Like, when I take Instagram photos, I'm taking them in the morning. I'm not taking them at night when I'm a pudge ball. Because by the end of the night, I've eaten my food. I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm like, I got all this liquid in me. So I think that's, like, I don't Photoshop my photos like that. Like, I don't change the way my shape looks. I just take my pictures. You know what I mean? So I think the difference is that Tana might be Photoshopping, but all the girls kind of do, Kim Kardashian and stuff. And that's what gives people, like, a warrant. They feel, like, warranted. And the same way people go after Elon Musk, by the way. That's the thing, is, like, we all make fun of people we don't like, and we usually go for the thing we think would make them feel insecure, like their hair. Oh my God, Elon lost his hair. He got a hair transplant. All these men who go bald, blah, blah, blah. I just think there's a time and a place. And I do think that all of us are being a little dishonest about sort of the jabs we throw at people and why we do it and when we do it and if it makes sense. I try not to punch down, and Ethan certainly wasn't punching down on Tana or Trisha, right? But there's something to be said about the conversation as a whole. I think we're still missing the crux of it.
The yellow outfit was the...
In a weird way, that's making too much of nothing, which is, guess what? Photographs lie. And if we don't know that by now, then caveat emptor. You know what I mean? And I think, I don't know that woman. I mean, if you feel like you hurt her feelings, you should apologize. You don't want to hurt her, I'd assume. But
I don't think I've hurt her feelings. I think you just...
Yeah, I don't think she cares.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
But there is something to be learned from that,
Hey, full circle. Tana and Trisha have a podcast now. Current date, Tana and Trisha. Kind of funny.
which is that photos lie, videos lie too. But if we don't know that photos lie by now,
Now,
come
let
on
me ask you this. If the joke is funny, does it warrant the comment? Like, she looks like a Twinkie. Pretty funny observation. Agree
Pretty
or
good.
disagree?
Maybe that's what softened it for me. Maybe good. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And because it was funny, it landed. Good for you. Well done.
And she is like a naturally thin girl, so like not to say she doesn't have issues, but like calling me, you said I look like I washed up on the ocean. Like that's like I'm a lot bigger,
Oh,
so
did
it's a
I
lot
say that
more.
about you?
did.
Not
So
funny.
that's different. She's obviously thin, so it's like not that big of an insult calling someone who's
Right.
obviously has
It's
weight.
saying-
Oh, so if they're thin, it's not that much of an insult, but it's Bronx culture show a whale. There's, I wish Trisha would just say, hey, it hurt me personally. I don't like that humor towards my body. But the problem is, like, Trisha invites the humor because she always enhances and talks about how fat she is. So it's kind of strange, but I get it. I do get it. I think Ethan has been very inappropriate commenting on Trisha's bodies. Oh, thank you, chat. I'll go let Indiana out. Thank you.
Saying that she looks perfect in this photo. Oh my God, she's a human being. Well, guess what? She's a human being.
Right. Yeah.
Well, if I did say you washed up on the ocean, that was the one I felt bad about, I guess, is that I thought maybe it was mean.
Okay. Not looking like a
Yes.
corpse.
No, that was funny because
Okay.
you were laying there like this. Like, come on, you did. You
I'm
looked
with him. Ethan was funny. That was
that you literally looked like you were a corpse.
Okay. You know what? I accept the apology, so thank you for that.
Let's
Okay.
let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Okay, let's move it on to the next big drama we had.
Is Ethan normally concerned with authenticity? Is that his big concern? I need to be
No.
authentically myself. Okay, I didn't think
comes
so.
out of nowhere.
So go ahead.
So the next big fight we had was when Trisha made a video announcing that she is a transgender female to male. Now before I even talked about this, she got a lot of flack from everybody on the internet. Was dogpiling on Trisha, saying like that she's basically the criticism was that you're using trans issues to basically get attention for yourself and to make money.
Yeah.
So you lost on both sides, right? People who are critical of trans issues and the
Yes.
trans allies both attacked you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Nobody was on board with Trisha being trans. I don't recall any big trans YouTubers or anybody embracing Trisha's journey, but I could be wrong. But I think that's been a whole thing. The word trans is very interesting. Like identifying as trans is very fascinating. It's a very difficult label to identify with when you're like a gender fluid. And I think it makes sense to identify as trans. I really, really do. But I can see the weight of that word also being an identifier. Like, I feel like Trisha and I actually experience gender very similarly. I'll be real. I bet Trisha and I have a very similar relationship to gender because we experience gender fluidity. But like owning the word trans is like a very hard word because I don't want to like co-op a word that might not be accurate to my identity, though I don't think it's like wrong or right. I just think, what is gender? You know, what is that relationship with gender? You know, so it's hard for me, but I think Trisha and I might have an overlap with feeling like maybe indifferent about our forms as well. Like when I said the other day on stream, like sometimes I wish I didn't have breasts and sometimes I wish I looked different and then wish I could go back. Like I think that's a part of that relationship with expression and self and like it's gender and expression it's so fascinating. Like all of it is very interesting. Or the fact that like on stream I tend to dress more feminine than in my regular life where I dress more masculine. And I always wonder about that. Like when I dress feminine on the internet, it gets better engagement than when I dress more masculine. But also both are me, so what does it matter? Like these are all my clothes. Like I have both in my closet, but in my regular life I dress more like a man or a lesbian for sure. But then I think about it in those contexts and I wonder about like the relationship we're all having with sort of expression. But I'm okay with like when people call me a man, I'm like, oh, thank you. Like I like it. I don't get offended, but I could see a girl who's struggling with her gender feeling like really hurt. When I was younger, it hurt my feelings. When I was really young and I was trying so hard to be a woman, it would hurt my feelings when people would misgender me or ask like if I was a man, like that would hurt my feelings. But now I'm like complimented. I'm like, oh my God, thank you. Like I feel like I reached a goal of mine. Do you know what I'm saying? This is a very complicated personal conversation to have with people, you know? And I think Trisha does herself a disservice by sharing everything with the internet sometimes. But that's why it feels like she does it for views. Because, like, why are you sharing this very important thing, like, in public? You know? No. Chet says, I like being misgendered, too. No. I don't think I'm being misgendered. I feel seen. Do you know what I mean? Like, at this point in my life, I don't really think people are misgendering me, if that makes sense, to be clear. I feel like people, I'm like, are you seeing what I'm signaling? Or are you just trying to be mean? Because either way, I feel validated. You can't get me down. You can't get me down now. It feels like really nice, actually.
My trans friends were supportive of me, as was my therapist. You know, they were pretty supportive. So I would say it was more actually the allies. It's more like cis people being like, fuck this bitch, you know, or a lot of like gay guys too. But
Wait, cis? No, I think trans people were angry.
no, a lot of my
Let's see the video. Do you have a video there?
Yeah, we'll pull it up. Dude, trans people were
I
definitely
can name three
pissed.
that were so supportive. Blair White, La Demi.
Well, those are
Okay,
people you-
Blair White. If Blair White is supporting you, you might have to like question yourself.
No.
Exactly. They know me.
Yeah, but they're just being nice.
I did a video, and I don't know if it's up, I think it is, where I wanted to be referred to only as T because I didn't know I didn't feel like I identified as a girl. Now this seems like crazy and weird and shocking because I was
pause it
born.
again?
Skinny Trisha is so different. This is skinny Trisha. And see how it doesn't even like look like Trisha? I wonder if that's why she doesn't take the pill, because she talked about Ozempic and why she doesn't want to take it. But like skinny Trisha is so different. I do like fatter Trisha personally. She just has such a fantastic like energy and aesthetic.
Now, previously, just to give context, you've also made videos coming out as a
Chicken nugget?
You made videos coming out as like a cheese puff or some shit. What was it?
Well, when I was like heavy on drugs, I like would say I'm a chicken nugget, which is clearly
Trisha
it wasn't
came out
like
as
this
a chicken
video.
nugget.
This video, I'm sober. I'm on tour. I'm like coherent. The other ones, my pupils, everything's like I'm obviously
Okay.
fucked up in those videos.
Okay, but regardless, you did make a video coming out as a chicken
But
nugget.
it wasn't a sit down one. It wasn't like using personal thing. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. I did online for a long time. It's just,
So people didn't take her thing seriously.
and I understand that. That I understood completely. I get why people didn't. It just
to
hurt
give you
that
some
it did.
important context
Okay.
there. But you can't really come out as a chicken nugget.
I didn't come out as a chicken nugget. It was a spoken word poetry when I was fucked up on meth, and I was like, "Hey, today I woke up feeling like a fucking chicken nugget, y'all." Like that's what it was, and I was like so fucked up. If you watch the video, completely different than this video where I'm like sitting down, like, "Hey, I have something like I want to say. Like this is like on my chest. It's been on me for a while." And there's been tons of videos of me talking about penis envy, about me wanting to be a boy, not wanting to be Trish, like all this stuff. And there's been multiple videos that I talked about this and expressed this, and this one just I guess triggered people because everyone wanted to hate me last year, including H3, Nick Akato, PewDiePie. Everyone attacked me, all these people. So it's just with the year of hating Trish last year.
So here's the deal with when people declare things on drugs. Everybody, they're on drugs.
Thank
right? They're fucked up. Let's just leave it at that. Do not try to interpret
well, hold
what
on
people
there,
are saying.
Dr.
doing
Drew.
on
what
drugs.
about people who are drunk and say things like,
No, they're on drugs.
You're on drugs.
That's a
I agree. I agree. You are not more honest when you're intoxicated. Like I certainly am not. Like I say the most like random shit when I'm drunk or high. Like do not listen to Brittany when she's intoxicated. That's why we don't consent when we're intoxicated, because we're not coherent.
state. Oh, their true feelings coming out. No, that's the person on drugs. Now, there may be some de-repression. There may be some things coming out that they wouldn't otherwise speak, but the way they speak and the way they speak about it is somebody on drugs. So give them a chance, if they've revealed something, to come back around and talk about what's really going on. And your brain isn't integrated. Your whole self isn't there when you're loaded.
So you're getting a pass from Dr.
It's
Drew.
not a pass, but like
The
if you
chicken
watch, if you
nugget.
pull that video up, it's so
I'm
clear
saying
on
that
drugs.
the two things are not really related. So the chicken
Got it.
nugget thing
I agree.
is Trish on
I
drugs.
agree.
And
Yeah.
what I'm seeing here in this video we're watching right now is something we talked about earlier, is that your identity is not fully crystallized, right? Your identity generally, and of course that kind of bleeds over into gender.
Let's go ahead and continue the video, Ian.
Stuff like that. But that's why I identify more as like a gay man, because I like guys, but I also identify as a guy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, her identifying as a gay man, that's pretty hard to swallow. Like, that's a pretty interesting journey to go on. But hey,
The thing that kind of like stops it is I do love, which a lot of gay men
I feel like it'd be great if present day Trisha could revisit their gender adventure in a sense. I know it's really personal. So like, I don't think she's obligated to do that. But it'd be interesting to see present day Trisha talk about this in relation to like being married and stuff. But also it's super private. And so like, I definitely, I wouldn't necessarily want someone to do that just because, but it'd be interesting.
men do too. I do love like glam and voluptuousness. So in my head, I feel like I'm a transgender female to male, but also like a drag queen. That's kind of how I like.
That is exactly right.
Because
So
like,
also, go ahead,
let me
pause,
just-
Ian.
That is exactly right. She's a gay, identifies gay male drag queen. But that is exactly what that is.
And you don't think
Right. I think your construct is exactly correct. Whether or not that's your firm, forever identity, I don't know. But that's what you're describing, which is I don't really feel like a female, but I feel like a female cross-dresser.
Right.
I like all the female stuff, but I identify as sort of a gay man. Now the question is, are you attracted to gay men?
So yeah, I
Because a
dated
gay man would be attracted to gay men.
Yeah, I dated.
She's dating a straight man
Well,
currently.
right now I am, but I dated a gay man for 2 years. I was very public, So
there you go.
I
You dated a gay man?
How did you guys navigate that? How does that
work for him?
And that's, I think, a lot of people like. I mean, he
strap on
would
or
say
what?
I'm asked this as just strictly curiosities, and if it's not
Are you
too
saying
much,
like
please don't
sexually,
answer.
like intimately?
Yeah.
Like, how did you? It's a navigation, right? And so it's an interesting. We're all
Yeah.
like, how'd you do that? It's
Yeah,
not
well,
quite-
we were definitely friends. And I was like, oh, you're definitely gay. And he's like, he goes, well, he goes, but I'm like, I like you. And I was like, well, I don't know. So then we just started like hooking up within months into our friendship, and then realizing that we're like dating. That's what we're doing. And it was hard. And that's the ultimate demise. The internet was like, he's obviously gay, Trish. And the thing was, is like my
You know what Trisha is? She's not queer in the political sense, in the philosophical sense. So she doesn't actually like meditate or deconstruct her ideas or think about how it impacts marginalized communities. She just thinks it, puts it on the internet, right? Chad says, the thing I feel is like Trisha has a thought of, I feel like a man sometimes, and immediately goes to the internet to share without thinking or internalizing it. Yeah, I agree with this comment. Like, she doesn't think about the consequence to marginalized communities. She doesn't think about political systems. She's not thinking about politics. She's not thinking about, anybody else's feelings or the impact on society or contributing to more homophobia and transphobia because of the way she presents a very serious topic. Like, she's just not thinking about any of that, which is why a lot of people put her in the category of very self-centered and very self-focused and only for views. But then, even minorities can be clout hungry. It's not like minorities can't be clout hungry. So, it's about, there's so much more at play here. There's a lot of nuance that could be possible, right?
My energy and just like day to day, I mean, I've always dated feminine guys. Like, I feel like I have just masculine energy by nature. I'm usually like,
Okay.
but I don't know, like, to say that a lot of people, I'm like, to me, he said he was bi. The other day, I just talked to him. And he's like, actually, I just like who I like, So it was never, we did have like vaginal sex, but it was a lot of more, pegging and penetration, that stuff.
Okay.
Holy
All right.
shit.
Interesting.
So you
And did you like, was that stuff you like doing?
Ethan's like, so you pegged him? Guys, pegging is so normalized now. I don't even know. Or maybe he's just in my bubbles. It's so normalized. I don't even think about it anymore. It's like a weird thing.
I love it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
even now,
Hold on. Chat says, what makes Trisha not queer versus queer? Queerness is a philosophical, political, bubble. So there's a debate in queer circles about being queer as an orientation and being queer in the political sense. So, like, if you watch Black marginalized queer people, they are standing on the foundation of political reform. So Trisha doesn't think about any of that. She's not interested in the queer conversation about queerness being a political movement or a philosophical movement. She's only interested in the personal relationship with self, which is valid, but doesn't take into consideration the external way that it presents. So a lot of people are gay, not everybody is queer. Lots of people are pansexual, not everybody is queer. Queer has two, right now, general meanings in two different kinds of bubbles. Queer, a general sense of queerness, LGBTQA, and then two, in the political, philosophical bubbles, queerness is attached to action, activism, and reform.
with my OnlyFans, I'm always the one to wear the strap.
And yes, for people asking any recommended reading on that, I mean, honestly, like Judith Butler is like a great example. But oh gosh, this is why I need a list of books to reference. Not off the top of my head, to be honest, but researching Google, and I'm telling you right now, you'll see what I see, because I watch so many videos and podcasts, and I've listened to so many books on things like this. But I'm just like I'm like a fucking consumer, and I put it in my mouth, and all of it is out there. It definitely is,
On like with girl and girl stuff, like I'm always the one doing the. I just feel more powerful. I feel more turned on that way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Holy
Interesting.
shit. It's a lot to take in.
Ethan, you okay?
It's a lot to take in as she's dressed as me.
Well, it started like this.
The image of you pegging and all this is just a little bit much.
Well, I've dressed as boys, what cis boys look like, before, and I like it. I love it. I like, I've done it multiple times, and I don't know, it feels comfortable to me. But so does dressing as a female, like a cis female, dress is comfortable too.
So good.
Okay.
So you be you, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
But hang on a second. I want to jump ahead of something that's on my mind before we look at more video real quick. You said something's really bothering you from your last show or something?
Yeah.
We're working
What's on,
towards that.
we got to get that out in the open, whatever that
Yeah,
is.
should we talk
I
about-
feel her
Okay,
feeling
well-
it. It's bugging me. So go ahead.
There's a lot to cover, but okay, first of all, if we fast forward.
Damn it. What's that feminist woman's name who we've talked about so much on this channel in the past, and she's written so many books on gender and transness, but she falls into the Jordan Peterson camp. What is her name? I've read her books of essays. Like, us people have sent it to me before. They've actually gifted me her books, and I've read it, her book of essays. And no, not Bell Hooks. She's white. She's Camille Paglia. Camille, you know who I'm saying. Paglia. Anyways, watch her speeches, and you'll see the transgender experience in a more Jordan Peterson camp. And there's a lot of like anger in her, but that's also like her thing. She's so neurodivergent, obviously. She's not my favorite in terms of her conclusions, because again, if you fall in the Jordan Peterson camp, your conclusions are too paranoid for me. But even her perspective on queerness and gender and being trans is she kind of comes from a perspective that everybody was kind of trans in the 80s. And like, there's something very funny about that, but kind of like interesting, because about like gender deconstruction. Read Everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah. Camille Paglia. I never know how to say this woman's name. That's another version of reading. Like, again, I read Everybody. Okay. Like, I'm not recommending it to you because I'm a big fan of hers. I'm recommending it to you because I think it's important to realize how many different people are having different relationships with these things, right? Like, so just, okay, when I recommend things, I'm not saying I agree. I'm saying it taught me something about other people's perspective.
Let me go there.
The walkout.
The walkout. So basically, there's a few key moments. I think the main one is when we go ahead and show Dr. Drew when we start when she says that I'm a pill addict. Start from here.
Is that true?
It's not true.
Okay.
Actually, I'll give you the context. We were here, and please don't interrupt me.
But you're
Well, I wanna hear this side
this
first.
is not where it started, though.
Okay,
So
start
you're
earlier.
starting at
I don't want to. I can't watch the whole episode with
triggered
them.
me to say that. Go with that. It's not like I was just like, by the way, he's a pill addict, everybody.
Okay, sure. So go back. But what happened was that we're sitting back here hanging out off camera, and I mentioned to her that back, 10 years ago when I was living in Israel and and I was like in a dead end office job for 5 years, that I was taking painkillers. That was 10 years ago. I'm not currently taking.
How much?
I honestly don't know. I was getting high like on the weekends. That's it. I was taking pills on the weekends.
You're using opiates to get high on the weekends. You weren't taking them. You weren't strung out.
No, I didn't take them when I was working.
So Trish, we back in the the sort of the center, the eye of the storm of the pharmaceutical opioid epidemic, people were using a lot of opiates that weren't addicts. Now that we would still call that a substance use disorder because you're illicitly using opiates to get high, but it's hard to call them a pill addict per se with just that history.
Well,
and now you say you've been addicted. Now, do you really believe he was an addict, or he just was?
Oh no,
abusing drugs?
he triggered something in me, and I wanted to be a fucking bitch to him, and so I said, well, you're a fucking pill addict. You're not perfect either.
So go ahead and play the clip.
See, but then she doubles down. She's like, but you are. You told me things. Like, I know things about you. I know things about your family. Like, she'll do that. She'll like double down.
He's not. I know he's not.
Okay, good.
He's
Right, got
square.
That's all the context.
Okay, it's all good.
Yeah,
All
I'm
good.
square, as she says.
Even though I did. I turned out okay. I'm
No,
functional.
just because you make money doesn't
No,
mean
but you're
okay.
way crazier than
That's
me.
so not true.
No, but you're way crazier than me.
That's not true.
Bro, that's objectively true.
You hide it more, just like Mikey, who hides shit.
Oh, really?
It all gets brought to the surface
I don't hide
later
anything.
on.
I literally don't. You literally just said how honest I am, and you respect that about
But
me.
you hide the crazy, is what I'm saying. Yeah, you
I don't
share
hide.
a lot.
I don't hide.
You do hide the crazy.
I'm all out there. I'm with
You
no
don't talk
fucking
about-
eyebrows and everything.
You were into pills. You never talk about that you were a pill addict for a minute.
What?
Yeah, you said that. You said you were really into pills, and you don't talk about that.
Why do I need to talk about that?
Because that's being open. That you're judging me for being crazy, taking pills or whatever. Like I take pills or whatever. But you've done it too, and you're just not open about it.
I don't think that is a defining characteristic of who I am.
I think that is a big thing. That makes sense. Why? Because you're on medication now, and there's no shame or judgment in it. But like, hey, if you're going to shame me for being
antidepressants,
off
by the way.
meds, you should say, hey, I'm on meds.
I'm not shaming you for being off meds.
That's what it sounds like. You just call me crazy,
But here's
which
what you
means
do.
I'm off
You know what you
medication.
just did? You're trying to see. This is why you are such a dangerous person, especially to be close with, because you'll take something that I've told you. You'll take something that somebody told you in confidence, and you'll use it. You'll weaponize it against them.
That's not true.
That's what you just did.
No,
and luckily
no,
for you, I don't
no,
care, and I'm okay with it.
no.
But you go, oh well, I told you an anecdote about how I used to take
Okay.
tramadol back in Israel when I was like bored in a dead end job, and you literally just weaponized
I
that
did.
against me.
You called me crazy, knowing my history.
Bro,
you
we
called me
always
crazy.
call.
And also a little bit of context. She's dating my brother-in-law
What's that to do with
That's good.
anything?
because I was like, hey
he gay?
Moses, just so you know, she does this.
Okay, can I?
Right, so hold on, slow down, slow your roll. So first of all, watching Uncle Fester attack you was a little weird.
Yeah.
That was a little much for me.
Look good though, right?
It was remarkable. You sure you weren't a child star? It wasn't
No, I
Jackie
wasn't.
Coogan a child star? before you
Why
became
is
Uncle
it
Fester?
is it the trauma that you see that makes you think I was a child star?
No, the actual actor who played Uncle Fester, I believe, was a child star.
Oh, really?
I think so. So check me on that. Dan, check it out. Somebody, Ian, look it up for me. So that was harsh on both your sides, right? Trish, here's the thing. It's really hard to be as open as Trish is, okay? And you could argue that you're so open, Trish, that you don't really kind of perceive boundaries normally, if that makes sense. Is that true?
You knew you were being a
no,
bitch.
can I
though.
just say-
Hold on. Don't start with the you stuff. Stop it. I'm
It's
wondering if...
perceived by me that you knew you were being a
Can I
fucking
say?
bitch.
Here, can I say like hindsight? I
that
looked
play?
back and I was like, oh yeah, that was fucked up. But Ethan, for all the shows, I don't think we had any boundaries between us. He calls me fat. He tells me my boyfriend shouldn't be with me. I shouldn't have kids.
Correct.
What is
That's
it
what I want to
obvious
say.
that
You guys play with that, and Trisha can't do that. She can't really perceive boundaries. It's just
said you
all
can't
out
do
there.
that.
It's all open. Well, you can do it, but you can't expect her to magically know where to draw the line.
But can I also say he has no boundaries with me? He can say whatever he wants about me. The minute there was an issue. This is a whole different issue, but I had an issue with my boyfriend, which is his brother-in-law, with private DMs. He exposed all these private things. So there's
Right.
no boundaries when it comes
That's
to
a
me.
lie.
No, I get
But as
it.
soon as I bring up something private with him,
That's a lie.
then what triggered me was his like, whoa, you're weaponizing weaponizing. Oh my God, you're being a
Yeah,
bitch
I
and
never
crazy now.
weaponized anything against
No,
you.
no, no. You told me I was weaponizing when all of a sudden I thought that was our relationship, just saying whatever, just everything's out in the open. So I was like,
That's what I
okay.
thought. So she's confused. It confuses her to not know where you're supposed to draw the line, right?
Yeah, I was
Don't you
shocked.
see? But don't you see why me now would never say anything like that to you in private?
I can see that, but the same thing, you read private text messages I sent only to you.
Hold on. Ethan, not saying things in private to her because of that does not make you an open person. Right? You can't say I'm totally open about everything, but I can't trust you, so I'm not going to be open.
There's
it's
certain-
okay. You don't have to tell everybody everything, but don't claim that you're wide open and telling everybody everything. She's the one that's really wide open. Too much though, right?
Yeah,
I
too
agree.
much.
I do
Complaint,
agree
yeah.
with that.
I've seen her naked. She's way too wide
Okay.
open.
So he can call me crazy. He can do all this stuff, and it's fine. Like honestly, because I have a lot of I went to a mental hospital last year. Like I have a lot of issues, and so and calling me crazy.
Let's talk about that word. Let's talk about the word.
Yeah.
then. How do you? Because you feel it like it's a negative, like a pejorative, right? Because there's a way to own it, like the word addict or junkie.
Sure.
You just use it in comedy. You can
Can I
do that.
say-
I
and
use it.
Take the
I
energy
call-
out of it.
We've called each other crazy
Yeah.
so many times, and then all of a sudden it was a problem.
Not a trigger.
All right.
But then when you were like, I'm open, and I'm like, oh, are you? And you're like saying, I'm open. So then I'm like, well, what about this? And you brought up stuff about me in private, so I thought it was okay to do it. So the minute you say, wow, I can't believe you would do that, I was like, what are you talking about? You just talked
No,
about all my
there's
personal
things
shit.
you've told me.
This could be also so autistic of her, right? Like that line of not knowing the social cue and not knowing what he means by we're open. Like kind of like, but then I think people do it to themselves, right? Like people will say that, like, I'm so open about everything. I'm so open about everything. Like, you know, but they stop saying that because it's not true. And neither should we all be open about everything. I'm not open about everything. We shouldn't be open about everything. Like, I think it's kind of crazy for anyone to say out loud, I'm open about everything. Maybe you shouldn't be. Maybe there are things we shouldn't be open with. This normalization, it's the word authentic. I'm authentic. I'm authentic. Yes, everybody's authentic within reason. Everybody's open within reason. You know, like we should be within reason of these things. And I think that's what's lost on like, especially like the neurodivergence or the social cue or like what people mean by language. And then it sounds like a lie. So then people go, oh, you're lying because you're not open about everything. Right? Ooh, chat says, yeah, maybe, or just BPD black and white thinking. Or just maybe a miscommunication of language usage. Because I know people who aren't autistic or borderline, and if somebody said to somebody like, oh, I'm so open about everything, they'd be like, no, you're not. I know stuff about you that you're not open about. So to be fair, I think anybody could come to that point. Maybe it's just a language barrier as well. Like different people mean different things when they say like, I'm open, right?
Told me in private that I would never bring out, that you've told me about certain things about your relationship
The
with
thing you
people.
brought up about Moses was really, really
But
personal, and it's really
no, that
damaging
was
to this day in
public.
our relationship.
That
It was not public.
Yes, it was.
Moses, wasn't
Everybody
public.
said
it
literally.
was not public. It was
What are you
not
guys talking
public.
about specifically?
The arm thing.
How do people get photos of it? I didn't put that
After
out.
you said it on the podcast, that account was like, now that it's out on the podcast, I'm going to post these photos. My boyfriend got catfished by someone, said something about an altercation we had that nobody knew. Ethan brought it up on the podcast. That makes me look like I'm a domestic abuse, like I'm a person that hits my partner. And like that was out in the open. And we even said, Moses, like, stop, cut it. We're like, don't put that in the thing. What does he do? He puts it in the fucking thing.
Wait,
it was
hold
never
on.
it was never fucking public.
Well, maybe you shouldn't hit him.
I agree, but that is something that is so fucking personal that you said, and we're like, please edit it out. It was a fucking weak moment, and our relationship will never get past that. And I even tell him that. Now everyone thinks I'm a fucking like a man beater and shit like that because of you.
Hold on.
And
Hold on.
it's fine. It's
Whose
fine. Like, don't say
relationship-
I'm
whose relationship-
weaponizing. It is.
See how they always say it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's not fine.
Ethan, you are the one who said it, and you're like,
But
everything.
you're the okay.
He said while he was here,
Trisha.
everything can be said, and I'm like, yeah, because I thought that was our relationship. So the minute I say something about your pill thing,
Wait,
which,
hold on. Before I said it, I said I was like, how much of this can I read?
I didn't
Because
know
I
that
don't want to
was in there.
upset you. And she said to me,
Hey guys,
you can read everything.
hey, let's navigate these waters carefully, or Trisha's gonna have another episode of Walking Out.
I just
Did
get
you
like, frustrated.
So
It's
let's
just frustrating.
navigate carefully, right? Take a breath. So we don't want to get to the point where we have another episode.
Here's my theory. My theory, she says we should edit it out. But when Ethan says, should we edit it out? She goes, it's fine. Because she keeps doing it here. They both keep doing it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. And there is an episode of Frenemies that has been deleted from the internet, but of course it's been re-uploaded. So there's that too, where like there are episodes that are off the internet, right? But you know, they're on the internet because everyone's on the internet. But that's the problem with Trisha and Ethan. Every time they say don't do something, they also follow with, but it's fine. It's not fine.
Of Walking Out.
I know I am fine
Now-
for real. It's frustrating when he's like, no, it's already out there. When Moses and I both know it wasn't.
The episode that got deleted is the one where she accused her teacher of molesting her, but the family, friends, and everybody in that person's life does accuse Trisha of lying. So I think they took the episode down because I think she names him maybe. I'm not sure, but his family got harassed. He's dead now. His family got severely harassed after that episode came out, but I don't know. I don't know if Trisha was telling the truth. I don't know anything about it. So
I didn't know that's what he was going to say. We have the ability to edit things out, and he didn't. Just like the pill thing, you could edit it out.
I get
He
it, but
doesn't.
you guys are. But this is a problem. This is the problem of a show like this, where you're playing with being totally out there with everything, when there are a few things that maybe not. And you guys got to be very clear. Can you both agree that, at least attempt going forward, that when there are things that should not go out, you'll both agree these things don't go out?
Or
So,
just edit it
let
out
me
too.
make-
Wait, Chad says, even with that, what Trisha did being bad, I have no idea what would compel Ethan to contribute to their invasion of privacy. The flow of the conversation. So Trisha says, this thing happened. Ethan goes, no, it doesn't. This thing happened. And she goes, no, it didn't. He'll pull up the text messages. That's literally every conversation with Trisha and Ethan. Trisha makes a claim that isn't true. Ethan goes pull up the text messages and proves Trisha's wrong. And in that conversation, it was about Moses and her calling Moses a guy interested in minors. And she goes, I never said Moses was interested in minors. He goes, pull it up. And then the text message will literally show Trisha said that. And she'll be like, well, that's like, okay. Do you know what I'm saying? Like all the text message moments happen because Ethan wants the receipts and Trisha is always wrong in the receipts. I don't think there's been one moment where Trisha hasn't been proven wrong by the receipts, even though she says something out loud. So Ethan just, for Ethan, he's like, well, why are you saying it if it's not true? Pull up the receipts. Because Ethan doesn't have anything to hide in regards to it, but Trisha actually does. So the irony is that Ethan is trying to be private. Trisha's trying to say she's super open, but then Ethan goes, okay, we'll show the receipts. And Trisha's like, no, don't show those. Oh, I guess so you're not so like open. You're only open because the internet keeps forcing you to be, but not because you actually are. And that's the difference. Are you open? Or do you keep being put in positions where you have to be because you keep like socially messing up in a sense, or lying, or being caught, or you know what I mean?
If it goes too far.
Let me say, because you guys just left and it seemed like you were fine with it being open. If you stayed and were like, can you cut that out?
Two things.
I would have done that.
We did ask you to cut out. You're like, no, we're leaving this in. Fine.
No,
fine.
I didn't say that.
Fine. Yes, you did. You did say that. You're like, no, we're not. We watch it back. You literally, because that's what you said when I asked you, don't show my personal finances, and you did anyway.
Well, that was different.
Okay, fine. We left.
Drew can't keep up with all this.
We
I'm
left.
trying to keep up, but I understand why Trisha's upset.
Well, hold on.
Thank you. And then we
Hold
left.
on.
And guess what? I was okay with it because I'm like, this is our relationship. This was making the show good, right?
See?
You're exposing
Right.
shit
Now
about
stop
me.
there.
Like, fine, I am okay with it. I am okay with it.
Stop with that. So you see, that's the confusing part. You signed up for this,
Exactly.
100%.
and it went too far.
No, but here's the thing. I'm totally fine. The minute I said something that went too far,
See? She's just misunderstanding why it's not fine. Right? Chess says, do you think Trisha is intentionally lying or maliciously lying? No, I don't know what word it is, but I think Trisha is unable to see other people's perspectives. Genuinely. Like, I think she's genuinely struggling to embody or empathize with other people's actual lived experiences. Genuinely. I think she stays in her own bubble and in her own world, and she doesn't really understand the experience. And I think that makes her struggle with knowing the lines. And I've seen this in other people. Like maybe she's alexithymia. Maybe because like when you think back on the debate bro bubbles, think about those guys and the way they would talk to people. Doesn't it kind of remind you of Trisha? Like, I know that sounds like a weird correlation, but I've been really wondering, like, why is she reminding me so much of the debate bros? And it's because they really struggle with empathizing with people, but then have all these moral grandstandings, all these like values where they're like, you're not allowed to do this and I'm allowed to do this, but you can't go after people's bodies, but I can make fun of a girl for her rape. And I'm like, where's the line with these communities? Like the same communities that were like, I can't believe Britney went after my arms are the same communities that mocked a woman for saying she was raped and saying it wasn't true. So then I'm like, where is the line? I don't understand the moral line with these communities. And this is what I see in Trisha. I don't understand her moral line. Where is your line? Where is the point where your values? I feel like I understand Ethan's. I feel like I really, okay, good. You guys are agreeing. You guys see the correlation. Okay, good. Because Ethan, I feel like I understand his boundary. I think it's really clear. But I do not see Trisha's line. I cannot. That's why I feel socially crazy in these spaces. Like, I don't know how I would act around a Trisha. I don't know how to act around the debate bros because I don't know what the rules are. And it's like a very strange, but I feel like Ethan is really good with his rules. Like, I feel like I could socialize with Ethan. We wouldn't have a problem. So that's, yeah, okay. I'm glad you got, thank you for validating my observation. Because like, I was really thinking about this last night. Like, what is it about these communities? And I just think it's people without personal values. They don't have personal values. So when they get up with you and they're debating you, they don't actually know where the line is. They're not advocating for their own values. They're advocating for the winning side, right?
with Ethan, all of a sudden he said, you weaponize things. This is the problem with you. And I was like, what the fuck? You've been doing this for me every time I've seen you. That's all he does is expose private information about me, which again, I signed up for. I literally am okay. I own up to so much awful things that I've done. It's fine by me. Truly, it's fine by me. But the minute someone's like, wow, Trisha's crazy, or Trisha did this, it happened in my last relationship. The minute I spoke up, I was uncomfortable about a threesome. All of a sudden it's like, wow, Trish, it was a joke. Wow, okay, you did that to David and Jake. Like, I'm the person that's the villain. I'm the, oh my God, you went too far. You weaponized. This is why I'm scared for Moses to be in a relationship with you. It's like, that's our banter. That was my banter with my last relationship. That's ours. And I thought it was fine. And then so my trigger wasn't that, oh, and I fucked up. Like the pill thing, probably I shouldn't have.
Let's find out what's going on with Ethan. Because if it really was as big a deal as we're making it, was it that big a deal?
Well, clearly I didn't perceive it.
For you.
Oh, that he had like a bruise on his arm?
No, that she came out with the pill stuff.
No, it was more. I was more like shocked and surprised that she went there.
Okay. So why did you then hit her with, "Hey, you're attacking me. You're weaponizing this information"?
Because
that's what triggered her.
Because she does. I mean, you do that. You don't.
Okay. So what? Okay. So fine. So what is that? Wait. So what is that, Trisha? What's he talking about?
I guess he says that I've done exposed videos about my boyfriends in the past where it's like when I'm hurt, like I will do things like hurt people or whatever like that.
Okay, so stop. So that maybe is not okay, right?
I agree. I totally agree.
Ooh, great point, chat. Chat says, okay, there's a couple of you actually having a conversation about Ethan and Trisha. So one comment says, that's so fair. Trisha's too defensive to see other people. And someone said, I think Ethan has been that way as of recently and that Ethan is morally ambiguous. 100%. Ethan has been so... I saw a comment on my video today and I commented back because they were like, I don't like this girl is saying that Ethan just simply cried about Israel Palestine. Like she doesn't know what's going on. She said she doesn't watch Ethan. People think like they don't understand. I watched Ethan up until a month ago, but he was so defensive over everything that was happening. He could not fathom other people's lived experience. He just could not do it. And that's too hard for me to watch. I cannot watch content creators who have a hard time truly seeing other people because they're getting too defensive. Like you're getting too like it's not. And then you're like Ethan now, this Ethan, I could never talk to present day Ethan. I wouldn't even know how to socialize with him. Present day Ethan, I wouldn't know how to socialize with. This Ethan in this podcast, much easier Ethan to deal with. But great example of like when you're so defensive, it blocks all of your ability to see. And also there's also a scary punishment. Right? There's like a scary punishment ahead of you if, God forbid, you show weakness in some of these bubbles. Excuse me. I just thought, there's so much to this, huh? Oh, wow. With such an interesting, this is why we're watching it, to compare the two. Huh? Interesting.
You ever heard the phrase?
He's talking about my boyfriend.
Can I interject?
Listen, hold on. That's a different issue. But hurt people, right?
Of course,
When you're hurt, it's not of course. You can deal with it a little more productively.
No, I go to DBT classes and stuff. So I know my issue is it's like a group therapy for
dialectical. It's called dialectical behavioral therapy, and it helps keep other people in mind when you want to do something.
Because I have I can't control myself. It's almost like I black out, and so when I get.
This is what I'm saying. Isn't that amazing how different therapy can work for you? I did a year of DBT and it changed my life fundamentally. I fundamentally just changed as a person. Trisha's been in DBT for how long? How long does it take a person to, but see, I'm very well read, which I will proudly say. Trisha, when she shows off her book collection, I mean, I've read those books too. They're not the greatest books. They're usually kind of scammy books, like The Secret. But I hope she's reading different books too. But also, I think that's always interesting, our journey. Some people DBT doesn't work for them. I've talked to so many people that are like, man, DBT didn't help me. And I always wonder how much of the DBT plus all the books I've read, plus all of my bubble hopping is actually what helped me get better. Because I was able to really humanize my parents during therapy, humanize the world during therapy. I was like, oh, everybody's struggling. And once I realized everybody was struggling, it was easier. I heard somebody make a comment about me the other day where they were referencing kind of ending friendships and the first red flag, or ending friendships writing somebody off for just one part of them and not the whole, but without taking into consideration that you might think this person is important and you don't want to write them off for one thing they've done, but for the rest of us, they're just somebody we knew for a short time. They're not important to us. So when we make people important to us, like a Trisha, yes, we're not just going to write Trisha off for the one thing, two thing, four things she's done. We're going to look at the whole of Trisha. But the dilemma is people have to remember, we're not obligated to make Trisha important to us. We're not obligated to make the same people important to us. Ethan tried to make Trisha some sort of priority in his life, though the question is how close, I don't know, right? all of us pick and choose our friendships, but people have to remember, especially YouTuber to YouTuber, like we're at the end of the day coworkers. And it's probably going to be very rare for us to pick each other as like a huge priority in terms of recognizing your bad and your good together, right? Like I try not to let my coworker friends do emotional labor for me unless it's like consensual, we've negotiated it, because I have like friends and family who do those things. So it feels like there's a professionalism that's missing, which I love that Dr. Drew pointed it out. Like at the end of the day, there is a hardness in YouTube because it is a professional friendship job. And it can be very, very hard to balance those things out. You know how they say never work with family? Lots of people work with their family successfully, but there's clear boundaries. Like we're at work, I'm not your dad at work, I'm your boss. Or we're at work, I'm not your brother, I'm your coworker. You know, a lot of people who can create those boundaries are so much more successful than the people who can't. When you can't create the boundary, it's going to fuck everything up, right? Discord says Trisha might be going to therapy, but that's different than actually integrating new tools into your life. Some people are really passive with therapy, as if the change will happen to them without their effort. And I do think present day Trisha is very different from this Trisha. Like she even physically looks different, which I think people do after healing. I think we look different. And again, once, you know, healing is a journey. It's never ending, right? We'll be healing for the rest of our lives. But there's a point where Trisha here is totally unhealed. Right? There's no part of her that's really healed. But I would argue present day Trisha has a part of her that obviously has healed over. I can see the change in her. But how far has she taken it? Who knows? And she's not obligated to take it, you know, to an extent like as far as everybody else would want her to go. It's all up to her how far she goes. No?
Get mad or upset, or I felt in that position, all of a sudden I started feeling like, wow, I'm being like looked at as the villain, like I did something wrong.
Okay, so there's a lot here, right?
Yeah.
And Ethan, she's doing something active about it. She's actually getting treatment.
Yeah, no,
for
that
it.
makes me happy to hear.
So, yeah, so good. So I think we can move past that a little bit because that shouldn't happen as much, right?
And I do have a lot of empathy and sympathy for like the fact that sometimes you lose control and you get really emotional and you do and say things that you regret. I do want to add.
Oh, hold on. I want to say, because chat says I don't think Ethan was healed even now. You don't become healed, then you stay healed. You have to actively work on it. You can become a healed person who goes back to being unhealed. If you're a healed person and then you get into a car accident and all your limbs are missing, you might have to reintegrate a new healing process into your life, right? So I just want to bring that up because I think Ethan isn't healed at the moment, but I think he was much more healed here. But instead of it being linear, we don't go back and forth. We go forward, but we have dips in the road, right?
That this whole event came after her and her boyfriend got into a fight, and she already made a video about him, accusing him of flirting with underage girls, which she's since retracted.
It's totally different. First of all, it's totally different because that's something completely different than me having an altercation with him.
Who's my brother-in-law, my wife's brother, by the way, someone I care about.
So he's saying like I made a video being like, you know, he flirted with fans, whatever, but that's a completely different thing that I already made public as opposed to an altercation. Like that's a completely different thing that nobody wanted out there and you put out there, and then it went to the shitstorm thing of Trisha's an abuser and all this stuff, which was not something that was out there.
What's worse, that Trisha hits her boyfriend or that her boyfriend texts minors?
So let's go. So what Ethan seems to appreciate is when you have something that becomes excessive, you do something active in response to it. So what are you doing to help make sure that doesn't happen again? Is that part of the DBT therapy?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, I started that in May.
Let me ask you a harsh question. When people, you know, when they get into altercations that go that far, oftentimes we advise that this isn't going to work.
Yeah.
Is that the case with this relationship, or are you both in it and working actively with professionals to help make sure this doesn't happen again?
Yeah, I'm working now on it, and it's like a thing that's like super, super sensitive because I've never gone that far, you know. And I've gotten help for the past year because I had 2 mental hospital stays where I was put on a 5150. So like I go into these like
these states.
Yeah, like it's like a blackout where I'm like not that person.
Yes.
And like that was the first time that happened. So now that that's out there on the internet, like everyone thinks that's just me, that I just like abuse people, and it's like it's never been that far.
Right. So let's be clear. It's very much the same thing. Those blackouts or whiteout or red outs that people get when they hurt themselves and other people.
Yeah.
And it needs to be treated. And you're treating it. I mean, that's the thing. Now it's also a sign of like really heavy duty childhood trauma. So you're getting that treated too?
Not so much yet. I mean, because I had my blackout moments where I woke up and I was like, I didn't want to do that.
No, I
like,
understand.
I don't
know. I get it.
So.
And so that's
I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt anyone, even in my relationship now. I am trying to like sabotage it to not make it last because I don't want to be harmful to anybody, and I'm dangerous to myself. I'm dangerous to other people, and it's bad.
Okay,
you know?
so stop. And so Ethan, can you see how when you say something like this is a weaponized, you're attacking me? That's tough territory for her right now. You got it?
Yeah, no,
You understand? Okay.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
so here's the deal. You're doing DBT. Do you have any like peer support, that kind of thing? People you can call when you start to ask? Okay.
Yeah.
So you're doing all the right stuff, right? You have a therapist. You have a DBT group.
Yeah.
You've got peer support. I mean, it's the fact that this happened from my perspective, not so surprising given what you tell everybody about yourself.
Yeah.
That's part of this whole syndrome. And yes, you have to be extremely careful. You have to 5 steps earlier, you have to do something to make sure you don't get all the way to those dissociative states.
What we do, that's what it is. I mean, what we do now.
And by the way, you're hanging in very, very well with this whole episode we're all going through here. You're not dissociating, which is kind of remarkable, right?
Thank you. I feel like we have worked on it since. I mean, I tell him, like, because I used to tell him, like, hey, let's stop talking about this. And he took it as me just trying to control the situation. But now if I say, can we please stop talking about this, like he does, because I know that's when I get into that, like, blackout thing. Because that's what happened. I was like, can we just stop talking about it? And when he doesn't, because he thinks I'm trying to control the conversation, which I'm not.
You have to say, you need a code word. You need some way of stopping it. Come back around later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use safe words in my relationships. They're really helpful. Like, safe words are just like code words. You use them to say, hey, like, something's happening. And people who are like, that's so silly, why do you need that? They're not safe to be around, because ultimately they're not willing to admit that there might be a time when we're not clearly communicating. But I love a safe word.
Escalate.
And that's what we do, and that's what it has been. It's just one of those things, as I've never gotten that far, where I just feel like I shouldn't be in a relationship. I shouldn't, not for a long time.
That's all that negative self-talk that is part of the problem, right? And so Ethan, the good news is you and her relationship has never gone to those places, right? So she obviously trusts you. Not quite.
Not quite. No, we had a really bad blowout and a few episodes ago where I think you were starting to disassociate and you left.
I walked out because he was pushing it once again. He wouldn't let go. We were 20 minutes past our thing, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna leave after this. And he's like, no, let's resolve this now.
I was trying to apologize.
He was trying to
see
resolve
it.
it, and I said, not right now. Like, I'm gonna just leave. I'm just gonna leave, and he would not end it. So that's when I walked out. I didn't get angry. I didn't yell at him. I was like more embarrassed than anything, and I just left. And it was past our time of doing the show. I stayed in there for the rest of it, and I just left because that was what he was saying, the weaponizing thing, and I knew it was gonna like set me off. It already did, and that's why I was being nasty about his wife and his kids and stuff like. And I was just like, okay, I need to like leave because I know it's gonna get even worse.
But I don't take that stuff personally because I understand. Can I have a hug, by the way?
No, not
really?
right now.
No, I don't think that's the thing right now.
Really? Not good time for a hug?
No, I don't think so. We might get there, but we're not there now.
And he's never hugged me ever once. Can I just say that? So if you hug me now, it's disingenuine to me.
Really?
It's going to seem weird.
Never, because you never hug me.
When you're dressed.
Chat says, I'll be really honest here. Okay, I am ASD, and a meltdown would make me hit myself, very embarrassing for me. And if my ADHD partner doesn't understand I need space, maybe a safe word would help. I'll be really honest with you. My form of self-harm is like hitting myself. So who knows, borderline autism, I don't know. But my form of self-harm is hitting myself. So I've not engaged in like that form of self-harm in many, many, many years. And it's really nice, but I understand that form of self-harm, and I understand that like it just like, so I would say that my partner hasn't had to see it because I haven't had an issue, but I will say that leading up into healing, boundaries, safe words, leaving, walking, doing anything else, super important. And I would say like so much of self-harm is like control. For me, it's always like I'm hurting myself to feel like I'm in control. I can do something about a situation. So when I feel out of control, I hurt myself to feel in control, right? That was my relationship with self-harm. So I definitely recommend a safe word. I definitely recommend walking away. I definitely recommend, explaining just from a scientific perspective what's happening, because there's a science to our life. And I think explaining that would be so helpful. But I think that for me, I always want to look at, that's why I love data, because data gives us so much truth, because, it's there. We can collect data. We can see, we can run the numbers, numbers are math is math. So I would put together a great option of things. And also, I know this is the hardest thing for everyone to hear, but if you're not dating your forever partner, it's so much harder. In my opinion, if you're not with your forever person, imagine you are dating somebody who is not your forever person. And you're trying to navigate a person that's not your high compatibility partner, and you're trying to navigate your mental health, it is very hard. And I will say that is very difficult. And I could never get my mental health together until I didn't date anyone who wasn't my forever partner, right? And then my mental health was together by the time I met them. I'm not saying you're not with your forever partners. I don't know your circumstance, any of you. I'm just saying, remember that when you're dating somebody, especially if you're young, it might be adding on, just like a job might be a bad environment for your uniqueness. So can the person you're dating. Is the person you're dating on the same page as you? to understand that this is going to be a lifelong journey. That is not going to be, it's going to be better, but it's not going to be not there. Like my partner and I, who I married, we talk about this all the time. This is our life. I have a podcast coming for you in 2 weeks from now about like this whole dream of like one day we'll be so consistent and everything will be different. And nope, like we pretty much plan to have a marriage where we change schedules every week. Because the realistic part is we're both neurodivergent. This myth that one day we'll wake up and be normal and we'll have a normal schedule like other people, we will not. We will be the people who have different eating schedules, sleeping schedules every week. Because this idea that we're going to wake up one day and be like a regular person is just never going to happen for us. And having somebody who understands that is so special, because sometimes when you date somebody who doesn't understand that, they're going to wait for you to wake up one day and be that person. And you're not going to be that person. Okay, but you can be a healthy person. You can mitigate harm. You can self-harm and get it down to basically like no self-harm. You can get to those points. So safe words, writing things down, keeping a journal of what works and doesn't. Data is your friend.
Dressed as one another, it's actually weird.
Yeah.
Well, then
No test plate.
with a lack of not in replacement of hugging you. Well, no, seeing you like this, I mean, it gives me a lot of insight to how vulnerable.
Yes, I think Ethan's saying, I see how tender this is. I apologize where I've triggered it too far. That's what she needs lots of right now.
Yeah.
I understand.
Well, No, I mean,
I think it's just like I always feel bad. Like and I haven't apologized to you. And I do feel bad when I attack like your wife and you're like all that stuff like that. I do feel bad right away. Like that's the worst thing about this is like I feel bad instantaneously. I'm like fuck.
I do believe this, and I'm glad to see her apologizing. I do believe this. I think it makes her feel like shit, but I don't think she knows why. Because when you don't have values, when you don't have ways to identify your feelings, you don't know where to put them in terms of a category. How is she supposed to know what she's really feeling and then being able to express that to people unless she knows what it is? And so many people go throughout life not knowing why they feel the way they do. That's why if you ever go on a date with a neurodivergent, the joke is, wow, I've never dated somebody like you. You're asking me questions no one's ever asked me before. And you're literally just asking them like, how do you feel about your life? To like a neurodivergent who's used to asking themselves a specific category of neurodivergent, and it's not a monolithic experience, who's used to asking themselves like philosophical questions. You want to date with somebody else and they're like, oh, no one's ever asked me that. What do you mean? Like, how do you feel about your job? What do you mean? Those are a majority of people are moving through life, not even contemplating like, why do you feel that way? And I don't think Trisha's given herself space at this era of her life to really ask herself, okay, that thing you're feeling, what do you think you should do with it? And then she has to make a decision. And I'm glad to see her apologizing now.
I'm such a bad person. Like, this is why I don't keep friends. And he said in that same episode, this is why nobody wants to be with you. And it's like that all there is like, I know this stuff. It's like, I just can't control it.
But it is also true that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy a lot of the time with BPD and NPD. And I'm not a mental health professional, but it can be, from my understanding of the books I've read, a self-fulfilling prophecy of like, everybody leaves me. I can never be myself. But then you push them away. And when they leave, you're like, see, everybody leaves me. And that's Trisha's cycle, right? Versus my relationship with my BPD was more like, I never thought like, oh, everybody leaves me. I really, really just struggled with existing. To be completely honest, I always ask myself, like, why am I staying? Even when I had people around me that were like, we love you, stay. I was like, that's not good enough. I didn't want to commit suicide because nobody wanted me here. I didn't know what I was doing on the planet. And until I knew what I was doing on the planet, like nothing was going to make me happy. No relationship, no job, no amount of money, no mom, dad, sibling. Nothing was going to make me happy. So for me, it was always just like, why am I staying here? Why am I dealing with these people? Why am I dealing with taxes? Why am I doing my bills? Like, why am I even saving money? Like, why am I doing anything? And so until I figured that out, it was just like, I didn't care if people abandoned me, because the people who would threaten to abandon me, like they weren't important enough. Like it didn't matter. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was just like, okay. It was like, it's a very confusing perspective to be in. But Trisha, I think, is so textbook in a sense, right? Isn't Trisha so textbook in a sense?
it right now. I'm doing better at it, but like I don't have friends. I don't have relationships that last longer than a year. He knows that. So by you saying that too, it just like fucking triggered it all over again. Because I know that's why I don't have friends. I know that.
Well,
Sorry, and I say that because my family and friends and the people I actually wanted in my life were there. Like the actual people I wanted in my life were there. Everybody else were people that I was like, you're replaceable. The other people who would threaten to leave, like I was like, okay, but like you're replaceable. The people that were not replaceable in my life were present. They never left. That's why they're inner circle. You know what I mean? Like, cause like we're not I can't replace my siblings. I can't replace my parents. They're not replaceable. I cannot replace them. Right? But like other people who came in and out of my life, like,
And I feel bad
Go ahead.
instantaneously. I'm not like
Let
a
Ethan talk.
sociopath.
Let Ethan talk. It's all good.
no,
Ethan?
I feel bad, and I feel like I didn't. It's hard. I feel like people misperceive you and misunderstand you. I think people think that you're not self-aware or that you're just like
Yeah.
this wrecking ball and that you kind of
Wrecking
are just
ball.
like this emotionless creature that just smashes everything up and you don't
Oh, no.
think twice about it.
Yeah.
But,
Oh,
it's,
no, no.
but it's clear to me now that you are very aware of how you can be hurtful and mess things up and that it does hurt you.
Yeah.
And I understand about how I said, at that time was maybe just hitting too hard and was just too mean, and it was something that you are painfully aware of.
Yeah.
Here's
hug?
the
I'm
deal.
just kidding.
You still have to have a show.
Yeah.
You still have to have a show, and you still have to conflict. But I think you got to do a little more agreeing on where the boundaries are. And now you understand it once you trigger what's under all that.
Can I ask you a question that I think may come off as insensitive, but I think it's
and before you do, I just want to say this would be a very different conversation were she not doing active professional interventions on all of this.
Yeah.
She's doing the care she needs to do to make this better.
I am
Yeah.
very
So-
proud of you that you're doing all
Yeah.
that stuff. I think that's great.
Yeah. So what's your question?
Is it not at least somewhat my place to worry that, with all that, with like, the problems that you have, that you're working on and that we all understand, and is it not inappropriate for me to worry about my brother-in-law being in a relationship with her?
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to know the details of what, how bad it's gotten between them. That's really his decision, right? I mean, she is doing active interventions. I mean, maybe
Moses
he's
is not.
Oh, I never do this. But I have to do it for this argument. But I never do this. If you're new to my channel, I would disregard you if you made this argument to me. But I'm about to make this argument in the most good faith way possible. Okay? Oh, I hate that I'm going to do this, but I think it's really important. If Trisha was a man and Moses was a woman, would we say that's her right to be in a relationship where a man beats her and gaslights her and confuses her and whips back and forth and is unsafe and has driven her car or his car into a house and done all these things? Like, I think it's scarier when it looks like a man than when it looks like a woman. But I would say regardless of gender, I do think Ethan has the right to be concerned. But I think it's Moses's right to eventually make his own decision. So I never make this argument. I think it's a shitty argument. I think it's brain dead. But I just want to say it out loud that I do think our sexism is at play here, where we see Trisha as less threatening than a man. And I think that's inappropriate given that she did literally bruise her partner. But I would say more than that, it's Moses at the end of the day is 40 something at this point. He can make his own decision. All of us are allowed to put up with our family members that hit us, beat us, mistreat us with whatever boundaries we want. I just want to make it clear to you, you do not deserve the physical violence, that the physical violence is not justified. I think it's okay for you to say, I'm going to take on this burden of physical violence in a way to get my family members help. But I need you to know the physical violence is not to be tolerated. It is to be a sign of how bad it is, right? And including the emotional violence, the emotional manipulation, if it exists, right? So I would say that in general, at some point, your family member has to make a choice. So if my girlfriend was dating a guy who beat her, eventually I would do my best to be a supportive friend and to say, I'm here for you and for you alone. If you need me, call me. But at the end of the day, I can't take my girlfriend from her boyfriend's house and throw her in my basement to save her. Like, she has to leave that house, right? And when she does, then you have friends who go back and forth into the cycle, and eventually you got to let them either live or die by that cycle. This is what's so scary about getting into toxic relationships is like your friend's either going to live or die by that cycle. And if they live, Maybe it's good or maybe it's just toxic. So I think as family members, we are always allowed to be concerned, but we also have to radically accept that we can't make decisions for adults and that all we can do is support them and their health and, you know, be there within reason. Because Ethan can't also risk Gila's safety or her children's safety by inviting those people into his house either. Because that's the other irony is like, you have to be very careful about all of this stuff. But I would say that Trisha isn't an extreme case of domestic violence, nor either someone who would maybe qualify as domestic violence, but rather a tussle between partners. In the same way that two guys at a bar could be fighting, you wouldn't call that domestic violence, right? I think there is an opportunity in that scenario of them fighting over the phone that could feel less domestic violence and more like a tussle between partners, which I think siblings can tussle, parents can tussle, you can tussle with a stranger. So I think Trisha is on the lower end spectrum of possible like safety concerns, but there should be some level of safety concern. Right. And so, yeah, Chet says, I think the question is wrong. It isn't, can I be concerned? It's more, can I interfere? I agree. I don't think Ethan has the right to interfere, but I think he has the right to say his piece once and move on. That's what I try to do. I try to say my piece once so they know where I stand and then I move on. Especially if they ask me or it gets brought up, like I will tell you once how I feel about this. And then that's it is what it is. You can make your own decision.
Nodding, yes.
Who is?
Yeah, he's co-signing.
Yeah.
He's here, by the way.
Okay. But Trish, do you guys do anything together therapeutically?
We haven't. And it's more just because I do talk a lot about like childhood trauma that I don't talk about with anybody, not even on my YouTube. So I kind of just don't want him to know everything. Like, because my parents, a lot of my parents, both my parents don't really know all of it. So it's just like something I don't.
Wait, she doesn't want Moses to know about it?
Want him to know right now?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Then.
Oh. Ooh. Here's a hot take. I think before you marry someone, they should know everything about your childhood trauma and everything about you to the best of their ability to handle the information. You don't necessarily have to tell the full story in detail because that's very traumatizing. Retelling stories from trauma are very traumatizing. But to say that it happened is very important. Not the details necessarily, but just to say, hey, this happened. I think Trisha has told Moses, hey, this stuff happened, but maybe not the full story, which is fine. But I don't know how I would feel because listen, if you marry somebody and you find out they were molested as a kid or raped, God forbid, okay? And they don't tell you, okay, who it was, you get married. And then you find out it's her brother and he's been showing up to Easter Sunday every year, you might be a little fucking pissed that the guy you've been fucking throwing football with is also the guy who fucking raped your wife. Like that might piss you the fuck off, right? So I think that it is important for people to tell enough detail to make it safe for that partner that when they hear the whole story, it's not going to erode the whole marriage. And also, like, you have to understand the family you're marrying into as well. So, like, that kind of stuff, I think is really important. So there has to be just enough detail that your partner feels safe. And that's up to you and your partner. You have to negotiate it, and your partner has to be clear with what they need to know before saying yes to the marriage, right? Because not everybody can handle that. Not everybody can handle marrying somebody who slept with their sibling. Like that's a pretty intense trauma to deal with. You know what I'm saying, girls? Like that ain't no casual. So I think if you have really big stuff, you should talk about it.
He should see a therapist.
And yes, you run the risk of telling a person you don't end up marrying your secrets, and then they end up leaving and not dating you, and then that person goes on with your story. Yes, that is the consequence. You know?
As well. So he, again, because boundaries are really goofy, you know, he needs to get some clarity about that. Yeah. He needs to understand where he's at and where, you know, what's you, what's him. You understand how that gets kind of blurry, right?
Yeah. I mean,
but he should see somebody too. And then proceed, you know, your treatment works, guys.
That's the other issue with Ethan, like him being like, should I be concerned? I mean, his brother-in-law is 43, you know what I mean? 43. And it's like, no matter, like the thing is like the reality of the situation is like, he's here with me every week. Like we're always together all the time. It's like, why? And from the beginning, even if it was a joke or not on the podcast, he's like, I don't approve of this. They should tell us what they're doing. And then
I never said I didn't approve.
But
what happened was that
what happened?
You have to own this. Okay, we did a show on the podcast called The Bachelor, which we've done before, where we set up somebody and we have content. You know The Bachelor.
Yeah.
And so Trisha was the Bachelorette, and they started flirting.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Trisha, don't. You're okay. You're starting to sink on us. We're losing it.
I'm okay. I really am. It's just a lot happening with like the look and then you and then the guest and then all this right now.
No, I know. And don't let it depress you. It's all good. It's all good.
I'm not.
Okay.
I feel good.
Hold on.
Look what's sitting
Let me make
across
sure
from
my
you.
nips are
You.
out.
Right.
Stupid.
Hang on.
Stay in the moment. Okay, here we go. So finish up.
Okay.
I just saw
I
you
asked
sinking
Trisha
there.
about
I didn't want that to happen.
When she adjusts her blouse, I was because there's fake nips here. And you have to blur that. You're gonna have to blur that, Dad. I asked if she adjusted her dress. It's like right above your nip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you want to show as much cleavage as possible
Right.
without the titty.
Ethan also once told me I had the worst boob job ever. So
But that didn't offend you, did it?
the thing is like, yes and no. Like, that's our relationship. I know you're joking. It's like love. I'm fine with you doing it. But at the same time, it is offensive. So it's like when I say something like offensive, like, it's like, whoa.
Well,
but like,
no. You can tell me whatever you want. It's just the pill thing that I found curious.
okay. And now
Strangely
That was
enough,
the only time.
you guys need to be able to offend each other to do this show.
and I love it. Like, I love when people make jokes
And I
about
was
me. think
okay
it's
with her
funny.
saying it, Dr. Drew. If you recall, I said,
I wouldn't say she loves it. I don't know. I don't know if I would I don't know if I describe Trisha as loving it.
I'm fine. I just find it curious.
You didn't say that. You're like, wow, you're weaponizing right now. This is what I'm concerned about Moses.
Yeah, I
like,
said
if you
that
said,
in addition to all the other things I just said.
Okay.
But anyway, let's go back. Let's go back to when they started dating.
Okay.
They started dating, and Moses at first was saying he was just doing it for the show. He thought it would be entertaining for the show. Okay, this has all been said, so I don't think I'm hurting anyone.
no, you're fine.
And so
I don't believe that necessarily, but go ahead.
Right.
you don't believe what he said or what I'm saying?
What he said, just doing it for the show.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
he
anyway,
made-
he said that he's just what?
No, he's saying he's saying.
Well, anyway, they were started posting these pictures. This happened over the course of a few weeks, and every time we see Moses a lot. It's my wife's brother, and he says, "Oh, it's nothing. We're just hanging out, yada yada yada," and this lash is all in my eye.
Oh my God.
And
It's the most
they put up
ADHD
with-
conversation. Jesus.
yeah, it's crazy, dude. And so he was being deceptive to us, and so we didn't know what was happening. And it's not that I disapproved; it's just
Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. It's casual. So he's being deceptive to us. Oh. He's being deceptive to us. He says it's casual. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. It's happening. Being casual. He's deceptive to us. Oh. Deception. Disgrace. I don't think he was being deceptive. I think he was trying to say, mind your own fucking business, bitch. I don't know. Sometimes I think, sometimes I think families are really bad at saying, like, none of your business. Like, I was seeing my partner before I told my parents, and then I told my parents, like, hey, I'm going to marry this guy. My parents found out about my partner when I had basically decided to marry him. So I don't know, like, it's none of your fucking business. But my brothers knew. My brothers who were living with, we were all living with each other at the time. Like, they were obviously in on it. I was like, I'm talking to a boy. And like, that was there. But like, my parents were like the last ones to find out, basically. So I don't know. There's like, basically my parents found out about him around the time that he was already planning to come to America to meet my family. And, as you guys know, my parents decided not to meet him because they said, oh, we'll meet him if it gets serious. Oops. And then, it got serious. And before they knew it, I was living in Europe. So they haven't physically met him yet, which is so funny. We're about to hit our second wedding anniversary in August. We're dying. It's so funny. But like, you pick and choose how you show up for people in their life. And decisions were made. They're very supportive now, obviously, but it's kind of funny. Like, it is a little funny. Anyways, so I think Ethan just doesn't know how to show up in this relationship, especially with Trisha's reputation. But I do think Trisha's being so unfair with her reputation. Like, she's being so unfair that people don't have a thought about her. Like, why is she acting? Excuse me. Trisha thinks she's better than Gabby Hanna. Like, she thinks she's better than these other girls that she hates. Like, you are Gabby Hanna to people. I don't know why Trisha doesn't get it. Now, do I think Trisha's Gabby Hanna? No. Because Gabby, present day, is still like, Jesus, come inside me, rain down on me. You know what I mean? Trisha's over her Jesus phase, as we all remember. Trisha loves Jesus phase. But, like, Trisha is Gabby Hanna to most people on the internet in this era of time. But Trisha thinks she's better than them, and maybe she is. Maybe she literally is, right? But that doesn't mean it's that crazy that people would have that reputation around Trisha.
just that we were having the show with Trisha and seeing Moses all the time, and they were being deceptive to us. And maybe they felt like they didn't want to be judged by us and all that, and I get it.
Yeah,
But that was the reason why I never said I disapproved. I just thought it was weird
He implied it.
that you guys were like sneaking around and not telling us what was going on
The
and
quote-
lying to us.
You say I disavow this. That's exactly what you said. That's your quote exactly.
Well, I was probably, being.
What's a joke and what's not? You can't just say, oh, that was a joke.
I have always and actively said that I approve. I don't have a problem. I just don't like the deception.
But we were just trying to date. Like, what are we supposed to be? Like, we're boyfriend, girlfriend? Like, we didn't even know.
It was really Moses' fault. I don't blame you on that one. Moses was very deceptive.
Bottom line, why is it your concern even now? You're like, should I be concerned
Well, we were
for
doing a
Moses
show.
because she has
If
a
there
mental health
was,
issue?
if there was no show, I wouldn't care.
Right now we're doing a show, and you're like, she has a mental health issue.
We were
Should I be
doing a
concerned for
dating
her?
show with
Okay,
you.
right now in this moment, you just said, should I be concerned for my brother-in-law because I have issues with my mental health? It's
You
like,
know what?
it's not your
It was
concern.
insensitive, and I think.
Also, yeah, just a reminder that Moses and Trisha broke the rules of the dating show that Ethan put a bunch of money into to find Trisha a boyfriend, which was still a great story of them finding each other through the show. But just a reminder that Trisha and Moses were also being deceptive because they were running a show together. And Ethan's like, you're not going to fuck up my show, are you? You're not dating each other, are you? So just a reminder that that element is very important, actually. Because like Trisha was, it's like her going on a game show where like she pretended to be single, but she wasn't. Like, which is a Love is Blind thing that happens almost every season. There's always somebody who's actually still in a relationship. And it's like, and those people are like the bad people. The bad people are the ones who pretend to be single when they're in a relationship. So to be fair to Ethan, during this time, she was supposed to stay single. And then she ended up dating Moses and secretly keeping it going.
Dr. Drew had a really good response that I agree with, and it is Moses' choice, and I support his choice.
And he has to keep up with you, is what I'm saying. He's got to be in his own treatment because,
Yeah.
I mean, because you're going to change, and
But
this
you're not
relationship's going
in
to work.
Moses, and you don't believe in therapy, do you?
We're doing just fine.
He says they're doing just fine in response to does he believe in therapy?
Interesting. Maybe a little Al-Anon for Moses.
What did you say?
Chad says, I never took the Bachelor episode very serious. Well, it's serious when it comes to the money of it all. Because that's the problem. Remember, at the end of the day, YouTubers are creatives and they put a lot of money and effort into these things. And when people don't show up, it's like a huge bummer. It's a bummer for the viewers. It's the bummer for the people. It's the bummer for the cast. Like they put so much effort into this. It's just a bummer. Imagine if Trisha did one of her music videos and she spent her $10,000 on a music video that doesn't make her any money. And she put all her heart and soul into it and none of her backup dancers showed up. That sucks. That sucks. That's like a really shitty, damn, that sucks, And Trisha doesn't make money off her music videos. That's just for fun. So just imagine like you put all this effort into something and like nobody shows up and it cost you $100,000.
Maybe a little Al-Anon. What do you think, Trisha?
A what anon?
Al-Anon.
What is that? I don't know what
It's
that is.
it's for people that are involved with people that have used substances,
Oh, okay.
and it's it's to get some support and get some clarity on what they're
I don't
feeling.
think Moses would ever do that.
It doesn't sound like it.
Okay, let's not talk about him though. And also, and for the record,
it's interesting-
my
but it's-
parents also are not about. You know what I mean? My mom more so, but
Yeah.
like my dad's not about therapy. So I go on these alone. When I was I've had other issues with addiction, and like I went on my own. When I was in mental hospital, I was on my own. No one, my mom came to see me, but I didn't.
Thank God you're doing this.
Yeah,
right?
but
I agree.
I'm usually alone with it, and that's why I'm like, it's okay. It's
Despite everything, I've always wished the best for you, and I really do love you as a friend.
Yeah.
I feel like we have amazing chemistry, and I see the goodness in you, and I know that like you're always fighting to bring that out more than like when you get upset or you do this and that and the stuff you regret. Like that does. I don't ever see that as who you are. I know who you are, and I love that person as a friend of mine.
okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to
We're
the
good.
drama.
That felt so one-sided. That was so sweet. And she didn't give any of the energy back. Does Trisha want to be Ethan's friend or does she just want to be liked by Ethan? Like Ethan just like poured his heart out and she gave no reciprocation. That was so depressing.
We still didn't solve what we're doing with the word crazy. We're
Right.
using it or not using it. 'Cause I think
I
a show
don't
like
mind
this,
it. I
yeah.
call
See, I think
myself
a show like
crazy.
this, you kind of have to own it.
Okay,
and say,
guys, she said it. She said she doesn't mind the word crazy.
hey, you're using it because
Yeah.
you need craziness because that's what you're sort of creating here in the studio.
I love it.
A certain amount of craziness.
Yeah, and that didn't trigger me. So when he said I'm so open, I finally was just like, but you're not, because this is what you're not open about. And then what the trigger was the weaponizing. All of a sudden, I'm
No,
the
I know.
villain.
I know.
and
We
I'm
got
the
it.
bad guy.
He
Okay.
got it too, which is the good news.
Okay.
Now let's
Is
fast
this what you
forward.
imagined, Ethan, when you asked me to come here?
I don't know. I think
either.
I was expecting it to be more lighthearted. I guess, but this
I
show always
was going to
surprises
call
everyone.
you. I was going to call you. I told you yes. I emailed you yesterday. I said I think we should get on the phone because it either doesn't work at all or it gets heavy. That's what happens with this kind of thing. And it's much better when it gets real.
I agree.
No, I love talking. I like talking about it, and I especially like talking like with someone who like understands it, because I think the whole internet thinks I'm crazy, I'm a liar, I'm this, I'm destructive, and so like it's nice to just hear like at least you understand that there are people like me out there, which is like,
well, this is what's difficult when you're in recovery or healing, is in order to seek out the healing, you're kind of at some point are those things. In Trisha's case, not in all cases, just in Trisha's case, she was a liar, she was destructive, she was crazy. That's why she had to go to therapy, right? Like at some point, there's a level between why I ended up needing to get better and like facing it and saying what it was and getting better, and then how you see yourself or want to see yourself. Sometimes I feel like she wants to be a person who's like, I am trans, I am all these things, but she doesn't want any of the reality of it to an extent. Like I watch a lot of autistic creators, and it needs to be such a safe space to talk about self-harm and autistic bubbles, because autistic people like commit suicide at a very high rate. And this needs to be a very safe space to have this conversation, because you don't want people who don't understand to come in and say like, see, autism is bad, it makes people kill themselves. Like that's not the lesson you're supposed to be getting from this statistic, right? So with Trisha, it's like, yeah, Trisha, I don't want you to see yourself as a bad person who always lies, but I want you to understand that like, oh yeah, like you lied. You do lie. You do these things. You do make it confusing. Ethan just like poured his heart out to you in such a genuine way, and you just went, okay, thanks. 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 What was that? She doesn't have empathy. I'm telling you. I don't think she's experiencing empathy. I don't think she's utilizing it. I don't think she ever considers other people's feelings. She might be sympathizing with him, but I don't think she empathizes truly. I don't see real empathy from Trisha, whether it's Palestinians or Jews or anybody she learns about, marginalized communities. I never see actual empathy. Guys, I don't know how much Trisha cries for herself and how much she cries for the world, but like I needed to go to therapy because I was crying for the world. I was literally convinced I was obligated to save the world because that's what I was taught. My therapist was like, Brittany, you can't save the world. I was like, but are you listening to these news stories? Like, it's devastating. I watched Philip DeFranco today and I was crying because he was talking about adoption, and I was like, oh my God. And like, it's the saddest stories about like families getting their babies ripped from them. And I'm like weeping for these mothers. And I'm like, this is not my problem, but holy fuck. I could only imagine. Like when I imagine being those mothers, I'm like, and I'm like, oh, I get so upset. Like, but that's not my business to pretend that my pain of imagining being them is as real as theirs. Like, do you know what I'm saying? It's not. But at least I know I can do it. At least I know I can like, and that's why I'm anti-violence. That's why I say we can't be doing these things, because I just imagine if I was them, how devastating it would be. I don't want anybody to go through that. Trisha, I don't think she does that. You know, I don't think Trisha, you know, yes, Chad, it's very visceral. I don't think Trisha visceral, like, that's what I'm saying, because she's willing to hurt people. I try very hard not to hurt people because, like, it hurts me to imagine hurting them, right? That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying she has to learn this skill, but I'm not sure if she is healed enough to do it. Maybe now she is, right? Maybe now she is more healed so she can do it. Yeah, would you call her calloused? I don't know. I would just call her self-centered, maybe. You know? Like, maybe I would just call her self-centered, you know? But I don't know. You know? Chet says, I don't know if that can all be taken from her. Yeah, well, it's not. We're on our 7th episode of Frenemies. We've been watching Trisha for a decade on the internet. Give me one time Trisha has mourned for people that weren't her. Right? Give me even one real example. Trisha learned about Jews, and all she said is, I couldn't eat mac and cheese while watching Schindler's List, and I couldn't even finish the story. That's not you being empathetic. That's you running away from any responsibility of facing the world's like ugliness. You know? Like, give me an example of Trisha actually empathizing and forcing herself to sit in the pain of others when she's not even experiencing it herself. All she has to do is cry. How privileged am I that all I have to do is cry over adoptees without, like, they're experiencing it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they're experiencing it. Do you know the Congo was just named a genocide by the US government? When are Palestinians going to get their day? And don't talk to me about any ceasefire when Netanyahu is already fucking over Palestinians he just killed 70 people. Okay. So again, I would like to see Trisha exhibit some deep understanding of any group. It doesn't have to be every group. Because look, I'm not going to feel bad for every person. I'm not going to meet every, scarred gamer boy, with his drama or his trauma, right? I'm not going to cry for any of those boys. I have 8 brothers at home. I'm busy. I have enough boys in my life that are dramatic. I don't need any more in my life. But hell yeah, am I going to cry over Palestinians? Hell yeah, am I going to cry over the Congo? Hell yeah, am I going to cry over these adoptees? Hell yeah, am I going to cry for those people? That shit is sad, bro. That shit is fucking sad. And look, Trisha doesn't have to have empathy for every single person. And empathy comes in all forms. Dr. Kirkon just did a video on like the 13 kinds of empathy. But I never see her really, so I would love to see something, maybe. I don't know if it's even important, but those are my thoughts. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying those are my thoughts.
I sort of specialize in people like that.
No, I know.
You made a career.
You used to see a lot of folks like that.
Yeah.
But
they did well.
Yeah.
Trisha gets a lot of shit on the internet from a lot of people, and I think that it's important for more people to see you like this, because I think.
Hold on. Chad says, I don't think she feels for others because in her experience, no one felt for her. So lots of us have that experience. That's what I'm saying. Maybe that's her trauma. But you can't, like, I just want to make sure you're not saying because nobody ever felt for her, like because that's not a universal experience. Lots of people have that circumstance, but for her, maybe it just was aligned perfectly with her trauma where she never learned how to be empathetic. She never learned how to embody it, maybe. I don't know. Maybe, right? But I just want to make sure we're not saying like, well, nobody cared about Trisha, so why would she care about other people? Because like lots of people can care about people when they're not cared for. But you can teach empathy. It's important. So maybe she was never taught empathy. Like maybe her parents never sat her down and taught her like how to be empathetic towards like animals or something. Maybe it's something like that, right? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Trauma responses to suppress empathy, ? Alternatively, I think empathy is a skill. That's something that usually needs to be taught. I do think a big part of it needs to be taught. Yeah. So maybe they never taught Trisha anything, which is another reason why most people aren't prepared to be parents, because you're not sitting down with your kids and teaching them empathy. You think they're going to learn it. Like they could just learn it, but they also need to be taught it, focused. You need to sit your kids down and teach them to be kind to people, to teach them this is bad and this is good. Like that is why we teach kids in schools about segregation and racism. So we're instilling in our children, like, this is bad. This isn't how you treat people. We have to teach kids not to be racist because like this is not good. But then they see things at home. They see things in media. And so we do have to teach kids these things. So yeah, maybe Trisha was just never taught it, which is sad. That is sad. Like Trisha was a little baby, a little girl who just was so neglected that now in her 30s, like we're figuring out a lot, which is good. But yeah, that breaks my heart.
I think that I think it's a really good insight into you as a vulnerable, real, feeling, emotional person, and not just like the wrecking ball that people think you are. People just think you're a mess and that you just, are destructive and this, and you just do everything for attention.
Well, it's not unwarranted though. Like I understand why people think the things I do are for attention because I have always been an attention seeker. I've always needed attention more than most people. So I get it. I understand. I said offensive things way in my past that will haunt me forever. You know what I mean? Like it's like, I get why.
She needs to let it go too. See, when she says like they'll haunt me forever, well, that's unnecessary. We don't want our past to haunt us. That's not how you heal. But this is a part of her ownership, which I like to see.
People don't like me. It's not like I'm not aware of it. It's just more like, how do I change the perception if I ever can? I know I never will be able to fully change. People always think I'm problematic or something. You know what I mean? Like
it's part of your brand, but I do think it's
right.
It's important to see.
But
that you're more than that.
I'm just self-aware, and I know it's not unwarranted. I'm not trying to be like, there's everything wrong with me. Like, I know I do stuff that's problematic, but that was when I was in my 20s. I'm 32, and I'm trying to like do better.
Oh, nope. See, it's not way in her past. Chad said not way in her past. Yeah. Look at her saying like, that was in my 20s. That was 6 months ago. What are you talking about? Like, why is she acting like it's right now? You're doing it right now. Like, she's in middle of it. That's what I mean. Like, for me, I know like when I turned 30, that was a huge cutoff for me. Once I turned 30, it was like my life changed. 2019, end of 2019, my life changed. And I never went back to that version. I felt like, okay, I was finally out of it. I feel like I was in the height of it during my 20s. And then by the end of my late 20s, I was like finally like reaching up for the last bit of surface I needed to be like I'm out of like, and then I just needed to push myself further away from my past. But I'm still only 5 years from my past. My past is still pretty recent. But every time I get older, I get further and further away from that Britney. And it feels pretty good to be like, yeah, bro, that's really getting more and more in my past every day. But hey, 5 years is not the longest amount of time, but it's pretty good. Like I like to say that I'm 5 years into my joy, you know? But for some people, that's not a very long time. I can't wait to be 15 years and 20 years and 30 years. And like that's something about it. There's something to say about it. That's pretty powerful, you know?
Better and stuff.
I also think the reason Trisha might be centered in her healed journey like everyone else is because they aren't able to let the past be the past. All of society isn't willing to let the past be the past. All of culture isn't willing to let the past be the past. It is very hard for human beings to move on. They harbor resentment. They harbor anger, shame. You know, Trisha has a thing with shame. And so that's why I say form your own bubble, form your own values, and live by those values, because shame comes from the expectation of what others expect of you and not fulfilling that. Who are you letting other people judge you? Judge yourself, but have good values. Guilt is like this idea of betraying your own values. Of course, Trisha's dealing with it, right? She doesn't know what her foundation is. I was struggling so much before I knew what my foundation was. So that's why I think she looks different now, because I think she has a better foundation, right? Okay.
Stuff, but it's
So we've named a lot of the stuff that you've been dealing with. Do you give a name to the overall syndrome that you're dealing with, or do you talk about that?
No, well, here's the other thing. I mean, not to make this all about my therapy
there was
session.
another drama.
So the other thing was I don't. My therapist that I talked to, I asked him straight up, I'm like, so am I borderline? Am I bipolar? Like, am I schizo? Like, there's, all these things. And he's like, well, you have traits of a lot of things. So I can't really say it's one, you're definitely bipolar. I've been on medication to treat bipolar. He goes, but there's also, so my scandal, everyone hated me for this year. And it's still something that like triggers me in a really dark, deep way. And I talk with my boyfriend about it because only people close to me see it is the dissociative identity disorder, which I've talked about before. And I saw a video about it on YouTube. So I made a reply being like, I think I might have traits of this. Like, this sounds like something that I do. And everybody came for me. It's like, Trisha just wants attention. She's making a mockery out of it. And the original initial video was very sincere. And the minute people thought I was making a mockery of it, then I was like, okay, let me make a mockery of this. And let me just dissociate where I'm like, all of a sudden, like, I'm a little baby. Whatever people wanted to see, I made a mockery of it because I was like trying to say it in a very authentic way. Like, this is what's happening. And I don't go into characters or whatever, whatever that happens to other people. It doesn't happen with me. But when I do go off on people, it's literally like a different person. Any boyfriend of mine, my last boyfriend, Jason, my boyfriend now will say it's a different person. Like, and I don't know who it is. And like that, when I said that, everyone's like, fuck you, Trisha, for using mental health as like getting attention and stuff. And it was literally just a reply to someone's video.
I totally agree with you on that one. The amount of shit you got for that was fucked up, because whether you actually have that or not, I mean, who knows? I mean, you could say better, but it's hard. I know it's difficult sometimes to diagnose specific mental disorders, but like the amount of shit people gave you was so messed up, especially considering it's like, I think we're going to all agree that you're trying to define some kind of issue that you have.
Well, let me help sort of refine it, because she has told us that the person who's seeing her says she doesn't have a diagnosable personality disorder as yet, but she has traits of certain personality disorders, right? And when you talk about the dissociation...
You know what? Hold on, Dr. Drew. Discord Great Point says, hold up. She said her doctor gave her bipolar meds, but also couldn't be sure she's had bipolar. It's hard to tell if she's lying, confused, or just seeing a bad doctor. Do you think she's just seeing a really shitty doctor? Because maybe Trisha has those doctors that conservatives are always complaining about, where they just give you pills and they don't care about what you actually have. What if she just has one of those doctors? Because I could imagine, I remember my second therapist, the therapist that I love so much, I was like, look, I'll get on medication if you think I need meds. She goes, okay, let's make sure that you don't need meds or you do need meds. I've never needed meds. Okay, I've never been on meds. I know I'm definitely looking into like some meds for fibro and ADHD and stuff, but I've never been on meds. And that's the problem that I see is like, I purposely, like, I fired my first therapist because she obviously wasn't trying to help me. My second therapist, amazing, angel sent from heaven. And I think that that's the point is like, does Trisha go to these doctors and say, you're not helping me, fired? I want a therapist who helps me. I want a doctor who helps me. And if you're just giving me pills, like, that's not going to help me. I need the right kind of pills. I need the right kind of care. I need the right kind of effort. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe she is dealing with just like a really shitty fucking doctor. Because it can happen. Like, doctors are just people. Not everyone who becomes a doctor is trying to help everyone. Some people just want a paycheck. And that's why you got to fire bad doctors and hire better ones.
Which you mentioned earlier, you were suicidal in a dissociative state, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of more consistent with the borderline stuff, as well as the rages and the inability to control yourself in certain times. That's all sort of borderline stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the DBT is designed to treat that.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in a good therapy for that. Whether or not you have dissociative.
Actually, okay, hold on. Chat says she didn't know what Al-Anon was. Go back, she's lying. I agree with you. She doesn't know what it was because when Ethan pointed to her to explain it, she didn't know what it was and I didn't know what it was. So obviously in that moment, it almost looked like she was playing it off like she knows what it is. But I didn't point it out because I didn't think it mattered. But now that you've pointed it out, I didn't think it mattered necessarily because she didn't say she knew what it was, but she kind of acted like she did. But maybe it never came up because like I didn't know what it was. Like if somebody said what's Al-Anon, I'd be like, I don't know, you know. But if you said what's AA, I know what that is. If you said what's NA, I know what that is. But I don't, you know, I don't know what that is. So I'm saying maybe she didn't know what it was, or maybe she just didn't understand the word he was saying, or maybe she didn't want to come off looking stupid, so she didn't say anything. But yeah, I don't know. Is there a reason we would think she would know it? Or maybe she was just pretending to be cool in front of Dr. Drew.
Identity disorder, you know, people argue about whether that even exists. Sometimes just people see that as severe borderline. Borderlines can present differently to different people and differently in different mood states. And you're aware you're doing that, right? And the idea, you know, hopefully in therapy is you sort of integrate all those parts so they don't come apart when you have really intense feelings. Make sense?
Yeah, that maybe makes sense to me.
Oh, Chad says, I think she lied about her diagnoses because she said she was an addict. Maybe she wasn't an addict. Maybe she self-diagnosed herself with addiction, but she wasn't an addict that actually got addiction resources. Does that kind of make sense? Maybe she's an addict, but by her, I don't know if Trisha's a real addict. Oh, I am very weird about the word addicted or an addict. Maybe she's not a real addict. Maybe she's just a girl who abused drugs. I feel like that's not what an addict is. I feel like you can abuse drugs without being an addict. Like addiction is a bubble. And there's a culture around addiction that exists for people in the bubble. But maybe Trisha never wanted to be in that bubble. So she didn't learn the terminology or involved herself in it. Yeah, a substance abuser. Maybe she was just like a substance abuser, but not an addict. But then maybe she shorthands it to addict for like the conversation maybe. It's like when people talk about like, oh, is borderline like a mental health problem or a mental illness, or like, is it the same like schizophrenia? It's like all these things are different. People hear words differently. Maybe that's what it is. But look, I don't want us to take our examples of therapy and totally throw it on Trisha. But I will say one of the things that I see from you guys and the thing that I see from myself is that when she talks about therapy, it just doesn't sound familiar. But who knows? I was in therapy in the Pacific Northwest and they did a great job. But maybe her therapist just sucks in LA. I don't know. I have no idea. And yes, Chad, great example says addicts like packs a punch more. So she's using it for emphasis. Yeah, I feel like she uses the big scary words. And because she uses the big scary words, everybody treats her like she's big and scary. And then she's like, why are you treating me like this? And it's like, you're using all the big scary words. But then that's also, society needs to work on that because we shouldn't have to be so afraid of the big scary words when they're just words. You know what I mean? Ugh. Yeah, I feel like Trisha kind of does it it sounds better on your video titles. Like, I have DID. I have whatever. Like one of my videos that did get 1 million views was like living as a borderline, right? Like that shit, it's private now. It feels too intimate to share with the internet now, but in the way that I did it. So I think like Trisha's lying. She doesn't even have a boundary with herself about what she posts online. Yeah. She had to have known that tissue paper was in her butt, right? Because Moses took the photo and then they posted it. But Trisha, I swear when she told that story, she said she didn't even realize there was toilet paper in her butt, but then when she posted it, everybody saw it. But there's no way her and Moses both took the photo, posted the photo, and didn't see it. But I swear when she told that story, she said they didn't even realize her butt had toilet paper in it. Yeah, she doesn't even have boundaries with herself. Yeah. I don't know. That's so interesting. I don't know. That says, I wanted to ask Britt, when you were diagnosed with ASD, didn't watch that day. Hope it wasn't clickbait. No, I did. I was. You should watch it. It's a good podcast. But did you think maybe your BPD signs might have been ASD, or did you know they were comorbid? I don't know. I don't even know if I have borderline. I'm convinced I don't, but I'm also convinced I do. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I would say that if I have borderline, borderline is never talked about. My borderline is never represented in media. I would love to see Brittany borderline represented, and I don't want to be the representation, but like maybe I should be. I don't know, because if I have borderline, I don't have a lot of the problems that are being represented in media right now. And I would love to see somebody, maybe Marshall Linehan and I have similar borderline. I don't know, but you can have borderline and ASD, right? Like you can have both. I don't know. Maiden says, Brittany, you sound so similar to me with the borderline thing. My therapist thinks it's actually just odd ADHD. Oh, I definitely think I'm odd ADHD though. That's fucking true. It says, what does Brittany BPD look like? It looks like strangely very stable, wonderful caregiver, great at activism, great at community, reliable, dependable, kind, everyone's fucking therapist. Like it looks like being the older daughter of an immigrant couple, because that's what I fucking was. Okay? It looks like fucking reliability, bitch. And the only person I wasn't reliable for was my goddamn self, which ended up, sure, filtering into other people. But I tell you right now, the way my therapist was shook that I was holding down jobs, paying people's bills, like being a community member, volunteering my time. It was crazy. I would love to see an internalized BPD person, a BPD person who from the outside looks pretty fucking functional, but when people get to see them vulnerable is like very confusing and does switch and doesn't like transitions and can feel great one moment and horrible the next, right? I would love to see fucking borderlines being represented as people who fucking graduated college, hold down jobs, are extremely great in relationships, but they're fucking very sensitive to environments. They need better tools. You know, I would just love somebody to have that representation of BPD in media. Because when I watched, what was that musical that was supposed to be about borderline? I couldn't even finish it. She was pissing me off with the way she lied to everybody. She was creepy. What was that musical about borderline everybody loved? I hated it. My sister and I tried to watch it, and I was like, this isn't my lived experience. She's a horrible person. I don't like this story. And my sister was like, yeah, this isn't you at all. Like, I don't like this. What is that? What? It's a musical and she has red hair and she was like a lawyer. Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. Thank you, Sarah. Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. Yeah, I don't like that. That show made me upset. It was really bad. But then, it's been years. I'm sure it's great. But like my sister and I were watching it together and she was like, this is not you. I don't like this. I was like, I don't like this either. Like, this is not who I am. And I was hoping to see more media representing my experience, but like, that's not my experience, you know? So I don't know. Maybe I have borderline. Maybe I don't. Maybe it's just autism and ADHD, which it probably is, but who knows? I hate this idea or this like representation. But Trisha does kind of sound like the borderline. But then I have been, I do get triggered. Like, I know I get triggered, but everybody does. I know I have moments where I feel great and then I feel awful. I know I have moments where I'm like laughing and giggling and then I can be like, but then that could be autism, because autism can be very similar. Who knows, girls? It doesn't matter. The point is, who really knows all of these constructs and what they mean for you? But I'll tell you this, and I stand by this with my full chest, borderline or not, the therapy fucking worked. Shout out to DBT. That's all that matters to Brittany. Not the label, the therapy. Can I get better? I don't care what you call it. Call it leprosy, call it cancer. As long as I get better, I don't give a fuck. You know? Okay.
And that's, yeah.
Yeah.
And my therapist had told me the same thing. He's one that doesn't necessarily believe in like the disassociative of like going into different alters, because I don't have.
I've seen some crazy stuff, and you don't have anything like that.
Yeah, right. So I think that's why people are like, no. And so when people said no, then I did troll and make a video where I started going into alters if that's what people wanted to see. But it was clearly a troll. People were upset that I did that, and I get it. I get the upset with that, but that made it triggered from people being like, you don't have this, you don't have this. Meanwhile, everyone's saying you're crazy, you have this, you have everyone diagnosing me. It's like, well.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When you make a video like that, or the trans video or whatever, you get a lot of attention. You're an attention seeker, but you usually get a lot of negative attention. Do you see a difference between negative and positive attention?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like my trans video and my DID video were never to be negative. They were never to get negative attention. And I got
but the fact that she couldn't do the math is what's crazy. Not crazy, but the fact that she couldn't figure out that people would be mad at her is crazy. Guys, okay, I'll give you an example that sounds so stupid. It's so stupid, but I'll give you an example. It's like if I got on stream, you know how I always talk about how like shout out to Black content creators who taught me how to do my hair because my mom was so like traumatized about her own natural hair that she couldn't teach me how to take care of mine. So I relied heavily on like Black women on YouTube, on TikTok, on whatever. YouTube would have been the right one because that, you know, I started wearing my hair natural 10 years ago. I stopped straightening it. That's like if I came on to stream and I was like, honestly, guys, as an Assyrian, I feel like kind of like I'm Black. Like I have, you know, like people ask me like, oh, are you, you know, like, is your hair natural? You remind me of this Black girl I know. And, I have Black friends and I just feel like I have some overlap with Blackness. And it's like, what? No, you don't, girl. You have curly hair. Relax. So like Trisha doesn't think about like you feeling something or you getting feedback from the world or people asking you or like, are you trans? Are you DID? Are you this? Doesn't mean you get to make a video without thinking about marginalized communities or the logic of it. It makes no sense for me. I'm Assyrian. You can't be Black like you're Assyrian. It doesn't make sense. But you can say, oh, some of the greatest communities out there, okay, who I've met and seen contribute so much education to all ethnicities because of the way that we have overlap with curly hair. And that's really wonderful. Wow. But like, it's like Trisha doesn't think about the fact that she has, oh, I think I might be trans. But like, have you Googled trans communities and not Blair White? Don't you like that the two trans women she mentioned were the two most problematic trans women on YouTube? Nikita Dragon and Blair. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like she doesn't internalize like the understand, or she doesn't know, she doesn't extrospect. Holy fuck. She doesn't extrospect. This is why extrospection is so important. Extrospection is everything outside of yourself. Introspection is the self. Extrospection is outside of yourself. Trisha doesn't extrospect. She just never thinks about other people. Like she doesn't think about, you know, and look, we all make mistakes. I've flubbered with my language. Everybody flubbers with their language, but Trisha doesn't flubber. She consistently just is like, just doesn't think about it. She doesn't Google. This woman doesn't Google to save her life, obviously. My partner and I are always Googling. Where'd you hear that statistic? Where'd you hear that? I don't think that's right. No, you're wrong. Where'd you get that study? Send me the website. Like we're very like, I don't think Trisha in her life has ever thought I should research this before just saying, yep, I think this is me. I think this feels like me. It's like, can you read a book first? Yeah, I don't think she cares. Yeah, I don't think she considers that this Trisha, this one, you know, this version of her.
My last one where I willingly seeked out negative attention was like when Trump ran the first time. I was like, hey, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not. And that's when I was like, ooh, I'm going to be. And I loved getting negative attention back then. That was
why would you do that? This is why grifters are so interesting to me. I know why you're grifting. You want money. But why would Trisha? Okay, let me say it this way. You know how we often joke on this channel, I should be a grifter for fun. Who should I grift as? And people will say, grift as a conservative. But then you guys will point out that if I grift as a conservative, then I'm allowing conservative narrative to be pushed into mainstream or into media again. And that could actually cause a lot of harm, which is great. So Trisha goes, I'm not even a Trump supporter, but I'm going to do that for negative attention. I couldn't do that because I'm afraid for marginalized communities. I couldn't do that because I'm afraid for queer people. So when Trisha has the audacity to say, I'm trans, I'm queer, I'm all of these things, you know, I'm all of these things. And then you have the audacity to put those people's lives in harm's way. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference. Is like, we're looking at Trisha like, hey, you are a net negative for marginalized communities. And she's like, why? And I'm like, what do you mean why? You just fake supporting Trump to millions of people. What do you mean why? Like, that's not funny, but that's the thing, is Trisha's a lol cow, like Boogie. Like these like debate bros, they're lol cows. So then the question is, where does this put her in the moral hierarchy of things? Well, questionable. You know, I don't know about present day Trisha, right? But this Trisha who admits like she's not even a Trump supporter, she just wanted it for negative attention at the expense of marginalized communities. That's fucked up. No.
4 years ago. So it was like, I haven't done a negative attention seeking video since, because you know why? People try and kill me. There's like stalkers that come to my house, and it scared me, and I didn't want to do that anymore. And so
is it possibly that you can accept negative attention when it's not something that really represents you, but when it's about something you're trying to be honest about, then that's really upsetting when you get that negative attention?
I don't like negative attention, period.
You don't
now.
like it at all.
I used to like it, and but I don't need attention anymore. I don't make my money off YouTube. You know, I don't make my money
Hey,
doing.
I don't think, let's drill in a little further. Ethan, for some reason, this sounds like something important to you. I don't think you're quite getting it across, and I don't think Trisha's quite answering it. So what is it you actually want to know, Ethan?
Like, when you seeking attention, are you, because
Are you literally curious? Can she tell the difference between negative and positive
because sometimes
attention?
it feels
You're just
like
curious.
that's
You're just
the root
curious.
of your problems, is that you seek attention, and sometimes you don't care if it's, or maybe you can't distinguish if it's good or bad, or if it's going to result in good or bad
I
attention.
distinguish it, but when's the last time I was like looking for negative attention?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying you keep having these issues.
Hold on. Chat says, how could she extrospect if she doesn't have anyone to hold her accountable? Interesting. Interesting chat. Interesting chat. Interesting question. She doesn't have herself to hold her accountable. She doesn't have her community to hold her accountable. She doesn't have her friends or family who can hold her accountable because she doesn't let them, and she doesn't have values. Yeah. So she won't let Ethan. Okay. How can she extrospect if no one can hold her accountable, including herself? Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the crux of like the self-awareness and introspection. Wow. She really is a Bojack, huh? Yeah. Trisha's kind of a Bojack in a sense. Like they managed to get enough success, but they won't eat the fucking cupcake. Yeah, this version of Trisha just like won't eat the cupcake. But she eventually must have eaten the cupcake because she feels very different now. Yeah. Interesting.
But it results from like the DID and the trans thing resulting from not people like you, but people saying, well, you said you were a chicken nugget 7 years ago when you had a meth problem. It's like, that's why, because they can't take it seriously from them.
Can I also add?
I know the difference though. I'm
that
aware.
those are usually your most popular videos too.
Oh.
Yeah, and like I said, the trans one, I like immediately regretted it. I apologized the next day. I have an apology video being like, I'm so sorry I said this. Like, that's not what I meant.
Okay, you guys are talking kind of past each other. so Trish, when I met you, you were very proud of some of your negative stuff. Well, that's kind of stayed with me. I noticed that, and I think that's what Ethan's sort of interested in. And what I'm wondering, shall I say that, Ethan? I'm wondering.
What I'm wondering, yeah, I'll never get there, but
is
I
doctor. What I'm
Actually, question. We need to take a poll on this. You know what we should watch? I've never watched it. Trisha did an updated video with Dr. Drew on her podcast. And I wonder how she is now. Have you guys seen it? Maybe we could watch it after we're done with Frenemies to see the difference. But I kind of wonder how she is now with Dr. Drew all these years later.
I'm wondering is if you can own some of the stuff, some part of what brings on the negativity. Oftentimes, ever heard of traumatic reenactments?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So there's a crazy thing we do as human beings. If we were traumatized in childhood, we drift into relationships and circumstances where we recreate the same thing that was so upsetting to us as a child.
Mm-hmm. Okay, looks like you guys definitely want to watch it. Okay, good. Should we watch it after this one since it's back to back, or should we watch it at the end of the series?
You might look at some of these negative interactions to see if there's something you're attracted to, which it's all about attraction from the trauma.
Mm-hmm.
You get attracted to that you can watch out for that sets you up to re-traumatize yourself and get all the negative attention. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like publicly, you mean?
If you want to change it, I mean, Ethan's sort of wondering if you want to change it. I think behind that, he's wondering, do you really want all that negative attention?
Yeah.
But then he's ambivalent.
Okay, I agree with you guys. I think we should watch the Dr. Drew updated after this, only because the next episode is about the election. It's like a totally different topic. And I feel like if people were to watch this back, it'd be cool to do the before and after. So yeah, I think that'd be really good. Yeah. Yeah, Chat was asking about Dr. Drew's credentials because we said that he was just a regular doctor before, but he actually did do some of his study in psychiatry, or like he does have the right credential to be in this position, I believe.
Because he wants you to get a lot of attention, and it's always negative attention.
Look, here's the thing. I'm kind of just like numb to it. You know, I'm just like so used to just people hating me anyways, and I know what I'm doing for myself and like who I am. So I think it's kind of one of those things. So I want to change it. Ideally, I wouldn't like people to hate me, but I know that's just literally gonna be whatever I do is gonna be problematic. Even if it's something so small, like me liking My Chemical Romance this year, all the emos were like, fuck you for liking this. Or like theater kids, they tweet Lin-Manuel Miranda and say, oh, fuck her for liking Hamilton. Like people just don't like me for whatever I do.
They don't want you in their club.
Yeah.
There's one more thing I want to address before we wrap it up here. I know you're on a deadline.
Yeah.
Pull up this clip here from our latest episode. I believe this was our very last episode. When we addressed,
I wouldn't predict you two to be friends. You know that?
Really?
Yeah, no, I know
Yeah.
what you mean, but like, so
And I admire that you are.
Yeah,
I
he's
like
a Cancer.
that.
He's like my best friend. He's like a Cancer.
why would you say that
Well,
about me?
My best friend Shane's a Cancer. They're very
Sorry,
like.
astrology joke.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
You're such a Cancer. That's the only time you can say that and not be like so mean.
I think I need to see you guys in the wild, like have coffee with you sometime or something, and see what really is going on here.
I know. Maybe we don't see each other in the wild. This is it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right, let's
pull
see
up
it.
this clip from our last episode. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready, Ian. Unless you're at the bathroom. Hold on, let me adjust my titties as a. It's pretty fun, right?
It's pretty fun.
It's awesome.
It's a good time.
These feel pretty good. You want to feel my titties?
No,
I want
I
fake
feel like
titties.
this.
No.
I told my partner, I was like, can I get fake titties to have like bigger? Because sometimes I wish I had really big tits, and sometimes I wish I had no boobs. And I want like, I told him, I was like, I'm going to get fake boobs. And like, ones I can put on and take off. I would absolutely love that.
Oh,
Feel it.
boundaries.
Feel my titty.
Just go with it.
Ian, are you working on this?
We gotta go.
Okay, there
Okay.
Wow. I was just like, wow. That seems like a low blow, what you did.
Okay, but it's perfectly fine that what you did then, exposing our personal stuff that I would never have said to anyone, saying that I hit someone and left bruises on their arm.
it was pu- I didn't-
It wasn't public. That was never public.
hold
No
on,
one said
hold on.
anything about it.
Sorry, I'm not doing this to be cute. It literally just keeps
Stupid.
getting in my eyes. I swear to
No one
God.
thinks you look cute.
It's fine. No, I don't. I'm not trying to look cute. It's literally keeps. The hair is the worst part.
Anyways, I have a
Well,
mask
it's-
on, so I'm not crying.
Well, yeah, I have a lot to apologize for sure.
No, you did apologize.
Yeah, I am sorry. I didn't like the way that the podcast ended. I felt really bad.
I mean, people said people were more on your side than my side on that one, saying that I shouldn't have gone for your family, but I'm not apologizing.
You don't apologize for anything?
No.
So what do I apologize for? Dr. Drew, thoughts?
That was her in another one of her states. What was that all about?
Yeah, and I made a video following up. The one they accidentally played before this was me apologizing literally the day that came out because I don't know. I literally don't know. I didn't know who was this. I'm like, I don't know
You were
why.
in a state. You were in some sort of rigid state that you couldn't get out of.
It was awful, and I felt so bad. And I made an apology video the same day it came out. And I was like, I don't know why I was like that. I just was trying to be tough, I guess. I still felt like I attacked.
Yeah, I don't know
in
what
some
that
way.
was either, but that does not seem consistent with who you want to be, at least.
No, and I issued an apology in the video after, and yeah, I don't know. I literally don't know who it was. Everyone in the comments was like, Trisha's so nasty,
It
and
felt like literally. Remember that movie Cocoon? It felt like you were literally in one of those. Was that the feeling you
Yeah.
had?
That's
Like
it.
you were in a. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it literally just feels like it's like an autopilot where I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm saying. Like in the moment, I literally feel like I shouldn't be doing this. I sound like a bitch. This is not who I am, and I just like could
Yeah,
not
it's like you're
apologize.
not even there. You're just
Yeah.
inside this chrysalis, and
Well-
we're just talking to the outside of the cocoon, and it's just repeating stuff over and over again. So you're going to be there again.
Well,
it will
the
happen.
good
And this
news
is
is,
this
though-
is why I make such an emphasis to be grounded, because all of us are capable of being triggered into a state of mind that is furthest from our most desired state of being. And this is why I say my goal is just to be grounded, just to be like, okay, I don't feel very grounded right now. I feel like this isn't quite the most me. I feel like there is a me that is real. And all of us, all of the parts of us are real, but there is a real us. And that isn't Trisha. That is Trisha, but it's not Trisha. And so I encourage all of you to try to ground yourselves in the most you, because sometimes I'll talk to people that are still in their toxic cycles and they'll say things like, that's still you though. I'm talking about the real you, girl. I'm talking about the most centered you, because sometimes we fall in love with people when they're in that state of mind. We fall in love with their brokenness. Oh, I'll save him. I can save her, right? That's the stereotype. And in toxic relationships or even friendships, we can fall in love with a version of our friends and think like that's like, it's like kind of what he said earlier about being higher on drugs. Like that's not who you are. That's a person on drugs. And you should learn to be with that person that is so grounded, that isn't high or drunk, that isn't in a crazy state of mind, but that is grounded. And that's the person that is you. Now, how do we make our life, how do we focus our life on that person? And that's what I try to do in my daily life is I try to make sure that I am that person as much as I can be. And that's what's so important to me personally. And my life has improved immensely since I started doing that. Because when you are a person who can change, and everyone has the capability of being triggered, and you start to normalize it as that's just like who I am. I'm just an angry person. I'm just an angry guy, and I come home and I kick things, and that's just who I am. Is that who you are? Is that who you want to be? Because right now you're responsible for what your body's doing, but like, is that who you want to be forever? And then it's a matter of realizing like you don't have to be. You can be like a version of you that's grounded, a version of you that isn't angry, a version of you that isn't bitter, a version of you that isn't seeking revenge, a version of you that can take a joke, a version of you that can do a lot of things, right? A version of you that can tell the difference between when someone is joking and someone is being mean. But like, yeah, I would love to see everyone be grounded. That would be great. But we're all in the journey, and so we're all going to be in our own state of ungroundedness, which is, you know, makes socializing hard. That's for sure.
So that I'm here now.
Sorry. Okay, one tangent just to clarify. When I was in my early 20s, I distinctly remember a memory where I was in San Diego with my friends and we were gay bar hopping as we normally did. And I remember I had been triggered like Trisha was. And I was doing the same thing where I was like, okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. Like, I'm fine. And I was really upset. And I was at the bar and I was obviously upset, but I was trying to like play it cool. Like, I'm fine. And I had a notebook and I was like writing down notes because I always had a notebook or a book, right? It was like, and I was writing my friends could tell. They're like, oh, like, but they didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it was. I was so many years off from ever getting diagnosed. Like, I wasn't even close to going to therapy at this point in my life. But I was working or hanging out with my friends or trying to figure out my life. But I remember being at the bar and I remember being angry and I remember my friends trying to make me feel better. But I just remember like one day, like one moment I'm having fun and the next moment I'm like balled up. I'm like balled up. Okay. Right. And I'm just like, no, I'm not. Great question. Chet says, oh my gosh, girl, gossip or riches? Actually, it was most. But yeah, I've been to both, girl. And so we were sitting there and I was like rigid. I was just like, I'm not. And like my mouth was getting all like, you know, I'm not engaging. And then it would just end and I'd be fine. I was great. Everything's fine. Things good. Hey, does San Diego still have Basam's? Is Basam's still open? I loved that cafe. It's not a gay cafe, but it's fabulous. Oh my God. I miss San Diego. If I could afford San Diego, girl, you know I'd be there. I loved living in San Diego for the little time I lived there. All my relatives are there. Oh my God, I love San Diego. Okay, let's keep going. We're almost done with this episode, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back.
If you have something to say.
I do. I said it in the video. Did you pulled it up?
I didn't. Well, I'm here. I don't need to
watch
watch another video.
I do. I feel horrible. I do apologize for being so nasty, like from the pill thing, because I know how that feels, and I apologize for trying to be tough and badass and talking about Hila and everything. I always feel bad. Like I feel bad about it when it's not in a joking mode. When it wasn't, when you triggered me, I felt bad. When I was like, "Good luck trying to get your wife pregnant," like it was just a mean thing. I don't know what it was, and I'm sorry, and I feel bad. Like that's not me.
Thank
Okay.
you. I
agree. I don't think it's her either.
Not the last time you'll do it. You'll do it again.
No, but
That's the problem.
I know you don't mean it. I know you don't mean
but you'll
it.
know what it is. You'll know what it is anyway.
I feel
Just
like
think of that cocoon.
I feel like it would feel better for you to apologize and get it out of your, because I know you don't mean it.
No, I know. No, I felt bad. It's just like in that moment, I felt attacked.
I do forgive you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Was that Gloria Steinem? Who were you?
Oh, Jeffree Star.
Gloria
Yeah, Jeffree Star.
Steinem.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just so.
That's so funny. Were you Gloria Steinem with Jeffree Star? I'm fucking
These
dead.
two
Who'd you
dressed as
fuck,
a
Dr. Drew?
bear.
Who'd you fuck? Jeffree Star or, well, she's sitting here, so it's awkward. Don't answer that.
Oh my god.
Don't answer that, actually. Unprofessional.
Stupid. After-
Yeah.
Everything changed. All of a sudden, my mic dropped off. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Okay. It's too much for me. This is too much for you guys.
It's a lot.
Well, the
It's a
good news
lot.
is that we're done.
Okay, good.
It's a lot, but it was a privilege. It was a
Well,
privilege.
I
It really
feel like
was.
we're ending this show on a better note than we've probably done.
I feel
on the previous
great.
one.
I was very excited to have you here, Dr.
Just
Drew.
squeeze
I
my
like love
titty
it.
one.
No,
They feel lighter.
Oh my god.
No, Chet says that wasn't an apology. She just said I feel bad. No, that is an apology. I would 100% accept that as an apology from somebody. She said, I'm sorry. I feel really bad. She's being really grounded. Like this is I can feel the they're deflated right now. They're being open and vulnerable. The issue is, can you maintain it? The issue is, can you build off of it? I would have 100% accepted both of their apologies as real and authentic. Absolutely. Like, I accept it. Now, will you change? Will you do something on top of it? Because apologies are great. They're so great in the moment. But are you actually going to not repeat the action, right?
Is it
The hugs will
irreversible for me
come
to
one of
want
these
her to
days.
squeeze my titty?
No. One of these days, it'll be hard.
One of these days, yeah. When we get to the honeymoon.
We didn't get into any of the physical boundary stuff. That's a
Yeah.
whole other topic.
That's way down the line.
Yeah, that's later.
All right.
So, Ethan, aren't you glad you asked me?
Yeah, no, I'm
Like I
very
said,
glad. Dr.
I was going to
Drew-
call him and warn him. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen.
The world famous Dr. Drew. You can find him on Dr. Drew After Dark on Your Mom's House podcast, as well as Dr. Drew YouTube channel where he does a daily show. Check him out. He's a genius.
Periscope, Facebook, it's everywhere. Go to drdrew.com. You can check it out. drdrew.tv. It's all everywhere.
It's everywhere. God damn it. Just Google Dr. Drew.
He is
I'd
everywhere.
love to have Dr. Drew come back and administer some personality tests to us. This was a really fun one. But one thing at a time.
Just another show for him to do.
Everybody, though. Everybody. Not just you.
Yeah, we have a whole
Everybody.
crew. It would be so fun to get all their personality tests. Because you can do like narcissism, you can do sociopath. It'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
While we were waiting for you, Trish, I sent out a SOS to the guy that I do these kinds of studies with to see what he can come up with, and I'll let you know.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
gonna be
fun.
awesome.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so
Yeah,
fun.
yeah, I'm down.
All right. Well, thank you guys, everyone,
Thank
for
you.
joining. This is our final Halloween episode.
Yep.
So have a happy Halloween, everybody.
Yay.
And stay safe. And pray that California doesn't burn down before the next time we see it.
Yeah.
That our house
Are you
still
ever going
is.
to take
always
that
on
wig off,
fire.
Ethan? You seem really into that hair.
He's doing an
This one
OnlyFans.
feels good. The
Yeah.
other one was in my, but this
Yeah.
one feels natural.
Okay.
I love the music for Frenemies. Okay, girls, we did it. We did it. Okay, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and we'll watch the updated version of Dr. Drew and Trisha, and we'll see how we feel about the changes, what we're observing, what we're seeing, and I think it'll be really good. I'll be right back.
something that seriously like haunts.
All right. So so there's a podcast. There's a podcast, Just Trish, August 17th, 2023, with Dr. Drew. It's an hour and a half, great length. That's one podcast. But then there's a podcast from 7 months ago.
We live in a time.
So, I don't know which one to watch. The recent one, 7 months ago, or the first one talking about past scandals. Apparently, in the first one, okay, hold on, let me bring this up for you, actually. I'm confused. Okay, so look at this. Okay, look at this. Okay, do you see this Reddit page? It says, Trisha Paytas and Dr. Drew episode broke down so many layers for me, highly recommend. But then this comment says, was truly disappointed, though the brush over at any mention that she faked all the childhood sexual abuse, and I understand it's taboo. It's a reality that needs to be addressed, though. She made a compilation of TikToks dancing and smiling, talking about actual impossible events, like going to court at 6 years old alone and being told by a judge she was asking for it when she was molested by a teacher, being locked in an auditorium and forced to lick a pee and period blood off the floor, being raped every day after school by a teacher and a bus driver, and people on the street would rape her. Now she says she was in a relationship with a teacher at 16, was being molested by a nanny and a babysitter, raped at 6, then all throughout childhood, then 16, 17, 18, then through her 20s. I understand she has BPD. This is no excuse for her blatant lies. Not inconsistencies, lies. It's just not okay. She only apologized to the DID community because Dr. Drew told her to. Even, she couldn't even muster up a sincere seeming one. That's the thing I can't figure out. So in this is the one this is the one they linked. This August 2023, and this is the one that's from 7 months ago. So this is 7 months ago. Which one should we watch? I'm trying to figure out. I want to compare the Trishas because they're obviously so different, huh? So like this Trisha to these Trishas, obviously so. It's like obviously so different. What do you guys think, though? Do we have any insight on this, guys? Can I get some Trisha fans? I'm not even subscribed to her Just Trish podcast. Can someone tell me? She's obviously like doing really well for the pod. The pod's doing great. I'm just trying to figure out. Interesting. The newest podcast with Dr. Drew has less views. The new one is pretty good and very different. Maybe the first one. I think there's some truth to the childhood abuse. Well, obviously, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Given her or lies, or I don't know what to call it. Yeah, I don't know which one to watch now. Let's. I wonder. Yeah, how different would the energy? Oh, she's pregnant in this one with her second baby, I believe. What's the goal? Good question. What is the goal? The goal is to see how she talks about her life. Okay, you're right. Dr. Drew reveals how pregnancy has changed Trisha. I don't think I care about that as much as Trisha talks about her past scandals. I think I want to see how she talks about her trauma with Dr. Drew. So the one about the baby is going to be cute, but it's not going to talk about her traumas. Because I think we should watch the first one then, because this is going to compare how she talks about her trauma and controversies to the Trisha in the video with Ethan. So this video is from 2020 with Ethan. And this video is from 2023. And it would be interesting to see how she talked about those things differently. And I kind of want to hear her talk about the childhood abuse that she allegedly doesn't, that she admits she lied, you know? So let's do this one. I think this will be a good, and it's only an hour and a half. So it's not even that long comparatively. I'm going to move it to 1.2 speed as per usual. Let's go ahead and see what we learned from this podcast in comparison to the Trisha we just spent some time with.
To me when people like bring it up, because it's like, it was never my intention, especially a mentally ill community or personality disorder community and a gay community, which I love more than anything. If it was a straight community, I don't care. Hey guys, Welcome back to my podcast, Just Trish, with my
I mean, even the way Trisha looks, she looks great. She looks glowing. She's much happier.
second guest. I'm so excited. Dr. Drew Pinsky.
It's about time.
Yes.
It's been way too long.
I know. We actually met right when quarantine started. Like, it was shut down.
Is that when that was?
Yeah, but they didn't know. Everyone's like, are we still filming? It was like March 17th.
Yeah.
And I was on your show with Adam Carolla.
Yep.
It was kind of like a relationship questions thing.
It's sort of a colony show, and it's, me and Adam, and the way we've always been. We
Yeah.
sort of, he yells at me, and I whatever, and people like our relationship, and it's been I've been with Adam for 20 years, like maybe almost 30 years.
Wait,
Crazy.
really?
96.
What were you doing? What was the first thing you
We
did?
did Loveline on MTV. First thing was radio, and then Loveline on MTV. You were probably, when were you born?
88.
Yeah, you were like 8 or something.
I remember that. My mom loved it. She loves you.
Okay,
I
that's
bet you get
nice.
that all the time.
Yes, it's weird. It's weird as I've gotten older. Oh, my grandma loves you. My mom.
My mom loves you. Great point. You guys are making a chat. I do see you making a really important point about trauma is that it does fuck with memory and that there obviously was something that happened to Trisha. I don't doubt things happened to Trisha. I do doubt the literal details of them, of course, being accurate or not accurate, but obviously a healthy person doesn't just end up as Trisha Paytas. So something happened. The question is what, and I don't want to assume. Like one time somebody came into my chat and they're like, when were you molested as a kid? And I was like, what? Why would you say that? Because I was not molested as a child. And they were like, you said you had BPD. And I was like, so? And that's the problem is like, there is this assumption of the kind of trauma, and I don't want to make that assumption for people. And so I just even though BPD is usually childhood trauma, it doesn't mean somebody molested you. It's a different, mine was related, my therapist thinks, to homophobic trauma growing up, like abandonment because of being a queer kid, which is like very different, right? But something obviously happened with Trisha. So I believe that much. And I think that's important.
Mom loves you.
Well, you look good though. You look so, I didn't know. I thought you were literally like my age for real.
Oh my god!
And then I was like,
I'm
oh
coming
my gosh.
back. Come back to Trisha's podcast, everybody.
Because you're on 16 and you do all those shows now that the new generation loves you.
Yes, the
16 and
the
Pregnant.
Teen Mom thing. But in fact, we're doing a new reunion like next week. It's been on a sort of a less frequent schedule because of probably COVID, really, as much as anything.
Still?
Well, no, it's why it kind of slowed down, I think. But it's crazy that I have known these women for like 15 years. It's been going for a long time. And I'm just going to keep talking because we're going to get into all kinds of stuff today.
I know there's so much. There's so much to ask you.
I was just reviewing the season and I got really emotional because particularly with Kate and Tyler and so some with Macy talking to her son, Bentley, who's now 6'3" or something, I was immediately thrown back emotionally to when they were 16 and pregnant. I just had this huge reaction.
Wow.
I was connected. Something about the emotions they were expressing
We forget all these people are real people. They have real lives.
reminded me of when they were 16, and it was just very touching and very challenging to kind of protect these little kids essentially. Right. And then I thought about my own life across 15, 16 years. It's
crazy. But they all became successful, right? For the most part.
Well, I mean, you got to remember, we did 16 and Pregnant with probably 100 girls over the time, and we did Teen Mom, I think 1 through 4, I think, and then we only ended up with the 2, and then they consolidated those.
And then they're like blow up. They're like everywhere.
And they're like they've just stayed everywhere. So
like, do you help them off camera, or do you only see them at the reunions? Because they get mad at you sometimes. Like,
I know. I offer them. They're all. I give my phone number. They can call anytime. Kate calls me a lot. Texts me and calls me, and she uses resources. She's like done so much work.
Yeah.
I mean, you see.
True. Chad says I never watched Teen Mom or 16 and Pregnant. I wasn't allowed to because it's like I didn't watch it. I don't even know when it came out. I just remember my mom saying like this is gonna make girls want to get pregnant. But I do remember when it came out. It's you forget all these people are just like they're actual people. By the way, Mormon Wives, definitely season 2 is coming out eventually. Oh my God.
See that now that you've done some of your own stuff?
Yeah.
So.
No, that's what I love though, because I feel like we talked after I gave birth last year. I just did a tweet. I was like, I'm bleeding so much. I don't know if this is normal. And you like sent me a tweet and like maybe you go to a doctor. Like, you were so.
That's a great point. Chad says when Trisha tells stories, I'm sorry. When Trisha tells stories, I'm not listening for literal truth. I'm listening for emotional truth. Absolutely. Actually, that when I say I go off of like vibes, I don't really listen to what people are saying a lot of the time. I listen to what they're telling me. That's what I mean. I'm not, because people usually don't use words very well anyways, so it doesn't matter. I'm listening for like the vibes of what is going on because people are so bad with language. It's just not even important, the details. What's important is like, what am I getting? The authenticity, the empathy. That's what I mean when I say like she doesn't empathize. I'm not getting the vibe of empathy from her. I'm getting the vibe of like, all I can see is me. All I can see is me. But it's not even because the words she uses are empathetic words sometimes, but I'm not getting the empathy. So I think you're right. Like sometimes you have to like move off of the vibes and be like, oh, even though you're saying this didn't traumatize you and it wasn't a big deal, the body language says otherwise. Watch how men tell stories about their childhood and how like they talk about it. I'm telling you, the way men tell stories it's very interesting. Like they'll brush it off like it's not even a big deal, but it's obviously in their, you can see it in their dating life, their life in general, right? Okay, let's see.
Oh, nice. And I was just like,
I
wow.
have so, here's my philosophy. I was a severe, I probably
Wait, Chad says, but that's how people get misled and then latch on to her and believe the actual details that aren't true. We'll never know. So first of all, belief means you don't know. So all that matters is, can you tell the difference? It doesn't matter if Trisha's telling the truth or not, because we already know she's not, but she is telling some form of the truth, right? Like that's most people. You know, politicians aren't telling you the truth. I don't know why you believe them, because what you believe is what they're basically trying to tell you. You get what I'm saying? No one tells, like nobody, all of us in some way, if society is normalizing putting your best foot forward to the point of deceiving your partners because you won't be yourself, like lying is specific. So what I try to do is not like hold on to everyone's words, but I try to pay attention to what are they ultimately like, what category does this person fall into? How reliable is their narration, even if it's not perfect? Like I'm very hyperbolic when I tell stories. I get like very like exaggerated. I'm like, there was like 100 people there, but there was like 20. Obviously, I hope people aren't like, Brittany said there was 100 people there, but there was only 20. It's like, yeah, I'm obviously like exaggerating for emphasis. Do you know what I mean? So I think language is meant to be sort of something you have to process and understand against some other reality.
still am, but I was really a bad acting out workaholic. Like I would get up at 5 a.m. I would struggle to get home by 10 at night. I would see 60, some days 100 patients. I mean, I would see them in ICU, in the acute hospital setting.
That says, I just know she's hurt and I don't often feel she truly wants to hurt another. I don't feel most people want to hurt people. I just don't think that changes how you interact with them most of the time, but it can. I think it is very rare that people want to actually hurt people maliciously, like in a serial killer way. I think most people are good, traumatized children that didn't survive their childhood. And so they end up hurting people. You know, that's what I believe. I believe that that's why I have no enemies. Who am I to fight with? Your 10-year-old self that you've been stuck in for 30 years?
In the outpatient medical. And then I would go to the psychiatric hospital and do medical evaluations and run their addiction services. So it was insane. It was super duper insane. But because of those decades doing that, I've seen everything. I've just seen everything. I've had experience. I've had a view of the human experience that very few people get to have. And I'm grateful for that. I just want to give it back. I just want to just give it wherever I can. And so if I see somebody with something where I can help, I want to help. That's it.
But you see so much. Like, how do you know so much? Because I grew up with Celebrity Rehab.
Yeah.
Like, I love that show. But, like, you know so much. Okay, they had a sex addiction one.
Yep.
They had, like, a drug addiction one.
Yep.
I'm someone who has, like, borderline. How do you know so much about everything to help everyone 16 and pregnant, all this stuff?
Because I had the medical side, right? I was deep in medicine. I was teaching medicine. I was a clinical professor of medicine. And then I was spending half my day in the psychiatric hospital.
Okay, psychiatric hospital.
And then,
so there's his background there, which I think is important for us.
that hospital was like a museum of psychiatry. It'd been around for like 100 years. And through all these old-timey psychiatrists, I would listen to them and talk to them. I just learned a ton. And you and I were talking about borderline stuff, right? That's what we often, I'm sure we'll get into today.
Yes.
I ran, my program was able, as you saw with Celebrity Rehab, we had a specialization with people that are really, really sick. And so if you got to the point where you came to me, there was essentially first of all, you were strung out on at least a couple drugs.
Wow.
And you had a 100% probability of childhood trauma. And so if you throw childhood trauma to the mix,
Interesting.
then you get the personality stuff that comes downstream from that. And so sociopathy and borderline disorders were extremely common in my thing. And this would be interesting to talk to you about. So I actually, I like working with borderline patients, people with borderline disorder. They drive me a little crazy.
I was gonna say, you're not scared. Everyone's scared of me.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, Dr. Kirkanda specializes in personality disorders. He's so calm and like collected and stuff. It's interesting. See how Trisha just said, everyone's so afraid of me. I do not feel that way. That's what I'm saying. Like I cannot, the reason I'm sharing my story along with Trisha's is just to give you another reminder that like borderline isn't a monolithic experience. I never got the feeling that people were afraid of me. I got the feeling that people relied on me. And I, at the expense of myself, would try to be a good community member. Like I know I was rough around the edges, but I never got the feeling that people didn't like me. I got the feeling that people didn't understand me past a certain point and were unsure about that element. I always felt like people wanted to know me more, but when I didn't want to engage with them, they would get weirded out because they didn't understand why I wouldn't want to be closer to them. I don't want to be closer to you. I want to be just close enough. And to this day, I think that's what weirds people out the most is like, why doesn't Brittany want to be closer to me? I genuinely do not have the spoons. Like I don't want to be. And like, if I want to be, then we can negotiate it. And if you want to be, we can negotiate. It has to be a two-way road, obviously. But yeah, I think that's the thing that makes people uncomfortable with my personality type or whatever, is that I'm good. I don't want to be closer. But also they don't believe I'm introverted in a sense. So it's hard for them to imagine that I could spend like 6 months reading a book and not even realize I haven't seen anybody. But I think that's my personality type. I'm a YouTuber, so I come across extroverted when I'm like, I'm not really though. So it's like mixed signals. It's not people's fault for reading it that way, by the way. It's just the mixed signals, you know?
I understand it because I'm imagining you sometimes can express some rage and things like that. To me, I get where it comes from. I just get what it is. And you end up feeling worse about it than I'm feeling when I'm the recipient of the rage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just know how it works. I know where it goes and I know how you suffer with it. I just know how it works. Yeah. But so each one of us in our unit, you saw some of them in Celebrity Rehab. That was actually my team that I used for 20 years, down at the psychiatric hospital. And each one of us had an affinity for different kinds of people. Like Sasha, do you remember the nurse?
Yes.
She had an affinity for sociopaths. She thought they were so funny and so entertaining and so cool.
Was she one at one point?
She was not one.
Oh, okay.
But borderlines tend to like sociopaths a lot.
Yeah.
And we'd always kid Sasha about that. She was not borderline.
Okay,
but whenever she would go, oh my God, he's so funny, we'd go, oh, just crap. It's going to be somebody who's really going to manipulate us and take this place apart.
But could you spot that?
I wouldn't. But just her saying she liked them was enough. Because when people are drug addicted, everybody kind of behaves like a sociopath, right? You're in a kind of a survival mode where you'll do anything and you don't even know anymore what's real and what's lying, right? But back to the borderlines, they liked me, I liked them, I liked working with them. But we had this odd experience that they would escalate around me a little bit. Can you understand what that would be?
Like, what do you know?
They would get kind of
like get worse?
emotionally. Yeah, they would get very
Triggered?
agitated or anxious or they would just be emotional. Like they'd be stirred.
Oh, I'm
And so-
surprised. I feel very calm around you, which is like crazy.
well, but I'm wondering if that's part of the deal. Like they want me to contain it when I get there. But the stir would come literally when I walked into the parking lot. And that parking lot was about a quarter mile away. And there was no way for them to know it. And Sasha used to kid me all the time. She'd do this as though they had antennas or something.
Oh my
They could sense
gosh.
when I was coming into the hospital.
Wait, how did they get out?
What do you mean get out? They wouldn't get out. They didn't see me. They were in the unit, but they would start getting emotional. And Sasha would go, oh, Pinsky's here.
They would feel you? They sense you?
Something. I'm wondering if you could help me with
Oh
that.
my God. No, I sense people for sure. I sense people, but I'm kind of shocked. Like when I was in a psychiatric hospital, I definitely wasn't like sensing when like a doctor was around.
Right.
I was just too scared. I was like paranoid all the time in like the unit.
Paranoid of...
The doctors. Oh my God. I was at Alhambra. I don't know if you know anything about Alhambra.
I worked at Ingleside for a while. Was it Ingleside or was it the other one?
This was Alhambra. This is the one they send you to when you're 5150. I don't know.
It's on the main street there. It's like on San Gabriel Boulevard. Or something.
I was so out of my mind. I don't remember going in or out really, but the doctors scared me every time. And we were like co-ed, like we had boys and girls in our, which is like,
no,
I
they
have issues
typically are.
with
It's a
it.
hospital. But so the nurses have to kind of stay on that. If they let that go crazy, that's not good.
Yeah, well, ours actually, someone did like unalive themselves in ours. There was not at the time that I was staying there, but I guess they were taking a shower, and so that's why they had to take their flashlights and look underneath when you were taking a shower, which is invasive in someone who's like on drugs, like I was. I mean, you get like freaked out. You're just like, or when you're sleeping and they come in and check on you, like
Or coming off drugs, you get even more freaked out.
Well, that's what it is mostly because
Yeah.
I got out of the first time in 48 hours. The last time I was held there a little longer, but I really didn't think they helped me with anything. They gave me like medication, which I don't love.
They don't. That facility. I'm trying to remember the name of it.
I think it was just ABC or something.
Yeah,
Alhambra or
it's a
something.
name like that.
Yeah.
It's like CHC or something.
Yeah.
CHC, I think is what it is.
I don't know what it is,
And
but-
they don't have an addiction program per se. Like we had the addiction program up the street, and so we would get people out of there into our program.
They didn't give me any
referrals or anything.
No, they're just like, okay, go home. You can't own a firearm for 5 years. And I was like, okay, like what else, And so I went back. I ended up going back that same year, 2019. I went like 3 times to a different one. But
Do you think you're an addict, or was it just part of the borderline stuff?
wasn't an addict.
Great question. Great question. Remember, we asked, do you think you're an addict or do you think it's part of the borderline stuff? See how there's a distinction? Oof, I love it. I love it. Chad says, do you think the fast talking is mania or trauma? Neither. It's just a personality trait. Like fast talking? What do you like? Have you never met a Hispanic person? Like it's also an ethnicity thing. No, it's just cultural. It's just personality. I talk fast too. It could just be ADHD. But no, like talking fast is it's a personal mannerism. It's like, yeah, chat. It's not, it's like, no, I'm not meaning to laugh at your comment. I just like, as a fast talker myself, I'm like, what? But also like, no, it's just like a personality trait, right?
I was,
Because it's hard to tell sometimes.
Also,
right?
we
It's
are
hard
at
to tell because I
1.2
was also, like-
speed. We are at 1.2 speed. Okay.
like functioning. The only thing I may have been addicted to is like pills. That was my thing.
Xanax.
Yes, Xanax. I would
That's
like
a more,
Wait, what? Chat says, my bad. Sorry. I just had a psychiatrist tell me that recently, so I didn't know. Tell you. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Are they depicting the talk? Okay, sorry. There is a form of fast talking that could indicate mania or something else, right? There is a form of it. Kanye West does it a lot. when Kanye West has talking, maybe they meant that because there is variations of talking fast that could be mental health, and then there's variations of talking fast that are just personality traits. They're just like, that's just how you are. It's not like a disordered issue. So I think I understand now in that context what they might have meant. You know? Yeah. I think I can understand that context.
Okay, the opiates, but then you don't crave them now, though.
Well, this is the whole thing. So once I gave birth,
True. Chad says, but that's when it's fast and incoherent. True. That's what I would look for too. Is it fast and incoherent, or is it just fast? Because Ben Shapiro gets accused of that too. Ben Shapiro gets accused of talking too fast for people, but see, it's a compliment for him. He went to Harvard Law, so when Ben does it, it's cute because he's smart. When other people do it, it's their BPD, you know?
I had a C-section, and they gave me all I know is on the top it said opioids. I don't know what it was. It was really. Do you remember what it was? The drug? I can't remember. It's upstairs still. I refused to take it because I was so
good.
I was so like in the hospital after I had my baby. They gave me the fentanyl for my C-section, and I didn't know. And obviously, like I didn't want to like feel the pain or anything. I didn't know, but I was so out of my mind when I gave birth. I remember seeing the baby and being like, "What is this?" Like I had no connection to her right away, and it scared me. And I didn't know what was happening. I would wake up in the middle of the night and I would see like a baby next to me, and I'm like, "Oh my!" It like freaked me out, which is weird for those kind of drugs, right? Why was I almost hallucinating? Like it was weird.
Yeah, it sounds like you got a nasty reaction to the drug, but the good news is you didn't wake up thinking about using, which is what happens with a real addict. A real opiate addict, you expose them and they're thinking about it.
Well, I had it. They gave it to me after, and I was in so much pain. It was like the day after I took. It wasn't Vicodin. I don't know what they gave me, but I remember it said on the top like you could get addicted to this, and I was just like, okay, like I shouldn't, but I took it, and again, I was just so out of my mind. Like I couldn't even and I get so much criticism for talking about this, but like I couldn't even hold it because everyone's like, oh, you're a druggie. Why did you take the fentanyl? Why did you take the epidural?
Okay, this is insane.
I get so much hate about it.
Okay, so here's where we are. I spent
addicts aren't allowed to get the epidural for pregnancy. The fuck?
15 years, maybe 20 years, fighting the opioid epidemic, right? People were overprescribing. It was ridiculous. They were killing my patients all the time, routinely. Now, people that have surgical pain can't get a fucking painkiller. Yeah. We've gone from one extreme to the other. Neither is good. Yeah. Even if you were a heroin addict and you, let's say, needed some orthopedic surgery or something, guess what? I'm going to give you that fucking opiate if you have surgical pain.
Right.
We'll deal with what happens next if you're triggered, if you start, going downstream with stuff. That's your. By the way, it's not your illness. I don't think you have the illness. I kind of know it when I'm around it. But when people have that illness, they start going, and guess what? I can help them.
I agree. I don't think Trisha is an actual addict. I think she's just like substance abused. And I know because I have people in my life who are like, I'm an addict. I was like, dude, you're not an addict. You like abuse substances at most. And they're like, no, I'm an addict. I was like, I don't know why you want this title. Like you think it makes you cool. And that's the dilemma. Sometimes people are young and they think it makes them sound like deeper or more profound to have like a harder diagnosis. But just FYI, the diagnosis you're dealing with is hard enough. You don't need it to be harder. But like sometimes I do think people like want to own the word because they think it makes it sound like more real, or that people pay attention to their need because it's like this doesn't apply to you. I feel like the best way to get better is to clearly identify things and find the resources for those things. And that's why for me, a diagnosis really matters. That's why when I got diagnosed with even like autism, I had to be very specific about it, because if you tell me the wrong diagnosis, like I'm going to take the wrong treatment, because my brain goes, tell me the diagnosis so I can get the right treatment. So that's why I like to categorize things very appropriately. That's why I'm shocked when people go, oh, now that I'm autistic, like nothing in my life is going to change. I'm still me. I'm like, everything's about to change in my life, guys. And it has. My life is so much better now. I mean, it was always better, but it's always better. Like I'm always getting tools to make my life better. I'm having like a really much better, easier time in the last month than I've had prior, because now I have more tools. And like, again, maybe people just don't think like I do because that's my brain. But I know majority of my audience probably relates, where like for us, more information about ourselves makes our life easier, not harder. But I think for a lot of people, they think like nothing will change or their life might get harder. But my brain is like, things just get better. Like if I get like my fibromyalgia, now I know how to work out better. Or my autism, I can explain like, oh, my food relationship. Like people think it's really weird that like my partner and I eat different food. But like it makes so much more sense when we're both neurodivergent. We are grown-ups and we want to eat whatever we want every day without some cultural expectation of eating the same food every day. Which was, it's so interesting though, because it was shown on Ultimatum where JR said that because he works out and so he eats a very specific food. Makes sense in that context, but nobody considers the neurodivergent context. I'm a grown up. I'm in my mid 30s. I can eat whatever I fucking want every day. Why would I tell my partner, no, you have to eat what I eat so people think we're in love more? Like, what signaling is that? No, we're both neurodivergent and we want to eat what we want to eat, and we eat as whatever we want every day, right? Because we're grown up, so we could do that. But there is a judgment that comes from people because they're like, oh, you're not eating the same food. And I'm like, ew. You know, like if we want to, we do. Like if I make a big Assyrian dish, like we'll eat the same food, but like, no. Isn't that interesting? Like how people perceive like when something is wrong versus when something is great. And now we have this diagnosis that makes it even more like, not that you need a diagnosis to eat different food, but how cool is that it makes so much more sense. It makes so much more sense that I would be like very particular about like, I don't want to eat that today. I want to eat this. Why can't I eat what I want to eat? I don't get it. And we eat together. So like, what's the fucking issue? And no, we don't even eat together all the time because sometimes we're on different schedules. But we eat together as much as possible. Oh yeah, great fucking point, chat. Why would people order the same food at a restaurant? Good fucking point. Good fucking point. Why do we have to have the same thing for dinner at home if we wouldn't have the same thing at a restaurant? Fire point. Fire point. I think they imagine portion sizes. Like, well, if you're going to make dinner for yourself, you might as well make it for someone else. But like I make portion sizes. My partner and I make portion sizes. We make enough food for us.
Fault. It's the illness.
It's hard though. Addiction. I have an addictive personality all over.
I think it's the borderline stuff. Borderlines can really like the regulation they get from the drugs.
Yes.
You feel like okay for the first time many times.
That's what it is. Every time I took drugs, even like weed, which I'm not into because it never affected me. And I was like, I don't know if like I just have a really high tolerance or what, but like I could have a full on edible and it never affects me.
Yeah.
Like anything, you know, the only thing that like maybe was like hallucinogens or something or like, you know, those kind of things mixed with like ketamine.
Yeah.
But like I only did that recreational. If I dated somebody that was like a meth head, then I was like doing it too. But I wasn't like, I was always scared. I was always like, I'm going to die. And it was always scary. But with the pills, I feel normal. I feel completely normal.
Feel okay.
Yeah. And so when
that's the part that'll get you.
Well, that's the thing. And so when I didn't take them after I gave birth, I don't know how to describe it because I was doing so well. Like when I got pregnant, I feel like I had a whole like spiritual enlightenment. After we last spoke, you know, just via Zoom or whatever like that. And this was like 2021. I spiraled really bad. I had like this enlightenment. So I started like meditating. And in DBT, we have like Wise Mind, which is basically the same thing. Just like
you were in treatment at that time. Did you stay with the treatment?
Yeah.
Things started running? Okay, good.
So I did. And then when I started just reading about just everything, like meditation, which kind of to me was like DBT, but it's kind of, you know, the same thing, just like centering yourself, all this stuff. I was like, oh, this is what I need. I just need to be silent for like an hour and not think about anything. And it like worked for me. So then I did like a group therapy here. And then I kind of finished in like 2021.
How'd the group go for you? Was it a DBT group? Or?
It was. Yeah. It was great. I liked it. It was.
Were people embracing, accepting?
Yes, always that.
Yeah.
It just, you know, in general, I'm bad with groups. I'm very much like isolated. Like I'm just like.
I did not do group DBT. I could not do it. She was like, do you want to do group or single? I was like, single, girl. I ain't coming to therapy if I have to be around other people. And it was great. I loved single one-on-one DBT. It was fabulous.
But it was good to like hear other people go through the same thing, which is why I'm vocal with my issues because I feel like more people go through it than talk about it.
Oh my God, it's so helpful to other people to hear. Like I have depression, anxiety. I was in therapy for 10 years. I mean, people love hearing that stuff because guess what? We're all human.
Right, because they think of you as like you're perfect, you're a doctor, you analyze everyone.
No way.
I think you have to go through it also to like understand a little bit to some degree, right?
Well, it's that,
Yeah,
and you have to really be good at this stuff.
Hold on, just a reminder. This is the Trisha we just came from. Okay. Hold on. This Trisha.
This is open casket funeral.
Look at all these. Wait, Dr. Drew, move. This Trisha, you know, like.
And I haven't apologized to you. And I do feel bad when I attack like your wife and you're like all that stuff like that. I do feel bad right away. Like that's the worst thing about this is like I feel bad instantaneously. I'm like fuck. I'm such a bad person. Like this is why I don't keep friends. And he said in that same episode, this is why nobody wants to be with you. And it's like that all there is like I know this stuff. It's like I just can't control it right now. I'm doing better at it, but like I don't have friends. I don't have relationships that last longer than a year. He knows that. So by you saying that too, it just like fucking triggered it all over again. Because I know that's why I don't have friends. I know that.
Oh.
You have to clear your own stuff.
Yeah.
You have to be completely open to the other person, but without being overtaken by them and still maintaining good boundaries, right?
Yeah.
So I can be here and I can kind of feel your stuff, which strangely I'm not today, which is interesting.
Is that good or bad feeling stuff?
We'll find out.
Okay.
I'm just
what do you usually feel?
I can usually kind of tell where people's feelings are at. And,
and you can't feel anything.
Well, before I could with you, even when we were on Zoom, which is interesting. But maybe you're just
I'm too clear.
Yeah, you're just fine.
No,
Just having a great day.
Every morning for like an hour. I have to because postpartum I wasn't doing that, and I felt myself. It wasn't even like getting triggered or something like that, but I just found myself like crying in the bathroom for like 3 days straight. I just like locked myself in
That's what
there.
I was wondering if you went through. That is kind of a postpartum.
Is it a depression?
thing.
I didn't think I had it.
You probably didn't meet criteria for it,
Yeah.
but I mean, you can appreciate this. Those hormonal changes are so massive that your body and your brain goes through. Of course, you have all kinds of reactions. Of course, and you have a baby and all that. I mean, just so much, and then you're sleep deprived. Anything else on there?
Like, what do? You obviously that's like not the solution. You can't just be like, oh, well, that's postpartum.
They're
Like,
really well.
No, I know,
There's actually new medication just came out that looks really good. You have to get an IV infusion first, and then you get these pills.
I'm scared of the medications. I'm so scared of them. I feel like every time I've been on it, like I was on lithium at one point, I like literally wanted to like run my car into a tree every time I saw it. Like it was crazy. And the years I went to the psychiatric hospitals, like those were the years where they said I was suicidal, which I never felt like I was, but apparently I was. They were like, oh, well, you have like feelings or tendency. Because the first time I was 5150, I never said the words, I want to kill myself. But they took me there. They strapped me down because I tried to run out of the Cedars-Sinai. And then they strapped me down, like literally like buckles on my wrists, and took me there. And the ambulance, like no phone, nothing. It was crazy. Well, they shot me with Ativan, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I didn't want that either. It's like so crazy. So
You must have been in withdrawal.
I don't remember
withdrawal,
much.
Right. The fact that your memory's messed up, and withdrawal can make you look like anything. And you might have been saying, I want to kill myself, just didn't really know it.
Because
right?
I've never thought of myself as that. You know what I mean? Like I've been like
Yeah.
depressed, but I never thought of myself. And like I went 3 times for on a 5150, and I've just never been that way. And they were just like, nope, like you're a danger to yourself. And I'm like, well, how are you deeming this? You know, my one friend called the ambulance first, and that's how I had it. Ended up at Cedars-Sinai. Like I took a lot of pills, I was drinking, and then I like passed out. So they called.
So they assumed that was some sort of suicidal gesture.
And that's
maybe.
what I'm thinking. I don't
Yeah.
know, but I thought you had to say the words. I thought you had to say the words.
You
Like,
typically do. Now
Right.
you have to say the words. You have to confirm them as time goes on.
Right.
Like, I'm still feeling suicidal.
Yeah, and I never did. 'Cause I remember the doctors coming in.
How long ago was this?
This 2019. All of it was 2019.
Yeah, it's been that way for a long time. So,
It was weird. I know.
Again, I would chalk it up to drug withdrawal because you probably just didn't know what you were saying. You're probably when
true.
you're withdrawal from that stuff.
I blacked out.
You can really get. You said you like celebrity rehab. You remember Shelley?
Yes.
Shelley with glasses,
Yeah.
blonde at the time.
Mm-hmm.
She was diagnosed for a year. She had like 4 or 5 different diagnoses. She had schizophrenia, borderline, panic. I forget all the different but she was in locked unit multiple times, and it ended up being the whole thing Xanax withdrawal.
Jesus fucking Christ. This is why people are apprehensive about diagnoses. Because, like, that's why I want to be accurate with information. Don't give me a diagnosis until you're sure. But then at the same time, I understand the need to, like, how long till you know when you've dealt with, you know what I mean? Like, damn, that's what's so scary about, like, and then you're living your life and probably changing your habits or getting on medication that isn't even for you, only to find out it was drug withdrawal. That's crazy, bro. Wow.
Withdrawal from Xanax?
Oh, bad.
Really? I feel like I was pretty good to get off that when I needed to.
Maybe it was part of what happened with the hospitalization, though.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Because I
Because
feel
you
like,
stopped it suddenly and thought, I'm fine with this. I don't know, no big deal.
and it was that year. I was on, okay, and again, I never considered myself like a pill person, but I started taking Xanax in 2019. And that's
Xanax
when
is
all
one of the
happened.
worst withdrawals. It's just awful.
Oh my God, that's great. Because it just makes me
people-
sleepy. I'm just like,
Yeah, but then on the other side, when you stop it, you climb the walls.
Wow.
Did you ever take it?
I've taken it, yeah.
Just for like what you need it for, like the
Yeah,
right dosage.
yeah.
You never did. Because I feel like I would just take so much because you just like kind of blacked out, and it was just like the best feeling ever. Especially like when I did porn, I was kind of like, oh, this is kind of everything. You
Well,
know?
I think that's how people do that, right?
Yeah.
So this is interesting. So do you dissociate? Do you have that capacity to dissociate?
Oh,
from
yeah.
this?
Oh, yeah. All the time.
And when you did porn, would you do that as a way of getting through
Yes.
it? I think that's what most women do when they're in that stuff.
Yeah.
Some of them maybe not, but but that wasn't enough. Then you had to also medicate, or
yeah.
was it?
Mhm. But the thing is, I voluntarily did it. Like I was just like, this is what I want to do. Like
I've
porn was.
heard it a million times.
Yeah.
But
no one was like forcing me, but it was the money was good. You know,
Listen, I am no way judging people's
Yeah.
choices. I'm just talking about the real human consequence of these things.
Mm-hmm.
And for women, particularly with a trauma history, it's kind of re-traumatizing in some way, and
Yeah.
it brings up a lot of stuff that until it gets pushed further deeper back, and then you have to take the meds to keep it back there.
Yeah, I think I was like insecure, so I was like, this is my way of like loosening up, you know. But I love the attention of it, right? I love the attention. I was like, oh my God, Trisha's doing like hardcore porn. This was me, like 31, 32. So this is like me, like not that long ago. And I just thought it was like I was single at the time. I like didn't have a career path, and I was like, this is like the next move for me. So like I thought I liked it, but I was just so nervous each time. So I took a Xanax, and I haven't taken Xanax literally since we got engaged in 2020.
And
but
how do you feel about it now? How do you interpret that period of your life? What do you think? Just
it's a blur though. Like to me, I'm
but
like,
do you
it was
think-
fun.
Yeah, do you think it was fun? Is what I had to do? Is what I needed to do at the time?
And I still sell it.
And I'm glad I did it. I wish I hadn't done it. What do you think?
It's both. It's like both. Like in one hand, I'm like, oh, I got it out of my system. It was fun. It was empowering.
So there's so much positive secondary gain you got from it
yeah.
that the negative sort of balances out.
Well, can I tell you then this? So postpartum, I was doing videos about it, and people kind of call me a hypocrite for this, right? Because I was just kind of like, oh, like I kind of am embarrassed. I'm like super embarrassed and like ashamed of it.
Of what, the porn?
Yeah.
Is that now because you have a child you
Yes.
may see this one day?
I would be mortified, honestly, if she did it.
So this is one of the things.
This is why I say just because you don't do porn doesn't mean you're sex positive. Do you know what I'm saying? Like when I say I am sex positive, I mean I am sex positive. Like I would not be mortified if my child grew up to be an adult and within a safe capacity engaged in anything they thought was worthy of their time. You know, like, so it's kind of interesting that like she holds that belief. Maybe that's like That's what I say, like, I don't know if you're really doing this for you. Like, for you. You know, like, for you, right? Chad says, what does re-traumatizing mean? Reminding of trauma? No, re-traumatizing means almost like reopening the wound. So instead of the wound healing up, you're like reopening it again, almost like re-traumatizing. Like, imagine you had a wound on your leg, you're like re-traumatizing the leg. So the wound starts all over again. So it can like trigger almost like a reset in a sense of the trauma. And then you're fucked up again for a bit. So it can be like a new, I'm probably explaining this really poorly, but a new layer of trauma, I guess, if you want to call it that. That's why you have to do things really for you. It's why you have to meditate and say, is this really what I want for me? Am I doing this because I'm desperate and I want money? Or am I doing this because I really want to? Am I doing this because I'm desperate and I need money, but it's within my boundaries and I'm not going to regret it? You know, there's something here that I find fascinating about Trisha in this sense. Like, I'd be mortified if my daughter did it, she said. Yeah.
You know, through Loveline, I talked to a lot of porn people over the years. And I remember there were a couple of women, when their sons had seen the porn, they just stopped. They just stopped doing it. It's like, okay, that's it.
Oh, like they were like a certain age and they saw it, or what?
The boys, you know, these days, by the time you're 9 or 10, you're exposed to a lot of porn.
How are they seeing that?
Cell phones.
Oh, right.
I mean, the average age of exposure
I was
now
that
is
age.
9, something
Yeah,
like
I was that age.
gosh.
Yeah, so you're going to have to kind of...
Okay.
You have a daughter or a son?
I have a daughter.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm just like, okay, but the thing
Ish.
is I still promote it
Maybe a
because
little-
that's a huge income of mine.
Yeah.
So I sell my old content. So I'm kind of like torn where I'm just like, oh, I'm still promoting this on Twitter because that's like the only platform that allows you to anymore.
I bet you'll get to the point where you stop because of your child.
But then, yeah.
It's going to be
right.
hard. I mean, I understand you get a lot of secondary gain out of it, but I bet you stop. That's my prediction.
But this is my thing. This is, again, addictive personality, addicted to money, addicted to shop. Like, I
Yeah,
just like, you
yeah.
know, once that money rolls in, it's just so, like, I will do almost anything for money, you know what I mean? Which is like,
When she's going back to old Trisha that we're reviewing on Frenemies, you're money focused. All you hear about is money, Ethan, money, Ethan, money. Ethan won't just do anything for money. That's the point. Ethan will say no to money. And Trisha goes, no, you wouldn't. You would do it for money. But like a lot of us say no to money all the time. I say no to money all the time. All of the time. I just got a new sponsorship opportunity and it was a gambling website. And I said, no, I'm not doing gambling. Like, my partner and I both sit down every day and we talk about all the ways we're comfortable making money. And like, we're not doing gambling. We're not doing cryptocurrency. We're not doing any of that stuff. Like, no. And like, it's all that stuff. Like, no, you know, and some people do and some people don't. And I just like, I'm good. Guys, sign up for Patreon / like the stream. That's really what this is about. Like the stream. It goes a long way. But yeah, like, yeah, funny.
crazy. I make money. I have a lot of money. I'm fine, but it's
Were
still that
you
mentality.
Poor for a long time?
Yeah, we grew up. My
And
mom worked 4
desperate.
jobs.
And desperate, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. And then when I moved out to Hollywood,
that's where people get that from. They're like, this is never going to happen again. And then you're panicked that it could.
Yeah.
So it's never enough.
it's never enough. Like, no
Yeah.
matter what. So I'm just thinking, like, I can't give that up. You know what I mean? And it's like,
Yeah.
in order for her, then she don't have to worry.
I know moms, and I bet that mom thing kicks in at some point.
I
That's
don't.
my bet.
Well, I hope so
I'm
because
betting.
I feel I already
If it doesn't,
guilty.
it doesn't.
I don't really love the insinuation here. It's so sex negative, but it's fine.
We'll
Right.
talk about how to deal with that.
Right, because
So-
like, you're a mom and you're doing
Yeah.
sex work. Because I know if it was her, and like, I'm someone who's always been in the sex industry. I've stripped at 18, escorted, all that stuff like that. So for me, it's like the idea of her even doing that at 18, like doing a blowjob for $5 on the streets of like Santa Monica Boulevard, is like horrifying to me. But at the same
Why?
time, because I know what I went through, like, you know,
What'd you go through?
Well, because obviously, like, first of all, I don't want my daughter blowing anybody for $5 Like, Jesus Christ, let's run an actual business here. $5? Absolutely not, sis. We're gonna charge a lot more than that.
this just being on the streets and getting like your teeth knocked out, or just like people just doing the craziest stuff to you. I mean, I've talked about it to length, but just sodomy, involuntary, like all that stuff like that. People are, and so like the thought of her even having to like go to that is like,
How do you have any positive feelings about men given that stuff?
I don't.
Well, this is survival sex work. Like, Trisha would be considered survival sex work, I think, right?
Well,
At least in this era of her life.
Really don't. I thought, well, I hate men. Like, so then I would go to, it's such a weird thing. It is a weird thing. I really dislike men for the most part. And after I had my baby, I really disliked men because I had a man who, it was just in my life and it wasn't, you know, whatever, but he didn't understand like the postpartum, like the stress I was under, I guess, like that. And I didn't know either.
Yeah.
It was just a situation, whatever. And he just
listen,
understand it.
I that's one of the things I worry about when people do this kind of work is, again, people do whatever they want. I'm fine with everything, but I kind of see the realities of it. I see when the door gets closed, I'm in the room with them alone and they tell me what they're really feeling. And even just stripping, you'll frequently hear women that there's
I think most people aren't happy in their jobs. I think most people are unhappy with their jobs. I think most people feel abused and like just another number to their employers. I think a lot of people feel dehumanized in their work. I think a lot of people, when they really are honest, feel like nobody sees the real them. I think that ultimately, whether it's sex work, construction, or the military, people don't feel valued. And I think when you don't feel valued, you're having sort of a survival relationship with that work. And it doesn't just exist for sex workers. And I think ultimately, no matter what you do in life, you have to be able to like look at yourself in the mirror and be okay with it. And that's going to look different for all of us. You know, that's going to look different for all of us. I do think a majority of people in sex work are probably not having a good time. I also think a majority of you who work at Walmart are fucking miserable. This whole idea that like nobody wants to work anymore. We just want to be dehumanized. You know how many men have entered the military just to tell me, Brittany, bro, you're just like a number here, bro. They do not care about you. It fucking sucks. Like it's weird here. Yeah. I've heard that from military people. I've heard it from 9-to-5s. I've heard it from all kinds of things, you know? So people that are making it all about sex work, it's just like, bro, nobody's gonna, in an ideal society, ideal Brittany society, we would all be playing to our strengths and working jobs that were meaningful to us. And I do think that you yourself can make that happen for yourself. I just think you have to do it in spite of society. You know how we say, like, I was successful in spite of my parents? Like, you need to be successful in life in spite of where you were born and the government you were raised in. You know, I have a video coming up. Oh man, there's so many podcasts I want to make. I have another podcast I'm working on about minority and marginalized communities having the audacity to be joyful, even while being oppressed. And I really think you should have the audacity to be joyful. I really believe that. Great video coming up with Alok, who you've probably seen, but was recently on the Late Night Show with Jordan Klepper, like the Jon Stewart guy. I think that's his name. Really great interview.
They're just disgusted by men.
Well, because they like touch you, whatever
Or
they do,
whatever. They're
whatever.
just being disgusting. They're
Stick
just,
pennies up you,
Men
like-
are kind of disgusting.
They
right?
are. I look at men like I'm disgusted. I don't like men in general, but there's very few people I feel like safe with. And because when we did our, Zoom calls or whatever on a podcast, like I felt for the first time like someone like not only understood me, but like there was a man not calling me crazy. There was a man not trying to like exploit. Because here's the thing, like I'm mentally ill. I talk about it, whatever, and people always say it's not an excuse, but you were so like compassionate about it, and you were just very much like it is an excuse at the end of the day.
It's not an excuse. It's an.
Oh, also, I've talked about this before too, where I wasn't sure if Trisha got like formally diagnosed and did the work, but I'm going to take her at her complete word here that she's absolutely gone to therapy, gotten formally diagnosed, and has done DB. I'm gonna fully just put that to rest,
Explanation.
Yeah, right.
Yes, it's not an excuse, it's an explanation. That's what my therapist taught me.
And I admired that you were doing that because these are common conditions and we don't talk about these things realistically enough. And so I was and continue to be very appreciative that you're willing to talk about these things. I think people would attack you for having diagnosed illnesses, diagnosed conditions, right? Fuck those guys. Really, like, fuck those people. That is further traumatizing you, which is an interesting question. Why do you think, so you were victimized as a kid, right? Mm-hmm. And you had all this, I guess, chaos and desperation. Now you're having emotions, by the way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, are you okay?
Because it's like I do get a little emotional about it because I did open up about, I had lots of incidences in school of inappropriate relationships with teachers. Some sexual and some not. Some just showing me porn, just like some just touching. And I opened up about it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
The fact that you have to qualify it as just
and multiple times.
It's all profound. It's profound. These are not good people. Now they may be sick also, and I would if we found out one was a whatever porn addicted and whatever himself, we would have some compassion for him. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make it okay.
Mm-hmm. Right. But the whole internet called me a liar after I got canceled or whatever like that. I don't know. We can cut this. I don't know. You can tell me if we should cut this or not. But the whole internet basically called me a liar. People
for what?
Saying that it didn't happen.
That you were never traumatized. Mm-hmm. Where'd your borderline disorder come from? It's like
where were
magic.
they? Were they back with me? And another student came forward.
Let's talk about that. So there are definitely things, inaccurate memories. They happen, right? And some of yours may be distorted, right? Because if you have really bad childhood trauma, you will experience a lot of other things as trauma that maybe wouldn't have been trauma if it weren't for the original injuries, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
And you have, but there's a crazy thing. I think we talked a little bit about that. But this is the craziest of all things about the human being, okay? Which is that when we've had a trauma, particularly childhood traumas, we become literally attracted to people and circumstances that are very much like the perpetrators. We're somehow attracted to that. And so it's not that you're looking for the re-victimization. You're just naturally drawn to that stuff. And of course, those kinds of people
When people ask you, do you think you'll be bored because you're in a healthy relationship now? Do you think you'll miss the fighting? Do you think you'll miss like that I can't blame people for continuing dating patterns or being put in positions where they repeat the environment they were raised in, right? The back and forth, the unreliability, the will they, won't they, all of those other things. I don't blame them. But I think that's the point. Is that the fact that you had to ask me that question says to me like, oh, you're still in this place. You're still in that place. I know for a fact that the reason I so desperately loved my exes and so desperately wanted to believe that all we needed was therapy was for the same reason that I so desperately wanted to have that same love for my parents. That unconditional love, no matter who you are, we love you. We're never going to reject you. That if you're gay or an atheist or whatever, like we're going to love you. You know, like all of that stuff. I know I wanted to love people the same way. I still do, but I just can't. I have boundaries now because not all those people, one, need my attention, but two, I'm not made to give those people the attention that they want, that they think they even want from me, right? So it's kind of one of those things where I want to see everyone for who they are and assume that they're not as bad as everyone thinks they are. But maybe sometimes you're bad enough that unless you hold yourself accountable, like you're not going to get better. And that's everybody, really, right? That says, I don't think it's bored. I think it's, do you feel at home if it's healthy? Do you feel like you belong and your needs and are met when in a healthy relationship? Well, that's not the, wait, I'm confused. Because do you understand the question they're asking? They are saying their dopamine seeking behavior is exhibited in toxic relationships. That's what the question's about. The question is, I don't get what you're responding to. I don't think it's bored. I think it's, do you feel at home if it's healthy? Do you feel like you belong and your needs are being met? Well, they don't even know that because they're not asking that question for the record. Those people that are afraid of healthy relationships because they're seeking the dopamine, they're addicts. That's the wrong word. They're addicted to the dopamine seeking of the toxicity. They don't want to be seen. They don't want to be understood. They want the chaos of, why don't you see me? Why don't you understand me? Let's fuck this out. They don't want comfortability. They don't want safety, right? So I don't know if that's what you mean, but I want to make it clear the category of person that asks that question, they're worried that their sex life isn't going to exist and they're not going to have passion because the only way they know how to have passion is with the fighting. They're afraid that if they're not fighting, like, you know, like if it's not loud, if it's not rough, if it's not, you know what I mean? Maiden says the comfortable pain of the familiar is better than the scary unknown of the healing. Amen. Yes, Chad, they don't want peace. They want problems. Exactly. They think the problems are more fun than the peace. Because if you do not know peace, you cannot imagine how good it is. Which then would move into what you said earlier, Chad. Like when you want peace, that's feeling at home, you know? Chad says, can that be an age thing? I don't think so. I think that's just a traumatized thing. I think all people, young and old, can still be in a cycle of trauma where they're constantly seeking the toxicity. Yes, they're in their Lana Del Rey era. Mm-hmm. And they might stay there their whole life. The MGK era, the Megan Fox, the emo love era, the, you know, whatever. Right? That says the younger you are, the more likely it is to think that love is fireworks. Sure. But I think like I've met too many people who are old who also think that. But I do think it's a very young, traumatized way of seeing the world. So sometimes when I meet like people in their 50s, 60s, 70s who are still there, I'm like, hi, did you want to grow up anytime soon? And they're like, what do you mean? I am a grown up. I have a job and a house and everything. I was like, yeah, but you're falling in love like a teenager. Grow up. Grow up. Like you have to grow up. You have to. And if you don't, then fine. You don't have to do anything, right? We're all going to die. No one's going to remember us. Like just a reminder, we're all going to die. So if you want to spend your 70 years on the planet acting like you're 15 when you're 70, I don't got time for a girl. Ugh, the way I'd be embarrassed if you were my grandpa. Okay?
Will re-traumatize you.
Well, I felt safe enough because this one person had passed away. And so I felt like safe, and it was out there publicly. There was like stuff that whatever. So I thought, well, let me just talk about this. And another student had contacted me, something similar happened to them, and they came forward, and everyone accused that person of being me. And like that person got basically run off the internet. Her dad was a police officer in the town we grew up in, knew about all this stuff like that. She came forward with her name, his name, everything. And then she just like deleted herself off the internet, and everyone accused that.
Oh, this is the deleted video of frenemies we're going to probably talk about later. Chat says, I feel like this type of thinking has been passed down. From lived experience, personal experience, my parents didn't teach me to love that way, but I did love that way until I was better. I don't think my parents taught me to love that way at all. My parents actually gave me a really good example of a relationship, and I just ignored it. Because I was like in my emo phase, and I wanted like a relationship that was like full of passion, and it was like romantic in the most emo sense possible. And then I realized like, oh, I can't do this for the rest of my life. I want peace. I want to be peaceful. And when my partners didn't want to go with me, they didn't. Right? Yes, the emo phase. Exactly. Culture does. Culture definitely does. Oh, I agree. 100% culture. Oh my God. Media, music videos, novels. We love toxic relationships. Absolutely. Which is why it's confusing. And also, to be fair, that sort of like really peaceful, loving relationship, it's not as interesting to people because, you know, we don't get to see it very often, but it's not as interesting for people for sure. Oh, the media got me good, girl. And I don't even regret it. I just wish it didn't last all the way till I was 30. Like, I wish I had gone out of my emo phase by the time I was like 25, but I didn't. It took me another 4 years to get out of it, you know, like 29, 30, I basically was transitioning out of it. But man, like, I wish I had gotten out of it by the time I was like 25, but it is what it is, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
That of being me. And still to this day, people are like, they'll say the hashtag, and like, I need to tell me if we should have that, the hashtag all my videos, justice for, and like this teacher. I mean, nobody that went to school with us is this. This is just people that are like on Reddit or whatever.
Interesting.
And to see that every day, every day is like, it's like so.
I am so glad we watched this episode because this story is something we're going to have to go over. But that is so interesting. So right now we have a woman who's claiming a victim of a teacher who the internet is assuming she falsely accused. And I don't know the truth of it, but I know that I had 2 teachers in my high school who got fired and went to prison for messing with students. And I knew they were messing with students. And like, it was really hard to get them in trouble. It was really hard. It took so many years of people being hurt. So many of my friends were targets of these teachers. And finally they got caught. But like, it's one of those things where, yeah, like, I could believe it, but I don't know. But also that would be so traumatizing to see people like defending your predator because they think you're lying. You know?
So traumatizing. That's not even the worst of it. This was a very light one that I talked about. And it's like, it just bothers me because I can't talk about the other people that like did it because now no one will like believe me. And I get that. And like, that's just my MO now on the internet, but it just sucks because it's like these people who are still teaching or still whatever, like that's why I don't say anything about anybody because no one like will believe me anyways, you know?
Well, the important thing is not to hurt other people with our stuff, right? So
Amen.
If there's whatever, I mean, whoever these people were, they know, right? And it's not your job to out them. It's not your job to harm them. However, you know, you may want to, you know, alert somebody to keep an eye on this person so they don't hurt other people, right? That's the only concern.
But everyone, it's a small town. So everyone in that town is like, because people were calling the town, right? Everyone calling the town, calling the school. And then everyone would be like, well, she was crazy and she was institutionalized and all this stuff like that. Like, you know, so it just, when you're mentally ill, like you'll just always be the crazy person. Same thing with anything. Like people just will say, like, I remember there was like a lawsuit and they're like, well, she's mentally ill, so she doesn't get to like be a witness to an incident that happened with like this popular like YouTube group I was a part of. And so it's just like one of those things. And how this all got started, I guess, back to childhood trauma is like, it's really
interesting. Was that David Dobrik? So Trisha wasn't pulled in as a witness because of her mental health. That's kind of interesting.
It's really something like I never dealt with. And like even in therapy now, I just do Zoom with individual therapy. Like because I don't remember so much, like memories come to me, like literally now to this day.
Okay. So the way to think about these trauma for you, if let's say I were going to advise you to get treatment, I would say don't worry about the memories. Don't worry about revivifying anything. That's the worst thing you could do, right? It makes everything worse. You were just talking about it right now. You're makes you escalate. The idea is that you ever heard the book called The Body Keeps the Score?
Mm-hmm.
You heard about that
Yes,
book? You should read that book.
I haven't read it.
The Body Keeps the Score.
Yeah.
And it's essentially showing the biology of how these traumas get embedded in our body, in our nervous system. They get just embedded in us. And so trauma treatment is really not about revivifying or re-experiencing anything. It's about re-regulating the impact left behind. So you can regulate your emotions flexibly and you can be fully integrated. So these parts of yourself that were injured aren't off in the distance somewhere. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, you bring them forward a lot, but I still feel like they don't get the care and attention they need.
I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like I hide them a lot. I feel like and then,
Oh, you do hide
but
them,
some of
okay.
these memories come up that I don't even remember. Like,
Yeah.
it almost seems like it wasn't my life.
It might not be accurate. Who cares?
I think he's right though. I think Trisha, I feel like Trisha knows it and is aware of it, but I don't know if she's deconstructed her own trauma, which by the way is a whole other journey. And I'm still working on mine personally, like my assault trauma. That is like a whole thing. Okay. You do it at your pace. No one is rushing you. It's under zero obligation. But obviously, this Trisha is so much better than the Trisha we've been watching on Frenemies, right? This Trisha has done some of the work. You can see it. If not a lot of the work, right? You can see it. But it is one of those things where you do have to be careful when you deconstruct your own. That's why you have to work with a professional, right? So somebody can help guide you through it. And that's why you have to have somebody you really trust to help you guide you through your trauma, because, you don't want to accidentally re-traumatize yourself, or sometimes it can happen. You got to have somebody to catch you. Mental health is no joke, but regardless of how long it takes, it's okay that it takes time. It should. It's really important.
It doesn't matter.
Well, that's what's scary. What if it's not,
That's the point, though. It's about getting the trauma therapy. I'm surprised you've not had that. EMDR or anything like that? Has anybody talked about that with you?
But to me again, it's like the porn's like anything. It doesn't seem traumatic to me. Like these experiences, like the reason I talked about it is because I was like, okay, someone else came forward with it. Let me talk about it too.
Yeah.
And to me, it's not traumatic.
That's so funny that she's like, it doesn't feel traumatic, but like I'm crying about it on camera. Like maybe, but also maybe she doesn't feel like it's time. Like I know I'm going to do it. Like, I think I'm going to do a lot of types of therapy, but maybe I'll do, my dyslexia really fucks with me. EMDR. Is that what it's called? Not EMDR. Not the drug. MDMA, not EMDR. I probably will do that, and I will do therapy for it. I'm not ready yet to like sit down and start dissecting myself like that. But I have plans for it. My partner and I openly talk about it. We're trying to we're moving with doctors right now for other things. We're doing like one thing at a time. So don't rush. I'm not asking you to rush. I would never rush myself. But I do think that I am not in like an emergency place with it, like with my borderline and stuff. Like I needed therapy. If I didn't get therapy, I was going to fucking kill myself. But now that I'm doing really, really well in life, it is important that I go do therapy for it, but it's not an emergency. So for Trisha, it might not be an emergency, but I do think it is something that we eventually will need. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's really important to go get the emergency stuff taken care of so you can function. And then when you're ready, you can do the other stuff at your own pace.
Like the other relationships I had with my teachers, I was like 16, and I was just like, oh, I thought it was so cool. And to me, I thought it was like everything and consensual.
A friend of mine, he was sexually abused by an 18-year-old girl when he was 13. He thought it was the greatest thing. It affected his life dramatically.
Sad.
But he was not aware of how it was affecting him in terms of drug addiction, sex addiction, his relationships. You can't see the connection because your brain won't let you.
Yeah.
It's all walled off. And it really is important to try to rewire into those things so they're not there spinning and needing attention in ways that might not be healthy.
To me, it doesn't feel like trauma, but it's like it got brought up again recently. There was another thing I was talking to you briefly before we started, where my nudes were sent to a minor. And when I was a minor, I was shown nudes by my teacher. Like he would show me like pornographic images. And it was at the time you think it's cool, but to this day, I'm like, is that why the hypersexual? Is that why I need this validation constantly by like the OnlyFans gives me validation in some degree. Like there's messages like you're so hot when I always hear I'm so ugly like everyone else. It's very weird. It's like
it's conflicted, right? And the only way you're going to figure that out is by trying to resolve the trauma, trying to get into it a little bit deeper, so you can get all the residual left behind to get.
I just feel like it's out. I feel like I've given past it, so to go back and do.
Well, I'm not saying you don't revivify it. You literally, it'd be just literally doing the eye movement stuff.
See, that's what I mean. Like, I see the therapy as like going to the doctor, but Trisha sees it as like going backwards. But in my brain, it's not going backwards, it's moving forwards. And yes, did I just hear Colleen? Yeah, that's the Colleen situation, right? Isn't Colleen the one who sent her nudes to a minor? Wasn't that her? Anyways, I'm pretty sure that was her. But that's interesting that Trisha has that outlook. See how she's still running from herself, in my opinion. That's what that is. Versus, I do think there's a time and a place. When I'm like paperwork ready, because right now that's really what this is about, is like I am already dealing with physical health stuff. When I'm ready, like I will do the other paperwork for psychiatry stuff. But oh my God, the paperwork, it's a lot, guys. Okay. And plus money, let's be real. Like I need to budget in for this stuff. Trisha, Trisha feels like she's running away from it, which is interesting. I would love for her to say, I'm going to do it when it's time, it's time. But she's saying instead, I don't want to go back and I don't want to like go backwards. You're not going backwards. Therapy is never about going backwards unless you treat it that way. It should always be a tool to move forward. No?
And then what are you feeling? I mean, it's literally that kind of thing. And you might talk about a particular topic and connect to the feelings in tolerable doses. That's the important thing. Not so much that you're overwhelmed by it, or
I just don't want to go back to it because it's like as soon as now I start hearing about this and I'm just like, and it's almost.
Well, let me just tell you.
Yeah.
Let me just what I'm hearing you say. Sometimes you're saying there's all this trauma, and sometimes you're saying there's none.
Well,
Yes.
the trauma, how you describe it, but I don't think it is. But then I'm like hearing about it now makes me upset because I'm just thinking like now what I'm thinking in my head, if I'm being honest, is like, okay, people are gonna see this. She's lying. She's this. Let's come out with this. And it's like
Let me
to
be
talk
clear.
about it is.
This is if she were lying, I would know it. Okay, I would. It wouldn't make sense given her history and what she's telling me. I know when people. I always get this kind of like, no, this is not. This is common. I guarantee you there's a bunch of you out there that had something similar. Maybe Trisha's taken it to an art form in terms of how you've lived it and how you've dealt with it. But look, you're surviving, and thriving, and you have a kid. You things are good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can people criticize you for living your life? That
I
to
don't
me
know.
is.
I'm in constant fear of just being like canceled and criticized. I don't know. It's like it's really weird.
Well, you've been through so much.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to imagine that.
I know. I don't know why it still like affects me.
Okay, hold on. Right there. She's like, I live in a constant fear of being canceled and everything. And I do feel it's because she hasn't truly accepted her participation in the way that she's negatively impacted culture. As much as Trisha has like positively impacted culture, she's also negatively impacted discourse around women, sex work, mental health. Like she has absolutely contributed millions and millions and millions of opinions to feel justified in their misogyny and everything else. And she's not totally responsible for all of it, but you are responsible for some of it. And so it would be nice to see that Trisha really own it. See, I always feel like she never takes accountability enough to let it go. Accountability should allow you to free yourself from the things that you've done in your past. Accountability is owning it and saying, I did this, and I'm going to like let myself move on from the fact that I did it by taking accountability in a good way, right? So I feel like she's not ready yet, which is fine. And this Trisha is still not ready to face all of her trauma, which is fine. Everyone's on a journey. But I will say like that could be why she also comes off like she's still fighting or inauthentic in a sense, because she's still not willing to just put it all on the table and just like move. But she can't until she's ready. Like we really can't heal until we're ready to heal. And there's no reason to rush yourself, but life itself will rush you. Like I think life itself will rush you. And when that time comes, you'll take action. And I think hopefully we all make the right decision when those moments come, right? But yeah, there's something about Trisha. This is why I say I want to answer Trisha's DMs. And not because I ever think Trisha would message me. It's just a thing we say on the channel as like a joke. Like if, Trisha DMs you, who do you answer it or not? The temptation to answer it is there. But I can't continue answering the DMs of people who in one sentence say, I'm not traumatized from it. And another sentence say, I can't even talk about it. I don't want to go back. I'm afraid of going into it. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying really hard to make friends or coworker relationships with people that are very self-aware of what they're working on. They're very unafraid and they're very ready to face it, even though they're afraid. These are two different things. They're not afraid to face themselves. They're afraid of the work, but they're going to do it. That's okay. Right? So I love to see Trisha grow at her own pace, but I'm really trying to make connections with people that are like, I'm going to do this. And I'm like, that's awesome, bro. I'm like, I want to cheerlead you on to your success. Because I know you're in it, you're doing it. But Trisha's saying right now she's not ready to do it. And I think that's valid. It's not where I hope she stays though, and then you can be where I am, which is like, I'm working on stuff and that's on my list of things to do. And it's on the list. Versus she's saying, I don't even want it on the list. I'm like, you got to put it on the list, girl. It's got to be on the list. You don't have to do it now, but you got to put it on your list of things to do.
I mean, I try not to. I'm trying to be like in my own like circle and bubble, and then I'm like, oh, things are
bubble.
going good now. So I always think in the back of my head, it's like, oh, what's the bad coming, And I try not to think that because I do believe in like manifesting and stuff, but it does
the
come up.
catastrophe.
Yeah, see, you don't want to do that. You don't want to live with your life. You don't want to live your life with like a what's next, what's coming, what's the bad thing. There is no bad thing. There's simply life. There is no bad thing coming. There's simply life. The only thing coming is experiencing. Like when it rains, it pours. Girl, I don't want to bring this up because some people don't understand what I mean when I say I love me some astrology. I love me some astrology in a fun way, but I'm not going to lie. The cards be in my favor this year, bro. The cards be in my favor. And, I'll accept that I'm in an up of my life, and I'm sure it will be a down and, when it's ready. But instead of looking at it like my life's falling apart, just like, oh, this is my life. This is what I'm experiencing right now. Is like such a helpful mindset because it's true. Like you're just experiencing life for what it is. And like, okay, that's a lot better. But I think when you're afraid to experience life for what it is, good or bad, you're going to have it's like a trip. All trips are good trips, even bad trips. Okay. Even bad trips, but you're going to have a worse trip if you like freak out about it. Calm yourself through the bad trip. It will be over. It will teach you something. It's okay. It's okay. True. Chat says me too, because being a Taurus is fun when going into astrology. I'm not even going to play. Even when they talk bad about Taurus, I'm like, yeah, that's true. You're welcome. I'm such a Taurus where I'm like, I know. I am stubborn. You're welcome. Who pays the bills? Exactly. You're welcome. That's because I'm a Taurus. I'm just, stop. It's been so much fun.
Yeah, I feel like it's like inevitable. It's like even trying to be out of drama for the past 2 years, this stuff in the summer happened. My nudes were sent to minors. So then I'm like triggered all over again. I'm just like, oh my gosh, I remember that happening to me. And like now my nudes as a sex worker are being used to like traumatize someone else. And it's like, it really messed with me more than I thought. I'm like trying to keep it together. But I'm just like,
it feels kind of fragmented. Like you're having all these fragmented feelings and stuff. And again, some sort of integrated thing would bring all those pieces together. So you could have one feeling about all this.
But I'm a therapist. Like it just never worked for me too much. Like the DBT classes, they were good.
I'm certain of that. Because for borderline stuff, I mean, DBT, we're talking about this dialectical behavioral therapy, is the one thing that's shown to be very, very useful.
Yeah.
And I could tell when you were getting it because a lot of your stuff was like really settling, and I could tell you were doing a lot of hard work at one point too, right?
Maybe I should do it. Yeah. Oh my God, I was going.
Yeah, I could tell. Maybe it's just back to that again and not worry about the trauma so much. Because if you can live with the traumas and they aren't constantly dysregulating you.
Yeah, it's not too much. And I don't know. But I do like to talk about it because like I do think not enough people talk about these kind of things and stuff like that.
Now we live in an age when the people are, I think it was even some international organization was talking about accepting minor attracted individuals. You heard this nonsense? What do you think about that?
Oh, triggering. It's so triggering. Like how there's any excuse. Because to me, I don't think there's even an explanation for it. Like if you're sick, right, you think it's a sickness, or what do you think? I don't know. Like it's a sickness.
Pedophilia?
Yes. There shouldn't be an explanation for it.
I think it's back to what we were kind of talking about. Early experiences wire in certain preferences and things. And it's simply the case that a certain percentage of people that are sexually abused in childhood become attracted to children.
So what do we do?
Or will act out on.
Isn't that an old statistic? I think that's an old statistic. I'm pretty sure that's old information. I thought that's not true anymore. I thought the new science says it's a predisposition, and children of abuse aren't necessarily going to become offenders. There might be an overlap, but I think that's old information, I thought. I don't know though. I'm not the doctor.
On children when they're a child. Well, what do we do with them that's beyond my pay grade?
Because I feel like there shouldn't be an explanation for that, right?
Sometimes they can be treated, sometimes they can, and sometimes they can't.
To me, it's like the most triggering thing. Like anybody talking to minors, like even if they think it's like friendly or it's like I feel like there's not even a friendship. When people have friendship with like 16-year-olds, I'm just like, why? When you're like a grown adult.
That's crazy, right? It's weird.
But it's so normalized, especially on social media now. Like it's so normalized, and people just like let it go. Like I have a lot. Like I'm like a least judgy person too, but I'm like, there's just like no reason to have a relationship with a minor, and I don't understand how like this is not talked about more, and how people are like,
I'm with you.
But what do you do? Like I mean,
there's one thing being friendly with a minor.
Of course, yeah.
It's another thing to have sort of
hang out
intimately, and I don't mean intimately physically. I mean just sort of. I mean, why would a 30-year-old be hanging with a 15-year-old? Explain that to me.
That's what I'm saying, and I feel like nowadays everyone just cancels everyone for everything. So when someone like that gets quote unquote canceled, they just come back like normal because everyone's like, it's just cancel culture. But it's like no, there's like some awareness, but like there's no accountability to be taken with that, which I think is like so weird. That's a whole other thing. But I did want to talk about addiction too because we were talking about that earlier.
Okay.
You were talking about as an addict, and I feel like addiction comes from I don't know. You can tell me where it comes from, but I have such bad addiction to a lot of things still, and I can't overcome. Like there's certain ones like shopping addiction, food addiction, where people don't think it's an addiction. People look at like fat people and they're like, just stop eating, but it's like actually an addiction, and it's actually like a serious thing.
So behavioral addictions are rough. They're very and they frequently come from the same place as you're suggesting as chemical addictions, right? And it's very common in my world for people who are recovering from, say, opiate addiction or benzodiazepine addiction, whatever, to be sort of, you know, doing okay and maybe doing an active program and stuff, and all of a sudden start going down some path. Gambling, very common. Sex, very common. Spending, very common. Debting, accumulating debt. A lot of people like that. That's the opposite of you, right?
Yes.
You don't
Well, I mean, there was. I had tax debt for a minute.
Okay, all right, you've been there.
Yeah.
But some people get high from that. They feel like
They want to be in debt.
they literally feel like they're not alive unless their back's against the wall.
Okay, that's not me.
No, I get that.
I'm the opposite. I need all the money.
You need buffers, lots of buffers.
Yeah.
The behavioral addictions very frequently go unnoticed. People don't realize what's happening. Remember Bob Forrest, the guy with the glasses and the hat?
Yes, Johnny Depp. I was like,
He was actually Johnny Depp's friend. Interesting.
oh, really? They
Yeah.
had the same vibes. I was like, he was so cute. I was like 15 watching that show and be like, God, he's so hot. I was like that with you too. I was like, I had issues. I liked older guys when I was like 14 years old. Maybe it was a teacher
That's
thing.
all that
I don't know.
attraction thing, right?
Yeah.
We get attracted to this stuff. And that anybody that would respond to that, right, and make you feel like, oh, yes,
yeah.
oh, you are. Oh, isn't this
Yeah,
something?
you're so mature for your age.
Yes. Oh, Jesus.
And I was like, wow.
But that's where this shit happens. That's how it happens. So
gross.
it's not because you seek it. It's that you're sort of naturally kind of your drive systems go that way.
Yeah.
And then you find some shithead that acts it back.
How many? And then schools too. Like that's when people get mad at me when I say I don't like the public school system, but I was traumatized by it. So
Yeah,
I think
I mean, you entitled to your position. I don't understand the re-victimization impulse that people have with you.
I think it's just me. I think people just don't like me. So I don't know.
But feels like something more, because to not like you, you just turn off the channel, right? It's like, I don't like that. Off. But to spend time and energy attacking you has to trigger a motivational system in the other person, and it has to kind of feel good to them to attack you.
And I don't
which
get
is
it.
the oddest thing.
Yeah, I think the issue is like Trisha. There's so much here. I will say to Chad, who said I can't bring myself to study astrology, but I think it's because of being raised in Mormonism. I prefer psychology. Let me just tell you this. I only like astrology if you treat it like it's not real. If you treat it like it's real, I don't like it anymore. It like triggers something in my brain where I'm like, no, it's only fun for me if I don't treat it like it's real. Then it's fun. Because then it's like, ooh, a categorization system. I love categorizing things. And I do see like it as a categorization. It's so much fun. But if you get like, it's like real, then it's like, you're ruining it for me now. You're taking it too seriously. If you take it too seriously, it's like, now you're like ruining the fun. But that's how I feel about Myers-Briggs too. Like it's so fun until someone's like very serious about it. Then I'm like, why are you ruining this thing? Like it was so much fun when you were just having fun. But I love it as a categorization. Actually, I think Trisha is interesting because she is a Taurus, a May Taurus like I am. We're both May Tauruses. And we're so similar, but so different. We are the opposites of personalities. I'm like aggressive. Like I am so aggressive. And I'm like, I come off like way meaner, I think, than Trisha does. But I know what it's like to be a disliked person. But Trisha feels so much nicer to me than I am. I feel so rough. Like I feel like I could throw punches and Trisha would like cover her hands with her face. But I feel like I would fight. Like in my head, visual. And I feel like when you're the girl who's like willing to fight, there's a different connotation of not being liked that comes with like you being like unashamed. But with Trisha, I think people don't like her because she doesn't make sense to them in the same way that I don't make sense to people. And I relate this to myself because I'm autistic and that's how we end up forming ideas about people. Nobody get into their head otherwise. Neurodivergent people like to compare it to their own life to give a real life example of how things work. So I'm doing that now. I think if I think about it, the people who hate me the most seem to be people who don't understand me genuinely. I've noticed that all the people who make videos about me and hate me, they literally cannot understand me because when they try to regurgitate my ideas back, they can't do it. And I noticed like that must be very frustrating for them to see somebody with like their chest out and very confident say something that they're like, what? This doesn't even make any sense. And sometimes Trisha does that. Trisha will make a whole video and they don't understand her and we don't understand her. And so we get upset. But same thing is like when people don't understand me, they get really mad at me. And it's because I think they feel stupid or they feel like they're being tricked or they feel like I'm lying or they feel like I'm grifting or being like a manipulator. Like people on the internet love to call me a manipulator who don't like me because they don't understand me. But it was so nice. What's that podcast with Jesse Smiles? what's that podcast? What We Do Now? What is it? I loved watching girls review my level system for a second because they're like, oh, it's fun. She like talks to her stream and like reviews people against this level system she makes. Do we know them? I love watching girls review my shit. I wish more women would like react to my content because they're so good at understanding me. They're so fucking good at understanding me. I love their energy, right? And it's like when boys review my shit, they just have a fucking meltdown. And that's the stuff that I'm like, what is wrong with you? And it's not gendered. It's a specific gamer boy specific bubble. What did they review for you? They reviewed my Leo Skeppy video and they were so fabulous about it. Oh my God, they watched my 5-hour stream to make a podcast about Leo Skeppy. And they were so nice about how they like explained my work. And I'm like, you're so great. Yeah. Like they're so great. Like they're so wonderful. They're so great. But the specific boy bubble on the internet, it's like the debater gamer bros. They just have a meltdown every time they see me because they just can't understand it. And I'm like, whoa. I'm so fascinated by that difference. Like, so Trisha, sorry, this is all about Trisha, really. I think people hate Trisha because they don't understand her. But when you start to understand Trisha, I do get so much more empathetic towards her. Like, I know why my fellow YouTube friends like Ryan Beard doesn't understand why Trisha gets a chance to come back and sees Trisha as like this person that she was. But I think Trisha has changed. I just don't think she's at the healing space everybody wants her to be. But when I see her, man, I really like her and I get more empathetic towards her. And I'm like, you're doing fine, Trisha. Like, I want to say I have all these like big problems with her, but I just see her as a person still in the middle of her healing journey. And they're like, great. She's so much better than she was a few years ago. You know what I mean? Like that, I just want to celebrate her wins with her. But at the same time, I can't always engage with her content. I don't watch it very frequently. I can't vouch for her, but I can root for her because I see her making a difference. And I can see that that's hard for people. I can see people cannot believe she changed. But I see a great change in Trisha. I hope it continues. But I will say this. It's not over yet, girls. She has a while to go. She admits it on this own podcast. Dr. Drew's trying to get her to understand it by being very nice about it. You got stuff to work on. She knows. And this is our job we already know. Everybody knows. Everyone knows. You don't have to keep shitting on Trisha for a living. She knows she needs to get better. We know we need to get better. She knows. Okay? So yeah, like let's not vouch for Trisha, but let's root for her. Okay, we want to root for people to get better. That's kind of the point.
Thing in the world to me.
Because I was problematic. There was a time where I feel like maybe I was problematic, but I feel like I haven't done literally on purpose when I was pregnant. I just like didn't do anything. I didn't talk to anyone. I wasn't involved in drama. I don't talk about people. I don't gossip about people. And I still got attacked constantly. Actually, it was the worst it ever was when I was pregnant. They contacted my OBGYN,
the fact that she doesn't realize, like, yeah, people will attack you forever, Trisha. You have many years, and people do not just get over it and move on. Right? They just do not get over it and move on. So it's interesting that she's like, I don't get why I'm still being attacked. I haven't been problematic in 6 months, 9 months. Girl, 9 months on the internet? Like, she doesn't understand. Like, it's gonna haunt you until you're dead. Until Trisha Paytas dies at 99 years old, people will be making Who is Trisha Paytas videos. She's the woman who said she's a chicken nugget. You know? And that's sort of ironic. You're right, Chad. Okay, you said I can't believe she put her kids on the internet. You would think with all of this stress she's expressing, she would keep her kids off the internet. If it's haunting you as a grown-up, how do you feel about your kids? Why are you putting your kids on the internet? If you're this stressed over the internet, why are your kids even on it? You know what I mean?
Doctor's office, like they were, don't treat her. We went to go get the HSG test. So they called the fertility clinic because they saw a sticker and they're like, don't give her baby. Like, it's crazy. Like, they went insane when I was pregnant.
Why do people feel in any way that's their business?
I don't know.
It's between
you tell
you
me,
and
what is it? What is the
between
phenomenon?
you and your doctor? It's kind of new. That's why I'm trying to understand it. This is all the people telling how to each other behave with vaccines or masks and all that stuff. This is like, or how Joe Rogan's doctor should treat or not treat. This is nobody's fucking business.
Yeah,
This is nobody's business. Why do people feel that they should have? I think it's social media. They sort of feel like their opinion is like, it matters now.
It kind of
My
works,
opinion
though.
matters.
I feel like it works to some degree.
In what sense?
Like canceling people, they can call someone's job. They can call someone's like,
they can harm people.
Yeah, So like you ruin
it
someone's life.
It should be criminal.
Right. But it's not. And how is it not? Like I don't understand.
I don't know. I don't get it either. Because people don't believe it really is.
If it's gonna be criminal, then Trisha's gonna have to go to court for all the shit she said about people. Like, we have to be careful. Like, we shouldn't be doxing, stalking, and we shouldn't be making hateful videos about people. But just FYI, the future of YouTube is we're gonna need to be very careful about how we talk about people. You know, like there's a code on YouTube now where we can talk about each other, but I'm sure it might change. But yeah, obviously she chose to put her fertility stuff on the internet while it was happening, and she chose to document it. Maybe she could have documented it and posted it after she had the baby, but you know what I'm saying? There's some money involved. I don't know. Like, I always thought to myself, if I was pregnant, my partner and I talked about this a lot. Like, if I had kids, which by the way, I peed on a stick this morning, not pregnant. Ooh, not that I thought I was, but I mean, I thought it was enough to pee on a stick, girl. I got stressed because I got so sick yesterday. I was stressed. I was like, I better not be pregnant. I'm not pregnant. I peed on a stick. But anyways, if we did get pregnant, like, how would I share that with the internet? And yeah, we were like, the baby's not going on the internet. At most, the back of the baby's head, but like the baby's not going on the internet. And I'm really glad we were on the same page in that regard. Like, I'm really glad. But also, we're not having kids, so now we don't have to worry about it. Boop.
It gets as bad as it is. They'll say, oh, look, she's still got a podcast. She's fine. She's all right.
Right. Well, me, it's like different, but there's some.
Oh, wait. I think I missed that. Chet said, making a video is different than calling a doctor's office and tell them to treat someone that should be illegal. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I totally missed that. 100% illegal. Don't harass doctors. Actually, do you know one of the reasons I hesitate to put anything I use or utilize is I'm afraid of the facilities getting in trouble. Like, one of the things I am afraid of is those gamer boys in those bubbles harassing people that I collab with or work with because they're so toxic. And yeah, the fact that people do that to Trisha, jail, you're going to jail. Like, there needs to be something, you know what I mean? You know, there needs to be something that legally happens because it's ridiculous. What a ridiculous thing. Yeah, so silly, horrible, you know? No.
People who like don't have like jobs to fall back on or whatever.
I get it. Or they lose jobs that are like their dream jobs, and what are they supposed to do?
Yeah. No, there was literally a Twitter account last year, right when after I gave birth, who like showed like babies, like, how would you say? I don't know, like literally just decomposing and being like, this is gonna be Malibu. And their like name and address was on their Twitter profile. So I called the police and their thing. And like, there's nothing we can do about it. It's on Twitter. But they're like, we're gonna do this to your daughter. We're gonna do this to you. There's gonna be you decaying. Like constant tweets.
Whoa.
And they called and they had their address, their real name, everything. And the police like, can't do anything about it.
Oh my God.
So it's just like they just let it happen. Like it just
because there wasn't a specific threat.
No, they're like, this will happen to you.
But
like,
they didn't
daughter.
like specific. Here's how it's going to happen to you. You know.
I mean, kind of. I had that happen too, but it's like crazy. They don't care. Like if it's online, it's like and not in their jurisdiction or something. I don't know.
No, that's true. I was getting harassed on the internet and I took it to the police once because I was like, hey, I'm really scared. And they're like, there's nothing we can do. This was a long time ago, but I was like pretty terrified. I was getting like threats and I was like unsure of what to do with it because I'd never had it happened. And I took it to the police. I like tried to get something like happening and they just said, look, we can't go after random usernames. We can't do that. Like we have nothing to help you with. And so like, that is like what can be intimidating about being a social media person is that even if you're trying to be quiet and recluse, that could encourage people more. Do something more. Like, it's kind of crazy.
So, did you call the FBI? Usually does the online stuff. So
no, I just figured the police weren't doing anything. I don't know. How do you call the FBI?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Just
That's a
call them?
great question.
I mean, I wish I had the FBI's
There's
number.
got an FBI office here, but anyway, I'm way over my skis here. But when you were sort of acting out badly by your own assessment, did you harm some people who were feeling resentful now, or people on their behalf are sort of acting out that resentment?
I guess we talked about this a little bit before. I guess they say that I've harmed like communities. I think we talked about the DID, the trans thing, where I made
DID.
videos. Yeah, I saw a video.
Dissociative identity disorder?
Yes, I saw a video of someone talking about it. So I made a video being like, this sounds like something that like maybe I had. Like this was 2018 or something. This was like before any of my hospital stays or anything. Yeah. And so I was like, this sounds like something I had. And then like they all kind of came from me and was like, oh, you're trash or this. And I was like, I was being so sincere in the
Because
video.
you were saying I might have dissociative identity, a serious medical condition.
Right.
I might have.
And then what happened was obviously something triggered me because everyone was just like, you're trash, you're this, whatever. So then I made the trolling video where I like switched on camera, you know, like to be just like crazy because I like did trolling videos.
You did it
on purpose. Because I I feel like I have a switch, but not like that. You know what I mean?
So I think, it's kind of the road we were going down a few minutes ago, which was this dissociation you're capable of doing. But when you dissociate, you don't become somebody else, right?
Right.
A new person doesn't step in and your Trisha step back. You might
Feel it.
You might act in ways to be able to do the porn or do the whatever that feels like not Trisha, but there's not a full personality that comes forward.
Right. The way they were describing it, but the way they were talking about like switching was kind of like how I feel when I used to go on rages. And I haven't been in a rage literally since
That's
2020.
borderline rage. That's borderline.
Okay, so but it would be like someone I didn't know. Like after I did it, I was just like, oh my gosh, like what happened? Like
Right.
all
do
this
white out or
Hold on.
Hey guys, what is up? So today I am doing a video which I feel like is a surprise to some, but I feel like once you know, it's probably not that big of a surprise to others, and that is a Meet My Alters video. If you guys don't know what an alter is, it's people that have multiple personalities, dissociative identity disorder, which I've actually talked about quite frequently. I feel like this is another video that's going to come up and people are like, oh, Trisha jumping on another bandwagon, Trisha trying to do this. In actuality, I've talked about it plenty of times. I've talked about it on a TV show, even Reels TV, where I was doing a it was like a documentary thing on Marilyn Monroe, and I went to like the place where she had her first photo shoot at Zuma Beach, and I was talking about DID there. I dated a girl who also had DID, and we talked about it a lot there. She has alters, multiple personalities, and yeah, I feel like it's something that I don't necessarily delve into or even talk about. I definitely tell people in my real life. So many people ask, do you have a disorder? Are you diagnosed with something? Are you bipolar? Are you schizo? And I'm like, honestly, I've never been diagnosed with anything. The closest thing that I have self-diagnosed myself, I guess, is multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder, or both, because there's some differences, there's some similarities, and some people just think they're like all same or all completely different. For me, I consider them quite similar, but I think my disassociating comes differently than in the form of my alters. So I feel like the alters are my multiple personality, and I feel my dissociativeness is in a different realm, and it usually only takes place, I guess, under Trixie, which I guess that's disassociating, because like another alter is coming to the front. This is not something to, like, I don't want to scare people, and in general, like I said, I don't really tell people the extent of it.
Okay. Hey, look, it's me.
I'm not going to address the hate of the last video. I feel like I've already done that where I can, when I can, and what I can. There's nothing I can do to change anyone's mind about my last video, or
Is this the troll video?
like, your opinions are your opinions, and that's just how we have to leave it. But so today has been very draining as far as
I thought the altar video was in the kitchen.
Hey guys, sorry for the rushed appearance 2 days in a row. This is a channel where I usually like to look very presentable, but today I kind of don't care about that. I got about 2 hours of sleep. Any explanation of like what happened, or was this totally out on 7, 8? I'm just kind of helpless at this point, and I don't know what to do, and I
Yeah, this is like so interesting. I thought she was. Oh, look at his titties, bro. Look at my titties. I thought. Oh, didn't we watch this? I think we watched this on stream. Yeah, see, this is when H3 and Trisha got together 5 years ago. Yeah, okay, huh. Oh, interesting. Interesting. But was that first video the one that was like a very serious video where she said I self-diagnosed as DID? Is that like the one video where she's like, I was very serious and authentic? Is that the one? Right? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I've known people with diagnosed DID, and I will say, like, they've always come across like so authentic and real and explaining the therapy they're doing with their doctors and their relationship and how serious they take it. So I've only known 2 people in my life with diagnosed DID. No, 3. Well, 2 as friends, 1 as a boss, kind of. But all of them were very serious about the illnesses and very serious about handling it. And they did a really great job. All 3 of them were very wonderful people in different ways, like relatively functional. And you know, all different cases, different genders, and it was very like yeah, it's just something that took a long time to get diagnosed. It's a very big deal. But I feel like there is sort of a trend with young people for thinking they have something, which they probably all have something to an extent, but self-diagnosing as DID is probably not the way to go. But you might have some idea that you might be going into a doctor's office because, you know, we know so much about ourselves. That's how our doctors help us, is we tell them about ourselves, what we know about ourselves. I just feel like Trisha, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, is so uneducated that she doesn't know how to actually research. And I mean this with peace and love. I want to make it clear that like TikTok has so much misinformation about autism and ADHD. We need to be very careful. And even me on stream, you know, I had a realization. I saw somebody in chat say something like, oh, is this the autism or something else? I don't know. So like there's a theory around autism that everything you do is autism because your autism is a way your brain is wired. But for me, I'm not sure if I want to say like, is this my autism or is this not my autism? If it's always my autism, what does that mean? Because I feel like when I refer to my autism, I think I'm referring to the times in my life when I feel like I'm struggling, which is interesting because it is a disability. So then I wonder how that contextualizes autism to people. I don't always feel like I'm disabled, even though I am always disabled. I don't always feel disabled. And the same with the fibromyalgia. I don't always feel like I have fibro flares, but then when I do, I'm like, holy shit. So when we're having these conversations, it's hard to know when we're having these conversations, like what is which. And I just want to make sure that it's important that people don't take everything I say to heart. Like I might misspeak. I might say something I don't mean. I might reference my autism, but maybe it has nothing to do with my autism. You know, I just don't want to be, don't take me too literally is what I'm trying to say. Chad says, did they ever switch in front of you? Because I feel like fakers tend to play up the switching. The 3 people I've known with DID have never switched in front of me. I've never met their alters that I know of. I could ask them and say like, have you? Because I don't think so. It's always been like, no, like I feel like it's very serious. Like, and I probably wouldn't be the person they would switch in front of, right? That wouldn't make sense. Or like would have an alter come, like I wouldn't make sense. Like, but yeah, I don't know. Chat says, could you clarify that joke you made about not having long-term relationships because it might be the autism, if you remember it? Clarify the joke you made about not having long-term relationships because it might be the autism. I don't remember what that was. I don't remember anything what this could be in reference to. I mean, most of my relationships lasted a year, 2 years, 5 years. Like romantic relationships. I don't know what that was about. I don't remember. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Or blackout, or red out blackout when you're in those rages. Yeah.
And I really don't know. And I almost like, it's almost like, so what they were describing in the DID was like, you could kind of still like be in your body, but not like control it. So that's how I was like, I kind of knew what was happening and I knew it was bad, but like I could not control, I couldn't stop, you know?
So you may have a dissociative disorder, but not a dissociative identity disorder, right? And I've seen DIDs. I've seen a lot of them, not a lot. I've seen a few over the years and they are striking. It's pretty dramatic.
Yeah. So they came for me because like you harmed all this community. So I feel
how did you harm them by saying, I'm just thinking about
I guess then when I did the trolling video, switching.
Stop. I'm pissed off. This is the kind of shit I don't like from people around Trisha. You can harm a community by misrepresenting them to millions of people like it's a fucking joke. That's the harm. The harm is acting like it's a fucking joke. The harm is putting in front, there is harm. At the end of the day, like there is going to be harm. We're all going to cause harm. Every single one of us will contribute harm to the universe. And Trisha just refuses to take any accountability for the harm she might have caused and Dr. Drew maybe doesn't know. Maybe he's being ignorant. Maybe he's old. Maybe he doesn't realize it. But yes, you're causing fucking harm. And so it's just like, dude, bro, just, you know, again, I feel like that's the dilemma with Trisha that always like annoys me. She doesn't want to, she's not, I get it. She's not a leftist. She's not queer. She's not politically minded. She's not philosophically minded. She's not actually understanding that like You are impacting marginalized communities who are already seen as the trash of society and are working very hard to be taken seriously. But also, you're allowed to have an individual outlook. You're allowed to be yourself and not have to think about the marginalized communities, but you don't have to throw them under the goddamn bus. Like it's basically her whole career was Trisha at the expense of everybody else, even herself. Trisha famous at the expense of herself and other people. And she just doesn't understand. Like, what do you mean you don't understand why that video wasn't harmful? Why does she keep playing this fucking game that like it was really authentic? I don't give a fuck if it was really authentic. It was really authentically stupid. It was really authentically cruel. Fix it. Say it was dumb. Say, even though I was being authentic, my authenticity hurt people. Okay? Thank you.
Like you're harming, but it's like, how do I get past that? Because I do, in the sense, feel bad, but I mean, at the
So
time,
apologize. Here's your chance.
okay, I guess I should, because I am so sorry to the DID community.
They don't
Truly,
believe you. I don't believe you. Try again.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how to say it.
Because it's not. Because it shouldn't be fun.
Okay, so now he is trying to help her, I guess.
I mean it
Should be
though.
fun. I know
It's
you mean
not.
it.
I'm just like nervous laugh.
I'm trying to protect you from further stuff. And this is, by the way, I have to watch out because I have this rescuing thing I do. That's my sort of.
Oh,
that's my
interesting.
pathology. Yeah.
Are you a codependent person?
Oh, bad.
Oh, really?
Bad.
I knew it. I'm too.
Yeah, but you're like I said, you're
Trying to rescue
therapy.
me here. But how do I do it sincerely? I don't know. Because I sincerely mean it. I feel like I'm laughing nervous laughter.
No, chat. When you're saying like, Trisha is queer, but she's not queer. We're talking about queer philosophically and politically. We're talking about politics. Okay, if I asked Trisha anything about queer history, the legalization of queerness, she wouldn't know anything. If I said Stonewall, she'd be like, oh my God, what is that? Is that like a bar? Actually, I mean, you know what I mean? Like if I asked her about queer history, if I asked her about marginalized leaders, she's not queer politically. These are different bubbles, okay? But like she's might be bisexual, she might be LGBTQA. Lots of gay people do not care about their marginalization. Okay? So like that's what I mean. And she doesn't exhibit it in any of her work. Okay? She's never been an activist in any of her work in a real way. Okay? I've never seen her clean up the streets. Okay? I've never seen her fucking volunteer her time. Okay? Trisha is non-binary and uses all pronouns. She, him, and they. So, chat, if you came in here to correct me, don't, because we've watched 100 hours of Trisha so far.
I agree. I'm sure that's why you
It's
have
not
to.
like funny. I'm just like.
I know.
Because to this day, that's like the one thing is like justice for my teacher's name. You harm the DID community. You harm the trans community. So I'm just like, okay, how do I do this?
So give them a little, how you feel about being accused of harming a community that you had no intention of harming.
Okay,
I don't
go,
wanna do that. I'm
Trisha.
sorry you felt that way.
Don't do
No.
that. So do whatever you're feeling. Like you. Let's say you did harm some people in that community. You made light of a serious condition.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, I feel bad.
Yeah, you feel bad.
But I feel like it's so
Offensive.
Again, hearing people's like thoughts in my head of being like, she's not sincere. She's doing that for attention. You know what I mean? So like, how do I come across that way? Because I truly, truly feel bad as a mentally ill person. I got mocked and like people think I fake my mental illness and stuff. Like I truly feel awful if people like were seriously triggered by it.
So you just did it. You just did it.
Okay. Well, I do. I don't.
No, she didn't do anything. She fucking like made it about her. See how she made it about her?
To say sorry. I don't know. It's so
You just
hard.
did it. You just did it. You can relate to somebody who's been mocked with a mental illness that's diagnosed, and you're being accused of going after another.
He's not giving her therapy, by the way. Why do you guys keep saying he's giving her therapy? None of this relates to any therapy I've ever had in my fucking life. This is the same accusation Dr. K gets. Like with peace and love, this is not therapy. Do your therapist fucking touch your leg while you're middle of therapy? Do your therapist hold your hand during therapy like this? Are your therapist treating you like a friend? Hello? I hope fucking not. They're just two celebrities talking.
The community that you wouldn't.
I'm sorry, I'm getting edgy now because it's one, getting close to my spoon limit, but two, just please. He's literally treating her like a bestie. God forbid your therapist be out here treating like a bestie.
The trans community, which I love more than anything, and the gay community, obviously, they're like my whole heart and soul. Like,
True. Chat says I feel like she doesn't understand why what she did was wrong. She doesn't think it's wrong because she can't understand it, but also she doesn't want to. She's not deconstructing. Trisha doesn't deconstruct. God forbid Trisha read bell hooks with us. Oh my God, she would die. Did you imagine? We're listening to bell hooks and we're doing a book club right now in the Discord, and it's audio book club. So if you want to join us, but 18 plus, thank you. So we're doing bell hooks right now, and it's fabulous, by the way. Just absolutely. I just want to eat. I want to snort bell hooks' writing up. It's so good. I feel like Trisha couldn't even begin to deconstruct the trauma of her childhood the way bell hooks would. That's what I'm saying. There's white people who deconstruct, and then there's people of color who deconstruct. And let me tell you, girls, it looks different. It looks different. And Trisha's not doing either.
Like that was when I was going through gender identity issues, and it was very sincere, and people just thought I was mocking it, and I felt
Okay, and so let's again, this, and people are going to accuse me of rescuing. That's not my intent. I'm being explaining
I
things.
need rescuing for this because it's something that seriously like haunts me when people like bring it up, because it's like was never my intention, especially in mentally ill community or personality disorder community and the gay community, which I love more than anything. If it was a straight community, I don't care. I would not be apologizing, but
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
As a representative of that community, I'm going to cancel you.
you're a straightie that I like.
But let's talk about it. So one of the features of borderline is an unstable identity, which we've talked about that a little bit before. So you can
I don't like the idea that you guys think that he's doing something wrong having a conversation with her, only because like when are you ever just going to talk to therapists about their niche? Like when would you ever get to talk to a therapist about their actual special interest or like their niche, their specialty, without them obviously using some form of their knowledge to help you in a conversation? Like it's not therapy. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like talking to a doctor who knows what they're talking about isn't giving you medical advice, but they can still talk to people. Like I feel like he's just helping her understand something, and it helps the audience too. Like I don't get, like for me, this is just like interesting, right? So like I don't know why people have a hard time with it, but I feel like it just doesn't remind me of anything I did in therapy. So my brain can never think of it as therapy. Because I'm just like, it's not even close to what I did in therapy, right? But who knows?
relate to that. And particularly these days, gender identity gets very much into the feelings and thinking about, who am I, what am I, who am I really, and talk about that. Talk about the feeling of not having a consistent sense of self. What is
Yeah,
that?
well, this is one of my
I feel like I would have the same conversation with her, and I'm not a therapist. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I would ask her to do the same stuff he's asking her to do, and I've never even been to college except for community college. Do you know what I mean? Like all the advice he's giving her is kind of the advice like anyone who's self-aware would give her. Why do you feel that way? What are you doing? That's why people think philosophy and like therapy and like all these things sound similar, but they're just talking.
my notes too. I mean, look at my notes, but it is one of those things where I take on other people's personalities because I
When
never
you're
had
around them.
Mhm. Like you came today, so I was like, I should dress like a therapist. You
Yeah,
know, like
yeah.
I don't know, I don't have a style of my own.
But what does it feel like to not have a stable sense of yourself? What's that feeling? Can you describe it?
I guess just not knowing who you are. Like, who am I? You know, I never had culture, anything. I never had anything. So I gravitate, like my husband's Jewish Israeli. So now I'm learning Hebrew and I'm going to, we do Rosh Hashanah and Shabbat. Like I just grab onto someone else's because I have no identity, you know? And I've always been like that.
And is that uncomfortable?
No, I think it would be, I don't know who I am. Like to dress in my own style and my own, I don't know what that means.
You like pink.
I like pink, which is hyper femme.
But you can start there. You know what I mean? I mean,
But I
there are
think
things that are yours that you can sort of own, but usually not having a stable sense of self is a very uncomfortable place to be, which is why you grab for somebody else's. You're looking for some stability in this floating thing that is self, right? And without a self, it's hard to regulate. It's hard to know how to relate to people.
Well, I actually think myself is less in my identities as I get older and more in my values, which are a construct. Because identity is a construct. Like the you that you know is a construct, right? Because you're always changing and growing, and we're like this biological creature that grows over time. But like we change. So the you that is you is a construct. But yeah, as I get older, the more I become, the more I deconstruct myself, the more I just become very like my thoughts. And then are you even your thoughts? Not really, dude. I don't think you're your thoughts at all. You know what I mean?
Well, and I never have. I never had childhood friends. I don't have adult friends. Like I just don't have friendships. And specifically with the gender identity thing, which it was like for me is like one, and I guess this is where people got offended. So I truly am sorry if this offends someone, but I'm just telling you my thought process of it is I was hyper femme as a character, but it made me uncomfortable. Like walking down the street hyper femme, like I didn't like it. I was
So
envious of
you were
men.
so this is what we used to call a female crossdresser.
Yeah. Yeah.
You were taking feminine characteristics and exaggerating them.
Yeah.
But you weren't a man, you were a female doing that. So you're a female crossdresser.
I always would say, even before that I was like a man, like a drag queen. Like, I felt like
I think you and I talked about that the first time we met because I saw some of that stuff.
Yeah, I always just really envied men
but now envy men. That's interesting. But let's get back to that in a second. But
because I wanted to be, I'm like, they get away with so much. Men can. The reason I wanted to do a podcast with you so shortly after my last one is because like my validation comes when there's like a man sitting next to me always, and it's not just my last podcast, but like there's been a plethora of YouTubers that are men. That's when I'm popular. When I'm next to like, we'll just say like Shane Dawson, David Dobrik, Jeffree Star. It's like when I'm next to a guy, people like just take me more seriously. And then when you came on our podcast, like people were like, oh, we get Trisha now because a man explained it. And maybe it's my fault because I don't know how to explain myself, but I only feel some type of way when there's like a guy. So I was always envious of guys that they could just have that.
There's so much here to deconstruct. Holy crap. There is so much here. Obviously, sexism is at play. She has so many things against her already working against her. And this is why I give this advice to all my female friends. You have got to deconstruct male validation. It is so important because the world will tell you for the rest of your life you'll need a man, right? But you have got to deconstruct that male validation. It is so important to have feminist friends, have AFAB friends, have queer friends, have gender queer friends, like have people in your life that are deconstructing, actively deconstructing. We are all misogynistic, regardless of gender, because we grow up in the patriarchy, right? You have got to deconstruct. You don't have to end up in a feminist group. You don't have to stay there for long. You can just visit. But the idea is like you've got to deconstruct that male validation because it's not going to go away globally, right? No matter where you go. I mean, there are whole ass countries that aren't letting women speak to one another. Where's that? Afghanistan right now? Where is it? They're not letting women speak, leave their house without a male family member. The women aren't even allowed to talk to each other now. If I could rescue these women. Oh my God. You know, we have to realize that there are places in the world on a spectrum that are better or worse for women. And right now, the worst place to be for a woman in America is inside of our own heads. Because if inside of our own heads, when we are alone with ourselves, we are still at the beck and call and validation of a man, then we are a prisoner of our own minds. Deconstruct your need for male validation and realize at the end of the day that gender is a construct. And so at the end of the day, you're not even seeking the validation of a thing you call man. You're seeking the validation from a person who looks at you like you are second class to them. Because men that are worried about being men are disgusted at the thought of being a woman.
Pull over people where they're not crazy, where they're not this, they're just a man, you know?
So then you want to be a man yeah. So I think it feels to me like what you were looking for was containment from a man. And by the way, there's recent literature that suggests that people that when one person is dramatic and the other person is sort of stoic and stable, those relationships work. Mm-hmm. They're like they're good relationships because it doesn't bother me to be containing and you feel good being kind of contained and kind of understood and stuff. And that's relationships are supposed to be. You're supposed to sort of have this thing, you know, there's you, there's me, and then there's this thing between us we call a relationship. Mm-hmm. And the relationships is really where everything comes from, including our sense of self, right? And if you don't have a lot of good, stable, quiet relationships, it's very hard to build a sense of yourself. So that feels like something missing for you.
Yeah, I found it like my husband's very stable and calm, so I think he helped like a lot with that. But I had to go through a lot of rages and stuff with him for like him to understand it. Because at the beginning it was very.
Were they jealousy, envious? What was the rage?
I think just abandonment. I think like he would leave to work and I would throw his keys out to the woods or something, you know.
And so again, for
Damn.
people out there, abandonment is a key preoccupation with borderline disorders. So unstable sense of self, self-destructive impulses, difficulty, lots of fears of abandonment. Those are some of the hallmarks of this condition, right? When were you diagnosed?
With that was 2019. So after my last psychiatrist.
So it was a new relatively, you didn't know this, what you were dealing with all these years.
No, because I was misdiagnosed. When I took the lithium, I was diagnosed with bipolar when I was in my early 20s.
And so, there are actually some people that theorize that borderline and bipolar have a lot of crossover features because, as you're well aware, the dysregulation of emotions is part of borderline, right? Mm-hmm. But the rage is a sort of a particular thing. And also, you said you're envious of men. Envy is a dangerous feeling, right? Because envious can make you want to destroy the thing you're envious of.
Oh, yeah. It still to this day gives me rage when I don't follow a lot of straight guy anything because it like makes me so upset that like guys can say so much.
My God, Discord said people's misconception of what therapy is getting out of hand. I had a friend tell me the other day that she uses AI for therapy. Girls, please respect the science. Respect the science. Respect people's actual interest in the science of psychology, even though it's fluid and they will get things wrong. There really is a scientific method to it all. Please. Oh my God. It's not perfect. You could be misdiagnosed. You could have problems. You get a misogynistic doctor. You can have, there really is like hopefully a data-driven scientific perspective on these things. They will change over time, but that should be our goal, to be data-driven. Ooh, girl.
And they're taken as a joke if they get in trouble for it. But if I say something that's like a joke or to be funny, then it's like, oh, she's crazy. She's this, she's that. It gets taken as a serious thing, And it's like, okay, but the person next to me can be making jokes, but because he's a guy, it's okay. Or he's a comedian or whatever.
Yeah.
And that, like, and I just got, I'm like, God, what it would be great to be a guy, you know?
Yeah. It sounds a little more like jealousy than envy. Jealousy is I want to be like that. Envy is I got to destroy that guy because he's like that.
Yeah,
It
maybe
makes-
both.
Both. Yeah, so
Because I have a
envy.
little admiration for that. I'm like, wow, guys can just get away with like anything, I feel.
I'm also guessing that with all those years of being exploited and dealing with men as clients and stripping and stuff, that adds to all the nasty feelings. Towards
Yeah,
men.
I think so. And that's again the seesaw that I'm on is just like I don't want to be attractive because I don't want to be attractive for those people. But at the same time, it's like, well, let me just take their money. You know what I mean? Like they're just like typing to me, being like, oh, whatever. And it's like, oh, there's so like I don't know. There's like one power aspect to it, being a sex worker, and then there's another just like
You don't feel good about it. So
Yeah,
all
like,
these
I don't feel
all these conflicted feelings you have. It's so interesting.
I know, and so I don't know. So I just hide. I just like hide. I don't know. It's very, and I never liked a guy before my husband. Like I just was just like, I liked gay men. That was the other thing. So I was really attracted to gay men for most of my life. Like
Sexually attractive or just interesting?
And then I feel almost there's some guilt to that too. Like, there was gay guys that I was involved with, and I feel like maybe they thought they had to be like intimate with me because.
Chat, I don't know what you're referring to when you say she's gaslighting, but on this channel moving into 2025, we're trying to not misuse scientific and psychological terms in the wrong way. She could not literally gaslight Dr. Drew, right? Like just gaslighting is something that happens over a period of a long time and in a very particular way. When you say they're using it colloquially, the idea of you going to therapy, right? Like using AI, people do that with everything, but I'm saying like we should stop saying that. I'm saying it'd be great if we could encourage people to not say like, who needs a therapist when I have a sister? You need a therapist. Your sister's not your therapist. Like, yes, we can there's all kinds of therapy, but if you're looking at mental health focused therapy that helps you get better mentally, that is scientifically backed, then you're going to want a certain type of therapy though. All types of therapies are experimental. I'm open to holistic therapies. I'm open to whatever works. But there should be some data-driven evidence that moves us in a direction, right? And I also agree that Discord says that she needs to deconstruct her misogyny. We all do. Everybody does, all the time. That's why we just reviewed Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Again, if you guys haven't seen it, go back and watch that live stream. Whoo, girl. Guys, says the number one requirement for effective therapy is confidentiality. So what's the goal of this? Well, this isn't therapy. This is just an interview between two celebrities. So we're not watching a therapy session. We didn't watch a therapy session before with Ethan and her. That's not what real therapy is. They just do that for clickbait. That's the problem too. I'm so sick of YouTubers calling everything therapy. It's good clickbait, but it's not accurate. So everyone on the internet thinks it's therapy. It's not therapy. It's not therapy. It's just like clickbait. Okay. It's not what therapy is. So Trisha and them but he's representing this as one. No, he's not. I'm going to block all of you who keep saying this is therapy. I'm going to do it for your own sake because God knows it's not. I'm telling you right now, they are not doing therapy. They are just two adults talking. He has the knowledge of a therapist because he is one. Or he's not one. He's not even a therapist for the record. Like he's not a therapist. He's a doctor, but he works in addiction counseling. It's a whole thing. These things are separate. Just therapy is a relationship between you and a medical professional who leads you on a journey with hopefully multiple interactions that lead you towards a goal of healing. Okay, this is a conversation.
Because that's what I wanted. And so they kind of, I don't know, I felt guilt about it because I'm like, am I in this weird power dynamic now where they're just like, oh, well, I get followers or I get this. And so maybe I should be flirty with her. I don't know. It's a weird thing I struggled with. I still struggle with. I'm like, was that a weird situation?
Yes.
That I wasn't, but I wasn't trying to be, at the time I'm like, well, maybe they're fluid. And, they would tell me fluid or bisexual.
Well, and a lot of men are that way, right? They can, but you live in a world of secondary gain. So who knows what they were getting out of it too.
I know. It's so hard.
But isn't it interesting? You've built this life around all this. I mean, you're to be congratulated for finding your way through in spite of all this and surviving.
Still trying.
And you are still trying. And I think there's, on behalf of your child, I bet there's going to be a lot of stuff ahead for you that you're going to do differently. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, and I struggle. Well, that's the other thing then. So I have my daughter and I put all my whole life out there and I show my daughter online and there's that debate on if you should show your children not when she was born. The first thing I was like, oh, she's a prop. Oh, she's this. And it's just then you start thinking that, okay. So then, I'm on all these, I'm coming out of birth and stuff like that. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't take photos of my daughter because they'll think I'm using her as a prop or something.
These are not easy.
Girl,
decisions. Like, obviously, a lot of people do that and are fine with it. And there's this family called Kardashians. They made livings off of this, right?
Right, yeah.
You know, so it's a part of our culture. You're not the only one doing this. The thing I have found that you have to watch out for most is when the kids hit around 13, 14, they can start to build a lot of resentments for having. It's the child that you have to pay attention to. Like, is this kid going to be okay with this? And was I respectful in how I presented them? And the child had no say in it and might have some heavy feelings about it later.
So just like sharing pics online, like if it was you starting over with a baby and you're who you are.
My kids were. There wasn't really no social media back then, but they were sort of out there a little bit. When I had been doing a daytime television show, the producer's instinct was always to do something with my kids. And I did a nighttime when I was on HLN, same thing. They would bring your kids on Father's Day. And they would kind of dutifully do it. And they were sort of towards the end of high school then. And towards the end, they were like, do you understand we hate television? We hate these people. We hate everything about this. I was like, no, I didn't get it. I was just trying to do a good job. I didn't think about you. I'm fucked up. I was a horrible move as a dad. I am sorry.
Yeah.
You know, it's okay to apologize for things. Nobody's, like we've been saying, nobody's perfect. I mean, if you blow it, I mean, you can apologize and then you can make amends, which is a different thing, right? Amends is cleaning up your side of the street, doing something to make things right, whatever that might be.
I know, because then there's that label that gets thrown around, especially with me. We did the narcissist test last time we talked, and everyone's like, you're a narcissistic parent.
But borderline is a narcissistic condition. Yeah, it's not narcissist per se; it's a narcissistic.
But I don't think of myself as a narcissist.
Well, you're in. Let me frame it this way: you're not a narcissist in the sense you have a narcissistic personality.
Okay.
You're borderline, sociopath, antisocial, and narcissist all share a narcissistic core. And I'm of the opinion the reason they have that core is because you're walking around in a lot of pain all the time. And when you're in pain, it's hard not to think about yourself first.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think there's that portion of it. I think people were calling me narcissistic because when I had my daughter, you know, is it narcissistic to say, oh, it's like a little me? Everyone's like, that's such a narcissistic thing to say.
No, it's not.
Because people came for me because I was like, it's a little me that I have to protect. That's what I was saying. Well, that's a narcissistic way of thinking. That's a little you. That's their own person, you know? I'm
going to try to shift this frame a little bit. Maybe the narcissistic piece is not what you said, but being preoccupied with what other people are saying about you.
Interesting.
Because that's the part that's hurting you.
Yeah.
She is preoccupied with what people are saying way too much. Like, she thinks about your opinion way too much. And honestly, a lot of you are wrong. Like, a lot of people are wrong about Trisha. You're just wrong about her. But I think it's because they want to see evil in Trisha that is obviously from your own fucking childhoods or something. I feel like we've done a very good job, generally speaking, about dissecting Trisha without needing to demonize her. But if I feel like if you have to demonize her and you're sitting here and you're like, she's evil and dangerous, you need to go to therapy. And I don't know who your mother was that you're taking out on Trisha, but like, get over it. Like, she's not, you're wrong. Like, you know, you're just wrong. So like, it's one of those things where I think Trisha is like a lot of people and unlike a lot of people in a sense, but obviously she's just trying to figure it out. Dr. Drew 66, he comes from a specific generation. I think all parents will fuck up their kids. I believe this. Okay? I think all parents will fuck up their kids. None of you are perfect parents. All of you will fuck up your kids. Every single one of you. Me too. If I had kids, I would have fucked them up. The question is, what spectrum? Hopefully not too fucked up. Okay? Hopefully not too fucked up. And that's the goal. The goal is to get them not too fucked up, to get them on the healthier side of fucked up. Because you will fuck up because you're not perfect. All of us have traumas we're breaking. All of us have generational curses we're dealing with. All of us have our own fucking issues. And then you bring a whole new ass baby into the universe. Hi, you new human. Welcome. And then you think you're going to be perfect at it? Please. Please go to therapy. You're not going to be perfect at it. What you're going to do is you're going to mitigate that harm. Okay? I believe it would mitigate harm to keep your children off the internet. I don't have children. So maybe Brittany, who had kids, would have done different. Right? Okay? Maybe I would have done different. But in my head, I think I wouldn't have my kids on the internet. Maybe the back of their head, like I always say. Right? So I think that's important. I think Trisha wants her cake and she wants to have her cake and eat it too. Do you guys know what that means? Do you need a visual for my autists? Because I genuinely never really got this till I saw a visual. She wants to have her cake and she wants to eat it too. If you eat your cake, it's no longer in your hand. But Trisha is trying to figure out how to eat her cake and have it too. She wants to have it, but she also wants to eat it. And she can only pick one. And she's like, but I want both. You can't. You can't. Pick one. Which one are you going to have? And a lot of people can't. Most people who move in cycles of I think their trauma and their life, people who are never joyful, they They can't stop eating. They can't make a decision between eating the cake or, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the visual helps, huh? I know. The visual, once I got the visual, it changed my fucking life. And no, you can't eat half the cake. You can't eat half the cake. Either enjoy the whole thing or keep the whole thing. Yes, I know. The visual helps. I know, girls. I know. I should use more visual props. I should become like a teacher on YouTube who uses visual props. Okay. You can't. Whoop. Okay. So that's all of our lives. All of our lives are decisions we make with wisdom, hopefully, fingers crossed, that lead us to making good decisions so we're happy with the outcomes. But it starts with us realizing the decision is ours. The decision is really ours. Okay? Yes, cupcake emoji in chat, cupcake emoji in chat.
And if you could find a way to put their shit aside and not take it so wounding, and that's called a narcissistic wound, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you can change that frame a little bit.
Because I care so much what other people think. Because I do, and I don't think I can ever change that. No amount of work. All I can do is ignore it. That's the only thing.
And yet you bring on all the negativity. It's so wild to me how that happens.
I know, and I try to stay so positive. Like I really try to go into that manifesting world, the meditation world, positivity.
Well, not only that, but I've known you for what, about 8 years now, something like that? You have changed a lot in a positive way. A lot. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, okay.
But people will say people don't change just because they have a kid or whatever. But I feel like I changed before that too.
You did. I was witness.
Yeah.
And people do change because they have kids.
Can we literally say that one more time?
Yeah.
Because literally people are like, oh, just because she has a baby doesn't mean she changed. But it changed me completely.
Oh, people are often changed dramatically by having kids.
So drastic.
I don't know if it's often, but it's enough. Some people really get to their shit together and some people don't, right? Tell it to all the kids that were neglected by parents who never got their shit together, right?
Now your personality construct might be the same, but your choices and your priorities, everything shifts.
Oh my gosh. No, I feel like that, like my selfishness disappeared. Because I didn't have a maternal instinct right away. I wasn't super I didn't know what she needed when she cried and stuff like that. But I used to be super selfish where I'm like, it all has to be about me. Where now it's just like, if I'm like an hour away from her, I feel like guilty. You know what I mean? I feel like this.
Do you feel that is part of that guilt wanting to be around them because you love her so much?
And also because my parents both worked a lot. So I never saw my mom. She just worked all the time.
So it's your stuff again. But I would,
right.
That's okay. But I would still focus on how much positive feelings you have for this little being, and that you want to be in that orbit.
Wait, Discord says, don't most people think about themselves first? I feel like narcissist is so overused. I mean, I think everyone's narcissistic, right? That's what Dr. K says. That's what the data says. Everyone has narcissism because we have an ego. So our ego is our narcissism. But if you have a disorder of ego, you have a disorder of narcissism, right? And so when you have a BPD, you have a disorder that distorts all of the things and related to the ego, but narcissism is more like targeted into the ego is how I would think about it, because we all have ego. That's how we get up in the morning. Okay. Right. And then, so think of NPD as like a disorder of the ego, if that makes sense.
All the time.
She's pure. She's so pure where it's so crazy to me to see someone just not have any hate or bitterness or any bad intentions. When she sees people, she just smiles and people smile back. And I'm just like, gosh, we were all at one point this pure form.
Yes.
When did we become so hateful, so bitter and jealous and all?
It's a great thing to think about.
And it seems everybody's that way. Is anyone pure anymore that just wants to see good and happiness for everybody?
Yes. And they're definitely not Trisha Paytas. Yes. And they're not and have never been Trisha Paytas. Yeah. I move closer and closer to wholesome people in my life because they're genuinely out there. And not only that, it brings out that part of you that exists. But Trisha's job, Ethan, his job, the way they engage in this behavior, yeah, of course you're not surrounding yourself with wholesome people. You're on the fucking internet. But for the record, a lot of us are doing it. That's why I say get off the fucking internet if it's really hurting you that badly. But for a lot of us, the internet is that place to find wholesome content creators. I find wholesome content creators all the time, and they are a vibe to watch, bros. Okay? Vibes. But it feels like that narrative of is anyone even wholesome anymore? Start with yourself. Start with yourself. And it's hard because on this job, we criticize people, we talk about people. It's hard to be wholesome. I definitely didn't choose wholesome YouTuber as a job. Do you know what I mean? I didn't. My job isn't wholesome. Observing human beings in their ugly is not a wholesome living. Okay? I did not choose a wholesome job. But I try to be as wholesome and loving in my real life, not real life, but like my private life as much as I can. Because yeah, when I come to work, it's fucking World War II out here. And then when I go home, I try to surround myself with friends and family that are positive and wholesome. And every time we talk, we're like excited and we share stuff and it's not negative. And it's like, how are you? I like, you know what I mean?
Like nobody. Everyone's
It's not nobody. I think it's ultimately everybody, but everybody has been so injured and let down and wounded, and it's a mess right now. And when they feel like that, they start looking for a scapegoat to express the rages, and they gather together and then they act out on one person. It's why you had guillotines. Same thing.
Oh, right. And that's very much what it's like. I feel like people just love a public shaming. And sometimes it's necessary. I feel like there's some things I've done where people publicly shame me and I'm like, okay, I get it. But then there's other things where I'm just like, okay, like we're getting a little crazy. You know what I mean? Like, especially the mom. There's so much mom shaming. There's so much mom shaming and it's just like never good enough. I didn't breastfeed. So people are just like, oh, you're a horrible mom because you don't want to breastfeed. And I'm just like,
yeah, the mom shaming, the parent shaming out here needs to slow down. You know? Like, they really need to slow down. Okay, relax. Chad says, would you ever react to a wholesome YouTuber streamer to see why they act like that? Why they act like they act? I probably will cover it in the podcast, actually. Because I've mentioned some. I usually mention some of the more wholesome YouTubers I watch, like Uncomfy. She's so wholesome. I love her. There are like really wholesome YouTubers out there. They make some of the greatest content. I watch it. Like, I love their content. They're not, you know, usually what people would want to watch on stream, but they're what people watch in the privacy of their home, funny enough. They're great. They're doing good stuff. Like, a lot of wholesome YouTubers are very popular. They're just not maybe in the sphere you're in or where we're in because of, you know, if you're on Trisha Paytas' side of the internet, they're probably not there. No, but on my podcast, I definitely will mention some, especially moving forward. I want to give better resources. That's like a goal for 2025 is go back to when I was at Peer Educator Days a little bit and add in the resources. Okay. I'm going to try to get you guys better resources because, you know, it's not like they're not out there. I just noticed a decline in YouTube content that forgot to add in resources, which I used to do all the time diligently. But after I left the peer education bubble, I stopped doing it. But now I realize maybe that's what's missing from YouTube. It's like maybe we forgot to reference actual like academic papers and resources and all of that stuff. Because I think we forgot, like we didn't just come up with these ideas out of the blue. We read them somewhere or we, you know what I mean? All that stuff.
We got to do something with you letting that shit in. You got to find a way to not let it hurt you.
I mean, I literally just can't look at stuff for a while.
Well, that's okay too.
But then I'm always just like, but I like to. I like to see what people say positive because there is a positive.
I'm sure there are.
You know?
But you can have 20 positives. I'm sure you've seen her.
Actually, Red Link talked about this, how they rarely read the comments too. Like most successful YouTubers do not read their comments because it's a lie. You're not, these people don't care about you, bros. Like they don't care about you as content creators. Like you can't be reading the comments. You can't, unless you have a audience like mine. So my audience, I read your comments because I censor them. But if I stopped censoring my comments, I wouldn't read them at all. Because it's not good for your mental health. It's not even good for my audience's mental health. You go into the comment section, like I wore this dress in my autism video and people literally wrote comments. I blocked them, but they wrote comments about like, oh my God, you're such a slut. Why are your boobs out? Like, how am I going to take you seriously? You're just like all this stuff. And I was like, block? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want those people in my comment sections. But if I wanted my channel just to be uncensored and you would just see all of those comments. And then you'd be fighting in my comments. I don't want you fighting in my comments. You know what I mean? Like, if Trisha heavily censored her community, it would be so much healthier for her. Not to block out criticism, because you see criticism on my channel. I keep it up. But if there's, fuck you, bitch, autism is fake, your tits are out, I knew the levels was bullshit because, like, you're just autistic, all that stuff, like, blocked. But yeah, like, that's the stuff that you have to decide as a content creator. What are you going to do? I prefer to have a community structure because I like talking to people, but she needs to, it's hard because it really does cock block your probability of going viral and your probability of making more money because it's not going to get as much engagement. You know what I mean? Wait, Chet says, can you make a podcast episode about this? Actually, about what? Details, please. I'll write it down on my list.
do this, 20 positives, 1 negative. That's the one she sees.
I mean, that is
that's
true.
normal human stuff.
I know. I don't know. So I don't know what the answer is. And that's the other question though. Okay, so mentally ill people on social media.
Yeah.
Like, okay, when people I had lots of manic breakdowns. I exploited probably myself. People always accuse other people of exploiting my mental illness, but I probably exploited it more than anyone. When I'd have a breakdown or when I'd have like these, rages or whatever, I'd film it and it would get like a ton of views. This was back in like 2015, 2016. And so I was having manic breakdowns online and social media like didn't do anything about it, but like,
were you using then pills again?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, there was times too, like 2018, like, I was with someone who was just like, I think it's called Pookie now. Meth is called Pookie. Someone told me. They're like,
the
were you on the
meth?
Pookie? Yeah.
Kind of meth, yeah.
They'd always call it meth back in when I
It's
was,
meth. It's
yeah,
still
they're
meth.
like, or Tina. I think someone told me, oh no, that's the Tina. And I was like, oh, I don't know. Anyways, meth. And I was like heavily because I was dating someone. It wasn't that I was addicted. I actually hated it. It was like, maybe it wasn't meth. It was like rocks going up my nose.
Yeah, that's meth.
Okay.
Burns,
yeah.
yeah.
They literally dropped me off at a hospital because I literally think I was like, anyways, that was the whole other thing. But I was using in all these videos for sure. But I was so like manic high, manic lows, all this stuff like that, but also just like on drugs. You can see it in my eyes. There was one video where people think it's like where I like identified as like a chicken nugget and I was like being so serious about it, but I was like on drugs. And so but people are like, you can't just use that as an excuse. But I was like, I was, I was like obviously on.
Have you ever gone back and sort of evaluated those? Like do videos of you looking at those things, talking about what it's like to see it? What do you think, explaining what really was going on, that kind of stuff?
I mean, I see the memes and
maybe you and I should do that. That'd be so interesting.
Oh my God.
I'd be embarrassed, I think, for you to see me. I feel like because you've seen a little bit, but you haven't seen there was a time that I was.
There's nothing you could do that I have not seen. You know what I mean?
I don't know, Dr. Drew.
Oh, no.
I'm pretty mentally ill.
I've seen where it goes. I've seen it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. In terms of the extreme, Trisha's really tame. I'll be really real with you. In terms of the extremes, Trisha's so tame. There is no way Dr. Drew would give a fuck about Trisha's worst video online. Not even close to the shit he's dealt with. Guaranteed.
Yeah,
Okay,
and by the way, to me, that's glorious because look, that you're doing so much better. I mean, treatment works. That's the one big thing.
Thank you. Yeah.
And so to me, it's exciting. It's like, oh my God, look how you were. Look how far down you took it.
That's the only thing I'm thankful for. Like that's one thing. I'm glad that I have this. Like it's kind of embarrassing. It's a lot embarrassing.
See,
and,
I see a road ahead for you too. I mean, I know you're resisting some of this stuff.
I feel like I'm so old now, and I'm just like, oh man, I wasted my youth being on drugs. And
Oh my God, I have a podcast about this coming up. Guys, I have so many podcasts planned for you. Holy fuck. I have a podcast coming up about aging and how, oh my God, girls, I forgot there was a whole part of the population that like thought you were going to get too old for life. And I was like, no, getting old is the best part of life because you know all of the ways to have the best life now. You've already tried it in your 20s and fucked up enough. And now in your 30s, 40s, 50s, it's the best time to be alive. Guys, I tell you right now with peace and love, you have not seen the best version of me yet. And I'm so excited to meet her. But like, girl, you are not getting old. You are earning wisdom. Aging is an opportunity to earn wisdom. Okay? Start today. It's never too late, but earn that wisdom. Every year I age, I have an opportunity to be more wise, and I am hardly wise,
and just all over the place.
Yes, you were on drugs and you were all over the place, but people learn to get through those things by using them to make a difference and be helpful with it. I mean, making sense of it, making meaning from it.
Also, if you're like me, you get hotter as you age. No one will ever convince me that I was hotter at 22. I'm so sorry. No way, bro. It was like my head was too big for my body when I was 22. It was like, I'm telling you right now, no one's going to convince me otherwise. I am so much hotter in my 30s than I ever was in my 20s. All those men that are like 20s are the best. Nah, girl, nah. No way, girl. Look at these arms, bro. No way, bro.
It got so bad where there was a time in 2019 where I said like, hey guys, I have an addiction to pills. And another addict online was like, she's lying. She's not an addict because I was functioning.
Well, but I think, but he might have been right because you had a dependency on pills, right?
Even Trisha is literally hotter now than she ever was when she was younger. Trisha is literally so hot now compared to how she was when she was younger. Think about that. Just think about Trisha before. Trisha got money now, but still.
Like we've sort of been saying, addiction is a very specific genetic disorder, right? And it's a disorder of the motivational system. Essentially, your survival system gets taken over if you have certain genetic structures and sort of the intracellular mechanisms of a place called the nucleus accumbens. And when that gets escalated over time, thing turns on. There's also some downregulation of the executive function in your brain, and there's also the misery of being off the drug, and that gets activated. So it has like 3 or 4 different components to it. But at its core, it's this overtaking of your survival system, and it's always there once it's triggered. It's like a switch that gets thrown. And so if you get re-exposed to fentanyl like you did with pregnancy, you wake up and you're thinking,
actually, wait, I have a theory really fast. It might be wrong. But you know how guys always say girls are hotter in their 20s, but the girls they show you look like they're in their 30s because they use Botox and tanning? And I was like, oh, interesting. But girls who are maybe when you're neurodivergent, you get hotter when you get older because you finally learn how to dress, versus neurotypicals think they're hottest when they're younger. So they put all their emphasis on that and give up when they get older because they settle down. I don't know. But I will say, like, every time a guy's like, isn't she hot? I'm like, I don't know. She looks like she's in her 30s or 40s. I'm surprised. Like all the models I see, what are those two sister models that everyone thinks so pretty? They are so pretty, but they literally look older to me. They look like they're 40. And I'm like, why do they look old? But everyone knows they're in their 20s, but they don't look like they're in their 20s. Like Hadid, yeah, Bella Hadid and stuff. They're so pretty, but to me, they look so much older than me, and I can't figure it out. But then there's a neurodivergent young spirit in neurodivergent people, and I think neurodivergent people look young. We have like a youngness to us, but that could just be our immaturity. Like I obviously look like I'm in my 30s. But there's a youth, like I see like a youthfulness in so many people that I don't see in like other, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain it. Like there's just, it's not for everybody. It's not universal, guys. Okay. It's not universal, but there's something about them where I'm like, why do you look older than I think? Or maybe it's because when I watched old movies, like if you go back and watch, Steve Martin, like in his 30s, he looks older. Like people in their 80s, they look older. But I don't look like that. Like Steve Martin in the wedding one with his daughter, Father of the Bride, he's like my age, I think. And I'm like, oh, wait. And like that's also how we conceptualize age is interesting. Now, fashion plays a huge role into this. Obviously, if you dress aged, you're going to look aged. If you dress young, you might be considered younger because we associate fashion with people's ages, right? So there's something to that. And yes, he had white hair. That is true. Love Steve Martin. But like Dr. Drew, he looks pretty young, but he has gray hair. But I would say like Dr. Drew looks at least, I would say 60. He's 66, I think. But it was like one of those things where he dresses nice. He's like form-fitting clothes. You know, he doesn't necessarily, he looks a little younger than he is, but also what's so good about looking young? What's the point of it? But also like, it's just interesting the way we perceive youth. Honestly, people who like young people who look young because they look like kids, you're fucked up. People who like young people because they literally look like kids. Okay, I don't care if she's of age, you're fucking weird. Okay?
You start behaving like a drug addict. I'm not seeing any of that stuff with you. I'm seeing you being dysregulated, being traumatized, and needing to feel okay, and then making some pretty bad choices and getting there, and then having withdrawal, and then craving, and all that stuff.
So maybe if I'm not an addict that way, we're talking about behavioral addictions earlier, but you never really gave me the solution for that.
So
behavioral, that's what I need help with.
Yeah, behavioral addictions. What do you think is your worst?
Like food or shopping? What would you say, Moses? He gets more
hard.
Triggered by my shopping addiction.
He gets scares him.
I think I think that's.
Does she have a shopping addiction or does she have like a control issue? Because one of the things my therapist asked me when I was getting diagnosed with borderline, she said like promiscuity, what's your issue? And I said, I spend money like I have it and I don't, even though I'm working all the time and I keep thinking I'm just going to out-earn my debt, which is not a thing. And she was like, okay, well, let's have a better relationship with our money. And honestly, it took me a long time. The longest thing that I worked on was having a good relationship with money. That took me so much longer than everything else. It took me a really long time. It just did. It took me a long time. Living with a budget, being happy with my budget, being disciplined, planning for the future, all of that stuff was so connected to this idea that like, why plan for the future if there is no future? But like, I believe in the future. And also regular people are experiencing this right now. People don't want to invest in kids, college, their jobs, their futures, because they don't think there is going to be a future. Hey, girls, just a reminder that if you look back on history, every civilization in history has gone through this or worse, and you know the cycle. Okay, you know the cycle. So I don't know about you, but you better be prepared to be on the other side of this shit and end up being the people that were prepared so we can come out on top. You feel me? Okay, like just a reminder, you might die in the crosshair, which then it won't matter, but God forbid you survive. And you didn't plan to survive. That is the one lesson that took me so long to learn is like, you better plan for surviving. Because as much as you think you're going to go out, you're probably not. You're probably not. Okay? Because as I put money in my savings and pretend like I don't have it anymore, I love that. I love that. That's good. Yeah, I love that. Oh, Oh, girl, I love it. Okay, let's get this over with. It's almost
That's our
done.
only fights we ever have is when I buy a new purse and I'm hiding it.
And you're hiding it.
Oh God, Trisha, and you're hiding it. See, in my partnership, we don't spend money without telling each other over a certain amount. So, like, let's say you pick a dollar. Like, if you spend money over $1, you should cover it with me first. You know, it's obviously not the amount, but you know, when you spend money over a certain amount, the idea that she would buy a purse and not tell Moses, ooh, girl.
Which is like an addict, right?
The hiding stuff, yeah. Do you lie about it too? Or
No,
do-
I come clean.
do
Well,
you
I still
minimize?
make videos about it, so he'll see it in the thumbnail and be like, "Did you just get this?" And I'm like, "No." And then I say, "Yes, yeah." I used to be a really
That's
bad liar, but I actually don't
crazy.
lie anymore. I've really come over that.
Good.
I was a very pathological when I was young. People think I say that, and they're like, "Well, she's pathological."
It is. Chat says it feels like cheating. It is. It's financial infidelity. In my relationship, that would be considered abusive. It's financial infidelity. That's what we would consider it. Yeah. Like if I went out and bought a $5,000 purse and like if I went out and bought a $200 purse and didn't tell my partner, it'd be financial infidelity since we're on a budget. We both agreed to the budget. We crunched the numbers. We did it as a team. And it would feel like, why did you go do that? Like, why did you do that? And then we'd have to have a conversation about like what happened there. Where did the miscommunication come in? Did I do it on purpose? Was I regretful? You know, we have to talk to each other about why it happened. We're not going to assume automatically that like it was malicious, but we're going to have a very serious conversation about why it occurred, which is why we just don't do it. Don't buy it. Don't buy it, you know?
Liars about that now, but when I was young, I lied a lot.
Good.
For like protection mostly, but
Yeah.
I think it kind of became something in me. But now I don't. Like, you need to ask me about a bag. I'm like, yeah, I just try to hide
Just
it.
for people that
And yes, though it depends on your structure as a couple. Even really wealthy couples I know who live like my partner and I do in our relationship model, they also don't spend money over a certain amount without telling each other. Even if they're worth $100 million, they don't just go spend money because you don't keep that $100 million by spending it. Okay? Some of the most frugal people I know are millionaires because they're like, well, just because I have it doesn't mean I have to spend it. And if I spend it, then I won't have it. And I was like, exactly. That like savings you have for retirement, for medical mishaps, for all of the things you need, like those couples I know are still wealthy because they do still manage their money. This dream of I'm going to become so rich I can spend without looking, no one's going to be that rich on average. No one. That is so rare to be so rich. You know what I mean?
don't understand why people lie. What was that about for you?
Just protection
Survival.
for me. Yeah, like
Yeah.
I didn't want people to know my home life. I didn't want people to know about my dad. So I just like,
Would you use it also to get attention or to make yourself inflated and stuff?
Oh,
Yeah,
I lied about
yeah.
stuff like my dad's rich. I have gold top shoes at his house because he lived in California or whatever. Like I would just lie about the most random things. I
Yeah.
lied that I had a twin sister. Like I don't know. It just became something like a habit, I guess, when I was younger.
That's what starts to happen. It becomes habitual, and you start losing track even
Yeah.
of what's going on.
Right. So then I think when I start talking about this stuff, everyone's like, well, she said she's a liar, so she lies. You know, so it's just, that's why I'm saying there is a lot in this head right now that I'm just like, even doing this as we're talking about it, I'm like, God, I really want to talk about this stuff, but I know I just contradict myself in so many ways. I have trauma, I don't have trauma. I'm an addict, I'm not an addict. Like, you know, it's just so difficult.
It's fragmented. There's fragmentation, right? And trying to glue all that together is the goal. So yeah,
Oh my God, Trisha should deconstruct and put her ideas of herself in different categories. Because I think that's what's missing is one, her vocabulary is very bad. And so she doesn't have the words to express herself. And two, she doesn't put her actions into different categories to explain them. But also, that takes a lot of work.
you have one cohesive experience.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know
hard.
if I have a cohesive experience.
You have
Right.
fragmented experiences.
Right,
I
yeah.
get it. I get it. And it feels very uncomfortable.
Yeah. So back to the shopping addiction. What do
So
I do?
shopping, yeah, these are not easy things to treat. There are groups for these kinds of disorders. Gambling is the one that's the most effective. It's a GA.
I don't have that,
Yeah,
thank
there's
goodness.
overeating groups. But then there's.
I've been to those and they don't help. I've been to SLA and they don't help.
Did you get a sponsor in SLA?
Oof. That's an answer people don't like. It's like I did have a sponsor.
Why don't people like that?
Well, because they're transsexual.
Oh, that you seduced
Oh.
the sponsor or
I
the
don't know if I
sponsor?
seduced them necessarily, but
Then why do you feel bad about it?
I guess maybe I felt that way. It was a woman. So then I was just like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know. I guess I feel bad because I took them out of their,
How long have you been sober?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I would argue that she's the one that violated you.
Yeah, well, obviously, I think the sponsor is more responsible in my mind too, because like they're like your kind of like your like your coach, like your big brother, right?
It's normal when you're for a sex addict, trauma survivor, to try to be instinctively going after those boundaries and to have an erotic transference. That's part of the thing. And the sponsor is supposed to hold the
Right.
line.
Yeah,
Right.
that did not happen.
I get it.
And it was the
it's hard.
opposite,
It's hard when addicts are helping other addicts, particularly around sex.
I didn't think it
and
was
stuff.
like a real addiction, like a sex addiction. I'm like, well, it's just sex. Like, it's just love. Like, it's okay to be addicted to love, right?
No.
No, not really, because it's codependency.
That's what I'm
ultimately.
saying.
Yeah.
If you're codependent.
And after we finish, I'll
See, when Dr. Drew says, "Yeah, I have a problem with codependency," Trisha's like, "Oh my God, me too." That's not good. He's trying to share that like he has problems too. Like he's not perfect either. But see how she goes, but if Dr. Drew has codependency, it must be okay. No, we all have problems. That doesn't mean we are the definition of our problems. We're not defined by our problems. But yeah, it's like she doesn't get it even now in this state of mind. And this podcast was put out August 17th of 2023. She doesn't even get it now in this Trisha that like, what's so wrong with any of that? She doesn't get it. Like, can we be addicted to love? No. That's why she said on a podcast, like, I know people think Moses and I don't have a healthy relationship because, you know, I depend on him so much and I wouldn't know what to do without him. And I'm only better because of him, really. And yeah, a part of me hears all of that and goes, God forbid your husband gets in a car accident. This is what I mean to say when I say you must prepare for the death of your spouse. You must prepare for the death of your loved ones. You must prepare for the death of your child. Trisha, what would she do if Moses died tomorrow? What if Moses and the girls, God forbid, got into a car accident in LA traffic? What would she do? Because if everything she created to remain sane depends on those people, it's not going to work. Okay? So that's the problem. That's the problem, right? Kat says she thinks it's cool to be problematic. She's just lying for attention. I don't know how to tell anybody this, but attention seeking is a part of mental health. You're just watching a sick person look for attention. That's what liars are ultimately. You're lying all the time and you have a chronic problem with lying, you're just sick. So if you want to be mad at Trisha, be mad at yourself for wanting a liar to be better than they are. What are you mad at a person who's sick enough to lie all the time? What's your problem? Okay? That's how you have to think about people with their problems. I don't care if Trisha's a liar. My life isn't defined by Trisha being a liar. I'm just seeing a sick person try to get better. And I want her to get better. But we have to stop being mad at sick people for being sick and be mad at ourselves for expecting sick people to be healthy. I don't know why you keep expecting her to be better than she is.
give you a good organization for this kind of stuff. But
A group? Because I read Codependent No More and it doesn't help.
it's not really a group. I'm thinking of
Chad says, even the healthiest people could stop functioning if their family died. Yes, I do think even if you're healthy, you would need time to process and get better and do all of that. Absolutely, right? Like, absolutely. But I don't think everyone crashes and burns. Not everyone has to lose their job and becomes an alcoholic and like loses their functioning. Not everybody kills themselves because their parents die or because their family dies. That is a person who isn't prepared. It's not their fault. It's just like the tools they didn't have at the time. And I'm trying to prevent death. I'm trying to prevent your suicide. So please prepare for people to die. So you can mourn appropriately, but you don't lose yourself to the death of a loved one. Because you can lose yourself to the death of a loved one. And you're not bad. You're not a bad person. But I would love to prevent your suicide when you don't have to die just because they did. Okay?
a particular therapist, really. And I imagine she does all the other behavioral addictions too, I'm guessing.
Because it is bad. I mean, food is bad. Like, all that stuff is like really bad where I like binge. I mean, it's like eating disorder. That's a whole other thing. But I feel like
You just binge, or do you binge and purge?
both binge and purge.
Yeah.
Now, my pregnancy kind of saved me weirdly enough. Like, I actually like lost weight during my pregnancy. I like felt full for the first time when I was pregnant because I carried high.
Oh, good.
So I would just eat normal amounts, and I'm like, wow, this is. And I lost like so much weight, and then I gained it back after pregnancy because I was back to my. But at the time, I felt so full I couldn't eat, and it was like such a great feeling.
Yeah, and that needing to feel full is
Yeah.
that emptiness. Do you have a lot of emptiness too, feelings?
I feel like, again, maybe this is like people like you shouldn't have a child to like fill you, but I feel like she kind of like filled this like emptiness that I had for a long time, which is why I don't think that my shopping addiction isn't as bad as it used to be. But like,
You know what's interesting? I wonder about this. Chet said, can you truly prepare for the death of the child? I couldn't imagine it. I've been wondering about this because it's a really good question. I've been wondering about this in terms of America versus other countries because my parents, both my grandparents lost children because they were in Iraq. And they just went on functioning, right? Like it was sad. It was very sad. But I don't have any stories of my family like losing themselves. Like Palestinians are losing their children every day, and these people they keep going. They keep going. Every day a baby dies, and they just keep going. So when I hear Americans talk about like losing a child, and I wonder if it's a first world problem. I do. Like, well, you sit here and think about losing your child as the most horrific thing ever. These people do it and they keep going. And I want to be like them, strong and resilient. But also, they are crying over the death of their child the same as you. The same as you, they're crying over the death of their child. But I do think in a world where we are so lucky to not have to often think about the death of our children because we don't have fucking bombs heading our way, it's very hard for us to conceptualize it, think it could happen to us. But it happens. And they feel the same way about losing their children as you're going to feel. The only difference is they fully accept it's a reality. So they prepare. They prepare. And they must keep going. They're resilient. Americans do not prepare for death. We're so afraid of it. There's a guy dedicating his whole life, Brian, to never dying. Americans are so afraid of death. We live in this culture that's so afraid of death. We try to ignore it at every fucking turn. America needs to get its shit together and remember that we're all going to die. We're all going to die. We should start preparing now so we can live the best life possible and stop fighting over trans people and gender stuff and gay stuff. Like, Jesus Christ, we're all going to die. Can we please focus on the bigger issues here? Can you imagine if we all really, really understood that we were all going to die? Maybe this would force us to be less greedy and think we need to order 10 packages from Amazon. Maybe it would help change your life, because it changed mine. To realize that I was going to die, and not just by suicide, but by natural death, made me so much more grateful for everything in my life. And it made me better when it came to the environment. And it made me better when it came to my friends and family. And it made me better when it came to my need to hold on to anger about other people. It will help you to face your death and to face the death of everybody, including the planet. Everyone is so afraid that everyone's going to die in 100 years, that the planet's going to die, that they've given up on life. What more reason do you need to embrace life than the fact that you're going to die? But until you're ready to have that perception change, you won't. Because you have to really understand it. Not just like nihilistically, oh, we're all going to die. But I mean, literally, how beautiful is the cycle of life we're in? We're born and then we die. We're born and then we die, like a plant, like an animal. And we get to be alive right now. What a great time. Thank you for spending your limited time on Earth with me today, guys. Your limited time on Earth, and this is what we're doing with our life. How lucky are we? I'm spending my limited time on Earth watching all of Frenemies and Trisha Paytas. Hey, you know? What a beautiful life. What a beautiful life.
Like, I will buy a new purse and here and there or whatever,
Okay,
but
all right.
I just feel like
the thing
it's
about the behavioral disorders is that it's hard to be completely abstinent, right? You have to eat, you have to have sex, and so you're still doing your behavior of choice. It makes it very, very difficult. And you know, I just keep thinking it's more with the trauma and the borderline stuff. That's really what's generating so much of this for you.
So the trauma therapy is what you recommend. I'm just so bad at therapy. I don't think I'm like open enough. I just
Interesting, Trisha. Interesting.
I don't think it works. Sometimes it does. I have one therapist in West Hollywood who was great, but
How long were you with her?
it was him. He's a gay guy actually, which maybe is like what I needed. And like a year and a half.
Was he a sex therapist or was he?
No, he actually was
Trauma.
like neither one. He kind of was just someone that was referred to me. I think he like specialized in like queer community, and I don't know why I like went like before.
I do know a guy that does specialize in that community, and he's a sex therapist.
Oh,
Very, very, very.
Ooh, chat really fast. My religious trauma makes this so hard because I'm still terrified I'm wrong and hell is real. How do you truly deconstruct that? I don't believe in hell, but what if I'm wrong? Okay. If you're wrong and hell exists, what's the worst that will happen? You'll go there? Well, then there's nothing you can do about it. Because the only way to prevent going to hell is magically picking the right religion and magically doing the right things and the right singing and the right hymns and the right signs of cross and the right clothing choices and the right everything in hopes that you won't get there and you still could. So first, you have to really, if you want to deconstruct things, you have to really understand what you know versus what you believe. I don't believe in a hell, and I have no reason to think it exists. I have no evidence for it. I have the same amount of evidence for God that I do for vampires, and I'd much rather believe vampires are real, but I don't believe vampires are real either. Right? So you have to understand the difference between believe and know. I can't live my life thinking God exists. I just don't believe there is a God. I have no evidence that there's a God. So it was much easier for me to deconstruct that once I realized, like, oh, I don't really have a lot of evidence that God exists. But even if he does, like, what am I to do about it? You know, I'm going to die. We'll figure it out. You know? But you have to really start with yourself. What does it even mean to believe in a God? What does it even mean to believe in hell? And think about all the religions that don't even believe in a hell. Pop the bubble.
Very
Might
good.
be. Well, I'll tell
We
you.
can talk about it.
Yeah,
We'll talk
yeah.
about it.
But he was really good, and because I was struggling with gender and stuff at the time, like I remember like going to him, and he helped me with so much more than that. But I
It's
should
a
go back to him.
lot, Trisha. It's a lot to carry around, isn't it?
It's a lot. I know. And so I'm just like now
Where do you
talking
go
about
with it? Where do you go with it? How do you get relief other than
I don't
acting
know.
out?
Acting out. I guess now I just
Hold on. Chet says, my boyfriend is carefree like you with these views. The unknowns annoy me. I want to know. I'm not carefree. I know. I'm saying I'm researching it. I'm not carefree. I'm chill. Carefree indicates a lack of interest in the curiosity and knowing to me. But like, it's not about that. It's not about not knowing. It's about knowing. I'm reassured because I know, or I'm on the way to knowing. I'm reassured by data. I am not going to freak out over data I don't have, but I will look for the data to know. But I'm just chilling, bro. Because I know I'm going to die without knowing 1% of the world's knowledge. And I'm okay with that. But I will try my hardest to deconstruct and find the truth. And then I'll die knowing that I didn't even, you know? Chad says, LOL, people think I'm carefree as well because of this. I'm not carefree at all. I just done the work to realize I have no reason to worry. Exactly. People who are carefree in some bubbles, I'm not saying anyone in particular, but some people who are carefree are actually just super ignorance is bliss. And I think that's a trap. But, you know, maybe carefree means different things in different bubbles.
kind of maybe suppress it. I just clear my mind and then
You do
suppress
the
it.
meditation stuff.
Yeah, and it works. I don't think
Okay.
about anything until I start thinking about stuff.
Yeah.
But I did a mental health podcast like a couple years ago. I just was like, not maybe the one to do it by myself. That's why I wanted to do the podcast with you, because so many people had questions. Because there a lot of people, after seeing the episode we did about borderline,
Yeah.
kind of how I thought with the DID, they're like, maybe I have this, and they have so many questions about it. Like, how do
About
you overcome
DID.
this? Yeah,
Maybe
or
we should-
borderline. They ask.
Maybe
you know?
we should do a few shows where we take questions.
Well, that's yes, because people ask, and they ask me about you all the time, and they're like, okay, what about this? What about this? And I'm like, I can't answer that
We should
fully.
do. Maybe they just write in. Do you have a website? They can just write them in, and we'll
Yeah.
just you put them on a card. We'll talk about them.
Yeah,
we should do that.
Okay, I would love. I know we're kind of far away, but I would love that because I love talking about it. When you're saying like what the only reason I like
Well,
keep going
it would be the only reason you keep going.
is for that, because people
is-
are like, you help me. Like I see myself in
Good,
you. I
that's
see that you
good.
can have a stable relationship being borderline. I see you can have a successful job or
I knew
friendships.
that. I knew you would have a positive impact.
Yeah.
I knew it, and the fact, but I didn't know, especially talking to you today, whether or not making that difference would be meaningful enough to you if you could hear it, feel it.
Oh,
'Cause-
it's the only reason I'm like still go. Otherwise, I would just like literally hide. I could retire off my OnlyFans and never post again, you know, or just retire in general, just like sell a house or whatever. But it's like I love one, I love the attention. Okay, but two, I love that I can help people because I love posting to get like feedback just in general, me eating whatever. But I love that like inadvertently I help people eating disorders. People like, oh, I was able to eat because I saw you eating or whatever, you know,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
I'm wondering if we should give
Interesting.
you I like attention, and you just own that.
Oh, I mean, I definitely do. I don't think that's a secret.
Well, no, but you keep kind of expressing a little bit of guilt or ambivalence about
Yeah,
it.
she
And I
does.
just
She
wonder-
does.
The attention.
Yeah, you kept going.
I don't know if it's like a bad thing. Don't you like a little attention? I mean, you do so many TV shows.
I'm
and-
saying, why don't you own it
Oh,
as
okay.
just part of who you are, and it's an okay thing.
I thought it's just known because I'm an entertainer. So
No,
they're like,
but your feeling about it is what I'm addressing.
Yeah, see, he's right though. She says it like she says it with guilt or shame attached.
oh,
Because you have all these ambivalent feelings about,
About
it.
it.
You've brought it up in a number of different contexts.
about not wanting attention.
About needing attention and how much you love it, but then kind of feeling a little guilty or
Well,
unsure.
then there's
and
selective attention. I don't want attention when I go down the street or when I'm with my daughter. Like, don't look at us, you know.
okay, but you like attention. You don't feel bad about that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's obvious because I'm like online.
But it is obvious that you like it, but you
Oh, just admitting to it. Okay.
owning it.
I like
Own-
attention.
owning it. Yeah,
She's
owning it.
so
'Cause that
funny. She like I can't tell, is she playing up the ditzy blonde thing this hard? But you know what I mean? She never goes deep. She just never goes deep.
Because that's a part of yourself, right?
Right.
And you're trying to figure out who is Trisha really at her core. It's part of your core. It's fine. It's okay. You made an art form of it.
Right. Well, that's
Like, guys, RuPaul doesn't sit there and feel bad about attention. Cher doesn't sit there bad about attention. Hell, I'm not going to sit there and say, like, it's bad, I want attention. I'm a YouTuber. Hell yeah. I hope this stream has 10,000 fucking people watching it in 2 years. Let's fucking go. Okay, like the stream, guys. More people should watch this channel. Like, that's the point is, like, I want to be Cher levels of confident with, as the great Cher once said, the great philosopher Cher once said, I don't need a rich man, Mom. I am a rich man. And I remember that is my mantra. That is truly my religion. I'm not I don't need a rich man. I am a rich man. Okay. Like there's something really important to remember, like as entertainers or creators, we are hoping people engage with our work. I love streaming because I love the conversation in real time. That's like literally what I live for. All of this time, I should have been streaming, but I used to make YouTube videos, like singular videos, and I'd be like, something's missing. It was you. You were missing from my life. You were missing. I needed the real-time conversation. I had no idea what I was missing out on, girls. Okay? So, Trisha needs to own that she wants the attention and that it's not just coming from a place of insecurity, but a place of knowing I'm Trisha fucking Paytas and I deserve to be here. I'm Trisha motherfucking Paytas. I'm Trisha motherfucking Paytas and I deserve to be. Okay? I deserve to be.
Then there's that bad attention too, where I don't really want to like exploit myself, but I feel like I've gone through enough to like help other people who don't know.
The
and don't
exploiting
recognize.
yourself stuff is the trauma.
Yeah.
That's where that
that's
gets
embarrassing. Like I look back and I'm like, oh my God, why was I doing that? It's like, one, I liked attention. Two, I liked money, whatever. Again, I'm thankful because now people can see, I guess, whatever, but
You need to get more insight into why you were doing that stuff. The things when you ask yourself, why was I doing that? You need to answer that question somehow.
I mean, I think
Yes.
it's attention, really. I'm dealing with
No. Really answer the question, guys. She is such a good example of people who do not deconstruct. She sees the image, but she won't pull it apart. Why? She won't answer the why. Oh, attention. I think I just want attention. Why do you want attention? Oh, it makes me feel good. Why does it make you feel good? I don't know. I just feel like it's nice for other people to see what I'm doing and they like it. Why do people need to like what you produce? And then you ask yourself until you run out of questions. And really be honest with it, okay? Really be honest with it.
with this, I might as well make money off of it. I'm dealing with this, I might as well get
What do you mean
views.
dealing with it?
Like I'm going to go through these emotions like after a breakup and I'm going to be so pissed. Like I might as well just like put it all on camera so people can see it. Or me.
Oh, that's
See, and every time I had a bad memory or a bad situation, I just thought I should destroy my YouTube channel, delete it, and kill myself. That's the difference between me and Trisha's borderline, is when I would go through a bad breakup, I would think I should just kill myself, delete my YouTube video, and erase myself from the internet. And Trisha's was, I should exploit this and put it on the internet and make money. I never had that. I always thought I should just kill myself and erase myself from the internet. Erase myself from existence. Make it feel like Brittany never was here. Kind of interesting, huh? Chad says, does intelligence help with being able to deconstruct? I think tools help with deconstruction. Intelligence is a very baggaged word, and I don't particularly think it's healthy to focus on it. I think tool gathering and the tools to deconstruct is what you're looking for. So, you know, it's hard to put a nail in the wall without a hammer. So go get a hammer. If you can't find a hammer, use a goddamn rock. Figure it out. But the idea is that it's not about intelligence, because human beings are pretty intelligent. We don't need much more to start us off on the right path. Most of us are born with an average intelligence. You don't need much more, kids. Okay? So start off with where you're at and focus on the tools you need to get to the next step. Right? That's really, and slow but steady wins the race, huh? Slow but steady wins the race. Chat, I'm going to cry. I might cry. Hold on. Brittany? Focus. This is the sweetest comment I think I've ever gotten. I'm going to cry. Ugh, I'm so ugly when I cry. It's hard to see you as suicidal because you seem so self-loving now. Ugh. Okay. Well, that was the sweetest thing I've ever read on that. Oh, that's such a sweet comment. Thank you.
the emotional stuff.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Gosh, it would be interesting to look at that all now.
Oh my God, I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy because but it affects you long term. That's why I like tell people when I was doing my little podcast, I had it just upstairs, and I was just telling people like, you know, ultimately though, it just looks bad. Like I've seen other people do manic breakdowns online, on live streams, all stuff like that, and it's weird to me like social media doesn't step in, because don't you think like authorities step in, right? If you're like, the reason I got 5150 the second time is people called in. I was manic on like Instagram story, and they called in, and I'm just surprised like more social media doesn't take like accountability for people who have like public manic breakdowns.
Because it's a publishing platform. I mean, it's just you just put stuff up. They don't publish. You know what I mean? They have no really accountability for what's on there, really. And as soon as they take accountability, then they get threatened by the government that they're no longer just a platform for.
I see so many people.
Content. I think it's the users have to take responsibility for that. But when you say you were in a manic episode, what were the features?
Oh, I mean anything. I mean, there would be
were
just
you
like
hallucinating? Were you?
Oh, hallucinations. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I swore there was a vampire in my house.
You're delusional.
Oh, for sure. Like I to this day, hand to God, like I really thought somebody was taking the tampons out of my trash and like I don't know, stealing them, eating them, whatever.
Were eating them.
thought it was 100% real to this day because I remember it so vividly. I remember talking about it, and I was just like, it's crazy to me. I remember hearing a dog speak vividly, and that to me, we talk about blacking out, not remembering stuff, and I was like, God, I remember it so vividly. Like this dog, like knew my passcode. I remember the drug addict that I was with, and I don't mean that in a bit of harsh term. He's an addict.
Were you doing meth at that time?
This was heroin in 2019.
Oh my goodness.
He was injecting me. I never did it before.
Wow.
And he was injecting me. I did it when I was 18, but he was like injecting me. I was like, I don't know how I survived. But his dog was like talking to me. Which, I mean, heroin's not hallucinogen as far as I know.
It is. I'm wondering if the meth was mixed in. You were speedballing.
Well, we did a lot, but it was his dog.
It's a triumph that you're alive.
It's crazy. I don't know. My body.
It's a triumph.
I think
you should be proud of yourself for surviving through stuff that other people don't survive.
No, and last year, two of those guys that I did meth with passed away. I was really sad. It was
these are deadly conditions. Deadly.
Oh my God, it was like really sad.
You're here for a reason. You've got to keep thinking that, and the extent to which you can shed light on this stuff for other people could be a big deal.
I try. I just also don't want to hurt people anymore, like the community stuff. I don't want to like be a harm. Like I don't want people to feel some type of way about me and get triggered. I feel like people get triggered by me. Going back to the cancellation, like they see me on something or they see me and then they get like triggered. So I don't want to like trigger anyone either. I don't know. But so many people give me positive feedback that I'm like, okay, I'll just keep doing it. And they really, really liked you. So I was very happy you came on today because people knew you got me and I knew you got me.
I get you. I like I said, I've worked with these conditions my whole career. I enjoy it. I get what you do to yourselves with it. Interesting. I feel like you're a little more centered right now, like right this minute.
Yeah, it was a whirlwind we just went through.
Yeah, but you're pretty centered right now, and that's good. That's a very positive thing. That I bet you couldn't even get like this 10 years ago or 8 years ago.
Oh no, like to get myself back in.
No.
I don't even like to cry anymore.
That's what I mean. Look at this Trisha versus other Trisha. Like different people. Maybe not where I'd ideally like to see her, but hey, it's a journey. She's doing much better.
Really, I really don't like to cry because
you've done so much of it.
I've done so much of it, and I'm just like that. I'm past that point in my life. I think just talking to you and just like saying this and just having you here, it just helps. And not just because you're a man, but because you're a professional at this.
Well, I get what you're going through. And back when I came on the podcast, when the shitstorm developed around all that, then who knows what shitstorm today will create. I mean,
we're trying not to be in a shitstorm.
We're trying to be conscious about it, not but who the hell knows. But neither of us like it, for the record. Okay. Neither of us like shitstorms. We don't like it.
No.
Yet we both seem to attract them.
What is that? What's that psychology?
I always try to take responsibility for everything that happens to me, even when it feels out of my control. I always think, what was my role in this? How did I get here?
How you get canceled beyond me? You're just like a doctor over here.
I'm just trying to help, and that's offensive to people, I guess. So, or they will say things like, "I can't believe you talked to Trisha publicly about these issues. That should all be behind a closed door." And it's like that's up to Trisha, not up to you.
I've been begging you for so long to talk to me about this.
The point is, we are doing this for a purpose. The purpose is Trisha has been through a lot of treatment. She's struggled with these conditions for a while, and her progress is inspirational and illustrative of something that a lot of people deal with. These are common things, and God knows the drug stuff today is, we barely got into addictions.
I know there's so much more to talk about that and the postpartum stuff, and just being because there's a lot of stuff I talked about postpartum that
I do think that new medication is going to be really good.
Really?
I do. Yeah, but you had the baby blues. You didn't have a real true postpartum.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But again, I had a husband that stayed up with the baby all night. Like I never stayed up with her, which also I feel guilt to that. I'm like, why can't I stay up with my own baby? You know what I mean? I was sleeping through.
You've expressed guilt many times in this conversation. Do you feel shame?
Yeah.
You feel both guilt and shame.
Oh, I still feel it. I still feel like I'm not a good enough mom because Moses does so much. He's so instinctual, and I feel like I'm just like not good enough yet. He's so good at it, and me, I'm still like changing a diaper. Like I'm just not maternal yet, and it's like, and I wanted to be a mom more than anything. So it's like that's what's so frustrating, and I feel shame, and I feel bad that he does a lot of the caregiving, and people see it online and call him a mom or call him my assistant, and it's just like he does so much.
Do you mind it? Okay, shut up. It's a couple navigating parenthood. It's not easy if you've done it.
They're like, he does all the work.
Judge not, lest ye be judged. I'm sure you're all perfect. I'm sure.
Did you just come up with that?
No, the Bible said that.
Did you just come up with that? I'm sorry, you can't. This woman is not well read. We're just dealing with a woman who's smart enough. See, you can be smart, but you're not well read. Did you just come up with that? Oh my God, that is so fucking funny. Oh fuck, I'm dead, bro. That's too good. You can't fucking make this shit up. Oh, that's good. Did you come up with that? Oh God, she's so funny. Like she's so unintentionally funny. That's great. I don't even remember what I was gonna say. Why did I even switch over?
That's so good. I like that quote.
Oh, the maternal instinct. Okay. I just want to say, I'm gonna be really real with you. I have a theory that people who have a really hard time being in their bodies might also suffer from being very maternal paternal. Because I think you kind of have to have a good relationship with your body. I don't mean like sexually. I mean like being able to like be acrobatic or like athletic or being able to do yoga or being able to be on the floor like One thing I will say about my parents is both of them can sit on the floor. And my mom to this day sits on the floor when the grandbabies are over to like help them play games. And I swear it helps her be more maternal. Like being able to physically be on a child's level helps. And Trisha does it all the time in her videos that I see. She's on the floor, she's sitting with her kids. I actually think she does have like the maternal aspect in that sense, in a play imaginative sense. That the funny part is like diapers and food and stuff like that. That's learned behavior. Changing a diaper and all that stuff, that's learned behavior. I think when Trisha is like playing games and pretend and imagination with her kids, lots of parents can't do that, and she does it. So, you know, I would say if you feel weird not breastfeeding your babies and you have to use formula or you don't know how to change a diaper, those are all things that are their skills. You learn how to do them. You know, you learn how to make a great formula bottle. You learn how to meet your body where it's at and accept it for what it is. You learn to change a diaper in the most efficient way. I, as a nanny and as an older sister who took care of a lot of babies my whole life, I've changed so many thousands of diapers. I don't even know at this point. And, you know, I got better as I did it. I learned different techniques. I learned the best way to keep the baby's hands out of their diaper. I learned, you know, the best way for cleanup very quickly. I learned how to do it under 30 seconds. I learned it was a skill. It's a skill. It continues to be a skill. So, you know, to the people who feel they identify with Trisha's expression of motherhood or maternal instincts, like nobody wants to change a shitty diaper. It's just some people are better at the skill than others. It's not a big deal. And also my sister-in-law also sleeps through the night when she has babies and my brother takes care of them. That makes sense. You just popped a baby out of your body. You can sleep. Like you need to recover. Like, you know, you need to recover. So sleep, girl, sleep.
Lest ye be judged.
Yeah,
and
it's
we've
hard.
lost track of that completely in this country. Everyone feels like completely like judge and jury.
It's crazy. They're like, oh my God, Moses takes care of the baby. I'm just like,
No. What's going to be important to your child is you getting as far down the line of recovery as you possibly can.
Yes.
You getting better is going to be everything
Yes.
for your
I'm
child.
trying. I work on that every day because
Yes.
like, that's the one thing. And I just want her to know she's like loved, and I don't want her to feel abandoned. I don't want anything. So I'm just around her all the time because I just don't want her to feel like what I felt or go through what I through.
See, I don't want her. Okay, this is how if we don't break generational curses, we can give them to our kids. This is going to sound crazy, but there is a chance that Trisha unintentionally might spend too much time with her kids. You're not giving your kids enough time maybe to be independent, to go off their own, to get into the backyard and be adventurous, to maybe like, you know, feel like they're sneaking away from mom when they're not. Like, funny enough, you can love your kids too much in a sense, right? So I hope Trisha gives her kids time to be like alone in the backyard, to watch them, but to give the kids a chance to feeling like, oh, there's no adults around. Now I get to make a decision without an audience. What would I do in this moment? What's my opportunity? You know, I hope her kids get a chance to kind of like take reasonable risks without adult activity, you know? But that's the irony of generational curses, is how do I love my child just the right amount? It's a guessing game.
Being a girl, once I found out I had a girl, we thought we were having a boy. And once we found out we had a girl, I think people thought I was disappointed. I was just scared. I was like, shit, like she's going to go through so much. And I'm like, that's guilt. I felt guilt.
And it's also back to that envy about how men feel. Do you think men aren't as sensitive as girls?
Oh, no.
They're not as sensitive as girls.
Facts.
Men.
Yes. They're not as sensitive. Girls are more sensitive than
But,
men.
you know, this is an interesting topic. I agree with you in principle, but little boys are very sensitive, probably more than little girls.
Really?
Yeah.
Particularly when it comes to mom and stuff. Like exquisitely sensitive. It's something that a lot of first-time moms and stuff see in the males and are surprised. Now, testosterone and development and everything takes care of a lot of
Yeah, it's like what goes on that they change.
Yeah, they become something a little different. but at work, we still are somewhat that way in our core as men. And so it's the role of a woman for a straight man can be extremely delicate for men.
They don't like crying. Every guy I've ever been with, like, oh my God, crying, fake, you're faking it, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's
That
always.
you're faking it or you're
Yeah.
accusing him of faking it?
No, if I cry, oh, you're faking crying. Stop it. Like, this stuff, you know?
Yeah, so again, just because we're trying to keep this as educational as possible, that's kind of how borderlines sometimes express themselves. They feel disconnected from their feelings to the observer. I've not really seen you do much of that, but I'm
What, the
sure
crying?
The disconnect from the crying, expressing emotion, but to an observer feeling disconnected from the feelings.
Oh, no, I feel my cries are real. I mean,
Yeah.
I can honestly say I never fake crying. I always real. I
I
wish
mean,
I could
fake. I mean that it can be. You can look not super
Oh.
connected to the feelings. I know.
Yeah.
I get it. But that's how people perceive it sometimes. So.
Well, there you go. I mean,
we
there's so
wrapping
much more.
up?
I have more. We could talk about Barbie. There's so much more. There's
about
literally
Barbie?
so
What
much.
about Barbie?
Trying to get pregnant again. There's just.
Oh, you get pregnant again?
Trying to get pregnant
Are
again.
you
There's
just
so
doing
hard.
it the natural way, or are you?
Well, I did the HSG test again, and it didn't work this time. I did that. That's how we got pregnant the first time. They kind of clear your tubes. I don't know if it's really meant to get pregnant, but it works. You know,
HSG is a hysterosalpingogram.
Yes.
So you have some tubal stuff going on.
And so I always had scarring. They told me I was infertile for so long. Someone, it was crazy. But we're trying to get pregnant again, and we just did the HSG test.
Have you ever had an ectopic pregnancy?
No.
Okay, so
no.
you'll probably get pregnant.
I don't know. And then it just happened in June, so we've been trying now. They said 3 months, it clears your tubes basically, but we haven't got pregnant, so it's giving me a whole new depression. I've been trying to put my legs over my head.
But there's so much fertility treatment. My goodness. I mean, don't worry about that. Just do it if you want to get pregnant.
Yeah, there's that. But also,
our kids are a product of a fertility campaign.
Oh, really?
And she had a HSG, and she has a congenital problem. She'd had anecdotal.
Yeah, Chad says, Britt, isn't that what you were saying earlier? That Trisha's words didn't seem like she felt what she was saying. Yeah, that really. I'm gonna have to really think about that, and meditate on that. Yeah, I think people don't like feeling tricked, and they don't like feeling bamboozled. And so, if it looks like you're expressing a feeling, but you're not embodying what you're saying, it doesn't look real, and it probably isn't, honestly. To some extent. It depends on your place of healing. So what I've noticed is, okay, I'll give an example. Sometimes people will tell a story and they'll really embody it and physically show you. And then sometimes you'll see a person when they're ready in their healed stage, so they won't have to do that when they talk about it again because they're not engaging emotionally with you. Like I can analytically talk about something horrific and I can emotionally talk about it. But usually when I'm solving problems, I'm analytical. And usually when I'm not solving problems, I'm emotional. And I try to allow myself both because both are really important. But without both, I don't think I'm getting a full picture. So depending on the situation, I don't think Trisha can ever truly offer us a full picture because maybe the level of vulnerability is too much, or maybe it's not read well by others. But sometimes people will say, I can't believe you're talking about the subject matter so callously. But what they really mean is analytically. Or sometimes you are being callous, or sometimes they're like, I can't believe you're being so emotional about this topic. It's like, oh, well, it's a pretty emotional topic. Hold on. Let me talk about it analytically. It depends on how people want to receive. That's why conversations are fascinating because you have to both receive and agree on the conversation. Like communications don't always work the same. Like, have you ever tried to have a conversation with somebody and they reply to you, but you're like, hey, I'm not having that conversation. Like you're having a different conversation around the same topic, but I want to have this conversation. But that doesn't always make sense to people. So sometimes you have to really pull things apart to understand like what kind of conversation are we having? I think that Trisha never knows the conversation anyone's having. I feel like she's never really sure where to go or where to pull her energy. And that's in some ways very relatable to me in a sense, because I feel that way on panels. I can never tell on a panel what direction of energy everyone's supposed to be going because you know, sometimes it feels like one direction and I go there, then everyone reacts weird. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not the direction. Is it this direction? And then I can't figure out if it's that people can't understand me. So they feel like Brittany said something weird I don't get, but they don't understand that you're just not well read. It's like talking to Trisha's, no offense. Sometimes when I do panels, it's like a panel of Trisha's who like, Trisha goes, oh my God, like, did you just make that up? It's like, it's from the Bible. It's like, you have to meet people where they are. And like, you could be I was the odd person out. That's why I stopped doing panels. I was like, hey, thank you for inviting me. I'm not going to do them anymore. It seems like I make it worse for people, not because I think I'm not smart enough, but because they're not having the conversations I want to have. And if you don't have the same conversation, like you don't agree on the same conversation, you're just going to look at each other like unsatisfied. It's going to be like when we watch Dawkins and Jordan talk. And Jordan was like, let's talk about dragons. And Jordan's like, I don't believe in dragons. I'm a scientist. I don't believe in dragons. Like that conversation could have been so fucking good if Dawkins would have just enjoyed the process of exploring dragons. But he couldn't do it. And so, yeah, if you can't have the same conversation, it's not going to be a good conversation. So you have to like, you know what I mean? I would love to talk about dragons with somebody. Like the idea around like Jordan Peterson's dragon and like, is fire a predator? Ooh, I love philosophy questions like that. But then Dawkins is like, of course fire is not a predator. And I was like, I get that they're two different conversations. I get it. So I feel like sometimes Trisha just has a hard time knowing which conversation is happening, but doesn't have the credibility to stand on that allows her to be a Dawkins in a conversation. See, Dawkins has this credibility, though I think it's crazy since he's a misogynistic transphobe, that allows him to not engage with Peterson, who also has credibility in his field, his bubble, that allows them to not engage in conversation and still come away on top. Trisha doesn't have that. Trisha doesn't have the credibility that when she doesn't engage in a conversation to come up on top, except with Rainn Wilson earlier in the year. One time I saw Trisha really use her credibility to say, I'm not engaging in this conversation. And people backed her against Rainn Wilson, asking her to talk about her trauma. That was the one time I saw Trisha Paytas go, absolutely not. And her audience was like, and that looked like a win for Trisha for once, when usually it looks like a loss. Does that kind of make sense?
Topic, and she had a congenital problem with the.
And then in relation to when she expresses her crying or her emotions, yeah, it doesn't always feel like, it feels like it's coming from somewhere, but because people can't place it, it can just look kind of crazy. And also, Trisha never respected mental health bubbles enough to be embraced by them, because she was always, at the end of the day, like, not safe for us. Look, like, I've always felt pretty embraced by most of the communities I've ever tried to be a part of, because I take it seriously to be a part of those communities, in a sense, because Trisha never does that. Trisha never respects the communities she engages with. So, like, I try very hard to be respectful, that it's not just a space that's about me. But I've always felt pretty invited by the BDSM communities, the mental health communities, the feminist communities, activist communities I worked with. They always thought I was a little quirky, but I think we all got along pretty well, even when there was infighting, because humans are going to human. I don't think Trisha knows how to be a guest, maybe in a bubble, or maybe she just doesn't know. Maybe she doesn't read enough. I'm telling you, there's some correlation here between me reading and her not reading. And I only say this because we have some overlap with our lives. We're both YouTubers. We're both BPD. We're both sex workers. We're both, we've all done these things. We're the same age. We're both Tauruses. We're both May Tauruses. And I'm just looking at her like, why did her life go her way and mine went my way? But also look how different our personalities are. Holy shit. That makes a difference. The way I walk into a room is going to be different than the way Trisha Paytas walks into a room. Right? But it's cool to see her get as far as she has. I think the next 5 to 10 years will be very telling for Trisha.
The fimbria, the things that bring the egg in.
Oh my gosh.
And so we became dependent on fertility treatment.
Oh, see, there's another reason I should have your wife on the podcast. Do you think she would do it?
Oh, there's no doubt she would do it.
I would love to, because like that kind of stuff is like so interesting to me, because like it's stuff like people don't talk about a lot.
I wonder if you guys would get along.
I think so. Just through email, I feel like we vibe.
Okay, good.
She's very like cool and chill. You never know,
You never know,
Especially with me, not to whatever get back to me, but like I feel like, well, now I'm married, so I feel like it's a little safer. But I feel like there was a time where everyone was just thinking I just wanted every guy that I would talk to. I got accused of that a lot. Like even if they were gay, whatever, they're like, oh, Trisha's flirting so hard with this person.
Well, it's because Trisha literally told Ethan she thinks every guy wants to fuck her. She can't put it together. You can't get on a podcast and say, I think every guy wants to have sex with me, and not understand that that's the signal you're giving off. You know what I mean? Like, you fucking me with me right now, Trisha? You're the one who said it. You're the one who says every guy wants to fuck me. Yeah, I do. I think that.
It's interesting because I'm very like usually flirty by nature again before I was like married, so I feel like people like.
But again, that might be the trauma coming through. You don't even realize it.
Right.
It makes you appear like you're being alluring. And again, the people around you that care about you are supposed to hold the line. They're supposed to stop responding to that shit so you can feel safe. Because as soon as somebody responds to it, you're not safe anymore.
Yeah.
It's just the same old thing acting out over and over again.
Yeah, I also feel like it was just my way of like making people feel good about themselves, you know. So I'd be like, wow, you look so great, but then it takes is like flirting. So now I just like don't talk to anyone about anything. But back to that, it's just like I know when someone was married, I'd just be like, oh my god, like the wives would like always like hate me. But when I was younger, now I'm like non-threatening, you know. It's like whatever. Also, I'm married to like the best person. When I was younger, I think I was attracted to like attached people. That's a whole other thing, being attracted to like people who are taken.
You were a poacher.
I wasn't because I didn't like it, but I think inadvertently I kind of was, because when you're so young, you're just like, oh my god, like I must be
But
so
that's
special.
that's the attention thing, right?
Yeah, celebrity obsession.
That and there's something women have a separate motivational system that I only recently learned about, of being chosen. Women like to be chosen. Like you're the one. They love that. Men have zero of that. We just like to get what we want. But,
This is very gender binary, in my opinion, and I reject it.
But we don't care if you choose us or not.
Is that why? Because I'm obsessed with celebrities. I'm like celebrity rehab.
Yeah.
Back to that again. But
Yeah.
I, in a way, and I know that's not the majority, so I don't want to say glamorize like teen pregnancy. Everyone's like it glamorizes, but like not. But it did kind of glamorize it. I thought, well, if I go to like rehab, maybe I'll meet a celebrity, because that's what you always heard, right? Like in shows like Dickie Roberts, like Brandon Fraser was in the AA meeting, and you're like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
I mean, there are plenty of celebrities in treatment and in AA meetings and things, and if that motivates you to get in, fine, as far as I'm concerned.
There was someone who was
Believe
on
me,
your show that I like reached out to, and I was like 15, and I was like, hey, what's up? And like I think
Believe
it's
me,
like
the staff, if you go into a treatment program, will prevent that from becoming a thing.
Well, then it's after, because you see him on TV. I would see an addict on your show when I was like literally 15, and I like wrote to them. I think it was just like email back then, and it was just like, I don't know, the fact that they responded to me, I was like, ooh. And then I think I got kind of the sex that's a whole other thing, the sex addiction from that. So I think he's good now. I think he's clean now.
You got sex addiction?
No, I think he was the one that kind of introduced me to like sex in general as a young age, like when I was like 15, 16.
This celebrity person.
I can tell you later.
That is not
Maybe
good.
we could cut that off
That
or
is
whatever
not
if you
cool.
want. We can edit it.
I mean,
But-
it's just not good.
Yeah, it was crazy. But back to that, as I would watch your show and I'd see like these celebrities, and it was like, in a way, it wasn't glamorous because because so many of them like passed away too, which is like so sad. But at the same time, there was a time where I'm like, oh, it's iconic. I love people like Anna Nicole Smith. I'm like, I should die young, and then not anymore since I've had a kid.
Well, so
but I used to be like that.
So those were they were serious addictions. Their probability of living past 50 was low because of the addictions and things. And the ones that really got fully into recovery, they're going to live a long life. But if there's any slipping and sliding, life is short, and often ended by my peers back in those days when they were giving them bottles of pills and stuff. Terrible.
It's so sad. Yeah. But to me, again, I looked at that when I didn't care about living. And again, wasn't suicidal. I was like, if I die when I'm 30, it's
We have to be careful. The borderlines can have a shortened life expectancy too. And the more you get treatment, the more you get through it, the less it affects you that way.
I'm trying to live. I'm manifesting. I'm going to live to be 100. I'll see Malibu
Good.
at 70. Like I
Good.
really do want to live a long time, which is why I'm trying to be better. And I feel like with the food, I'm kind of like getting better. We go on walks every day. Like I'm trying to be like healthier.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of why I'm not jumping into the conversation about behavioral addictions with you so much again, because it's the borderline stuff that really creates a lot of this. And if you get the borderline stuff to settle down with DBT, and if you can get some trauma treatments, and if you get some balance back in your life, a lot of these things will kind of settle. You know, you gotta have the right treatment for the right condition, right? And,
Yes.
And calling everything addiction.
That's why you got to get the right diagnosis so you can do the right treatment.
Addiction isn't necessarily always the right thing, and you do have some manic qualities, right? And I can see why they would. Are you sure you don't want some medication?
Yeah.
I can see why they would go that way.
Yeah.
But if you take care of yourself and sleep right and eat right, and do you work out?
Yeah, I go on walks. I want to get like a trainer and all that stuff like that.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah, I think that would help because I do take a lot of like again probably more time than I should as a new mom for like me. You know, I try to like have me time because otherwise I go like a little.
Well, you have a. I mean, let's call it what it. It's kind of a strong word, but you have a condition. I was going to say disability. It's not really disabling, but it's a condition. If you don't manage it, it'll affect your parenting.
Yeah.
It
Well,
will.
that's what I like look out for the most.
Yeah,
So should we talk about one more thing before you go?
Barbie?
Yeah, because I feel like we talked about men
Okay.
and like envy and all stuff like that.
All right, yeah.
I feel like, which is interesting because I didn't know your take on this. We talked about it before. You're kind of on the side. So many like conservative people are very like anti-Barbie. I talked to Ben Shapiro talking about it, and he was like so angry at the film.
Yeah,
and I'm just like,
I've heard both sides, and I wondered which way. I haven't seen it yet. I wonder which way I was
you
going to go.
haven't
I haven't seen
seen
it, and I only see films on planes. That's typically where I see films.
okay.
But my daughter had an extremely positive reaction
What'd
to it.
she say?
Like she did a YouTube or an Instagram post where she was crying and how moved she was, how much it made her remember what it felt like to find feminism for the first time and empowerment, and how deeply meaningful that was to her. And then I saw Mark Maron doing the same thing. And Mark's a guy I've had kind of an admiration and respect for a long time, and he was really good and clear about it, why it was good.
He said he was good.
He also did like a TikTok or an Instagram post or something. And I was like, oh, well, I think I'm going to like I'm
have to
certainly
see
primed
it.
to like
Are
it.
you a
That's
feminist?
for sure. Am I a feminist? I am not in the classic sense, but I certainly am highly supportive of women. I idealize women a little bit.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And Corolla gives me shit all the time because I used to say all the time that we need more female empowerment. We need the female brain involved more. It's a better system than the male brain and stuff. And it's
He's so old with his science. His science is outdated. I'm just going to say this right now. The male brain and the female brain, this is outdated science. Like, this is so. I'm not a scientist, but this is outdated.
not as
He's
simple
like,
as
no.
that. It's not as simple as that.
Well, I knew him from like the Man Show, and it's funny to see how Jimmy Kimmel like flipped like full, like he's so
I know,
like
he's full woke.
yeah, which
Yeah.
is crazy. I'm like in the middle because I think woke culture is like a lot.
I'm in the middle too. I'm independent. I've
Are
always
you? I
been.
would
yeah.
think you're
Yeah.
more on the conservative because you're like on Rumble and stuff
I'm-
now. I was like, okay, getting.
No, I just go wherever people will have me, frankly. And it's and I really am just intrigued. I'm very much interested in free speech. I'm very much feel like we should.
Totally, yeah.
And part of the reason I'm interested in free speech is people that want to cancel and clamp down misinformation. I worked in a psychiatric hospital for 35 years. When you silence things, when you push down information, you make things 50 times worse. Particularly if people are already paranoid. You've been paranoid, I'm sure, at times.
Yes.
And if somebody started going, I can't tell you about that, you immediately jump into action.
For
and you
sure.
get 50 times worse. Fresh air, sunshine. That's my whole solution to all the bullshit right now. More
Yeah.
information. If it's bad, you decide. That's all.
Right, just as long as it's out there. I've been telling people there's been aliens for a very long time before.
Wait. Chad says not a medical professional saying mental health isn't a disability. I don't know if BPD is a disability. I don't know if you would qualify BPD as a disability, right? Like, I don't think you, like, I don't know if that would count. Disability is a really hard word. It's a confusing word. I think it can be a disability. I don't know if it always is a disability. And I think that's what's really hard about anything. Like, even the word disability, like, it took me a long time to own the word disabled, right? Like, that's a really strange, I never owned disability when I was borderline. I never even thought about it. It never even occurred to me to think of my borderline as a disability. Never. It just never. But my fibro definitely started making me think that I might be disabled. You know, but I think that's the thing is, like, I never thought about it because I was not disabled by it. I mean, I was disabled. I wasn't disabled by it as much as I was disabled by my not knowing where I belong in the universe, which you could argue is other things. But I was working, I was paying my bills, I had good structures, I was volunteering. Like, I was never tired borderline as I am tired now with fibro and like honestly autism. Like I think I masked so fucking hard in my 20s, and now that I'm not masking as hard, it's killing me. But also, fuck it. Like now I feel disabled, which is very interesting. But yeah, like it can be a disability. Oh, and ADHD, chat says I only started contemplating the possibility that my ADHD is some way a disability. Ooh, girl. The ADHDers, like I know some ADHDers that don't consider it a disability, and those who do. I think ADHD can absolutely be a disability. Autism, all of it. If, you know, all of it can be a disability. But I think this is how I frame a disability personally. A disability is something, oh, this is really, really loose, okay? A disability is something that even if you do everything right, it might not make a difference. So when I think of if I'm disabled, like no matter if I do everything right, if my fibro pain is still in pain, I still can't move. That's why I'm like, am I disabled, bro? Like if I can do everything right and it makes a difference, then I feel like it's not a disability, but it's just a fucking bump in the road. So like with my fibro, I can do everything right. I can sleep, I can eat, I can work out, and I can still feel like I'm in so much pain. I can't move. I can't do it. I don't want to do anything. And that feels like a disability. Or like I can logic myself out of situations as much as I can, but sometimes I just like, I can't, not doing it. Like, and that feels like a disability, or PDA can feel like a disability. But yeah, I think that's interesting to think of it. But I do think that, you know, because PTSD can be a disability, but it isn't always a disability. I feel like it's everyone's right to feel how they want to use that word and be honest about it. Because I do think, look, there's always going to be like people who take advantage of terminology. Like, okay, just fuck those people. If you're being honest with yourself, you'll know when you feel comfortable using that word and when you don't. But I can see why he didn't think of it as a disability. Yeah, but I would definitely, I could see BPD being a disability.
For the
Maybe
government.
you're right. I'm open to it. I don't know.
I've seen them for real, and I think this was maybe when I was doing drugs, maybe not. I don't remember, but I've seen them, and I talked about this for so long, and all of a sudden now it's confirmed. And
Well,
I was like,
confirmed. I don't know. I'm still skeptical.
Are you?
Yeah,
No, it's confirmed.
I'm still skeptical, but I'm open to it.
I've seen them.
I'm open to it. Well,
I don't see ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts, but I've seen the aliens.
but it's interesting to me that when people see aliens, they always look the same. Now, so either that's something our brain does that makes them look like that, or they actually look like that.
I think they actually look like
so
that.
I'm still waiting to see. When I get to meet one,
Maybe if we do a podcast, we can have them
we
come
can,
on
we
because
can track them.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. They come in my dreams a lot, so I feel like now that I'm vocal about it, the more I talk about it, I think they'll like come out or they'll let me come in.
And so Rogan was talking recently about this notion that
Why would you mention Rogan?
We have been destroyed repeatedly, you know, and then we can build civilization back. I'm kind of in that kind of mode that an asteroid hits and destroys everything, and
don't we all die then?
Yeah,
you restart.
You restart. Yeah, like that has happened over many millennia. I suspect something like that has happened.
Really? When? Soon?
Oh no, when's it going to happen?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh,
but
you can't predict
I'm
that.
just thinking that it had happened.
That scares me.
I think we will.
I'm so over this podcast. I'm so over it. I'm going to be real. This is Brett. I wonder if you have EDS. Is EDS the hypermobility thing? Because I wonder that all the time. I'm trying to get doctor's appointments right now. Yeah, I think about that all the time. Guys, look at my arms. Ethan and I both have funny looking arms. Look at my arm. Look at it. Look at it. It's crazy. Look at it. Look at it. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. I have crazy fucking I have a crazy body. My body's so weird, bro. Yeah, I want to get tested. I'm like, I can do all the touching and all that other stuff. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, I've been trying to be careful about my spine workouts and everything. Are we, bro? Are we bored? Are we done with this podcast? I feel like I don't want to listen to him talk about Joe Rogan. Are we good? You know what I mean? How do I feel about that? How do I feel about that? I will say this. Here's where I'm at. Trisha's definitely changed and grown, but now it's going to be whiplash when we get back to Frenemies on Tuesday. I know it's going to be a long break, but we're going to get, we're going to go back to Frenemies on Tuesday. And it will be interesting to see the differences between that Trisha. Remember, she storms off a lot. Frenemies eventually end. They have a whole battle. It's going to be very interesting. I've enjoyed today's conversation, but we're going to leave it here, girls. This is it for tonight. I think it's about that time. So just as a reminder to everybody, if you're new to my audience, especially on the Patreon, January 19th, that's Sunday, we have book club, Bell Hooks, All About Love, chapter 5, 6, and 7. Then a discussion. It's audiobook. So just come. We'll play the audiobook. We'll listen. January 25th, we're watching and deconstructing, dissecting, discussing. Probably not deconstructing. That's the wrong word. Temple Grandin, which I actually had prepared to go on stream to prepare us about Temple. That's a weird sentence structure. So I think what we might end up doing is maybe I do an extra stream that week to prepare us. Maybe like an extra, something has to happen because I didn't want us to go in blind. I wanted us to watch some interviews, but we've been doing Frenemy, so that's up in the air. But that's happening on the Discord, and then bell hooks for the rest of the Sundays. Monday podcast, Tuesday stream. Okay. We did it. Oh my God. Wait, when is the inauguration? When is that? Is that the 20th? No. 25th? No, the 20th? I know the inauguration is coming and that's going to be pretty crazy, but I think because I'm in Europe, I'll have a hard time being awake. Is it Monday? Holy fuck. So I know it's coming. I don't know if I'm streaming Monday as a special thing because I think I'll be asleep. I don't know when it's happening and I'm in Europe. I'm 9 hours ahead of Pacific time. It's like 10 p.m. for me. So I don't know when that's going to happen. I probably won't stream it, but we'll try to figure it out. Either way, thank you for being here. It's been a good time. We'll come back on Tuesday and continue with Frenemies. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about Trump. What are you going to do, huh, kids? What are you going to do? All right. Talk to you soon. Have a good weekend. Please be good to yourselves. And if you ever feel unsure about yourself, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club where we're insecure, but we're gonna get secure because that's our preferred attachment style. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right. Have a good weekend.